In the 33rd year of Konoha, more than a decade had already passed since the first great ninja war. A saltifish slacker with a black forehead protector lounged lazily on a chair, using a fan to block the sun as he snored away in deep sleep when he suddenly seemed to sense something. Ah, my eyes. It hurts so much. Uchiha Shichiya, who had transmigrated into the world of Naruto 15 years ago, had once burned with ambition, determined to debate Buddha with Senju and dance alongside Madara. Yet after more than 10 years of trying, he had watched the second Hokage fall while he himself failed to awaken any kind of golden cheat, and not even the slightest sign of his clan's Sharingan had ever appeared. Thinking that the day of his clan's extermination was still far, far away, he simply chose to lie flat and give up on striving. His parents had been shinobi who sacrificed their lives for Konoha in the first ninja war. To the proud Uchiha Shichiya's parents were the very embodiment of what it meant to be Uchiha, so he enjoyed certain privileges within the clan. Like this afternoon, while other children were diligently cultivating, he was fast asleep, entangled in a chaotic dream with some shrine maiden. At this moment, however, he suddenly jolted awake, tormented to the brink of death by the searing pain radiating from his eyes. Over a dozen years. Do you have any idea how I Chiye dragged myself through these years? I never lifted a finger for food or clothing, and the clan even hired a little maid to look after me. That's just how domineering the Uchiha are. My parents were the clan's meritorious heroes, so of course I'm entitled to enjoy special treatment. After nearly half an hour, his entire body was drenched in sweat. He cautiously opened his eyes. I'm not blind. What on earth was that just now? Muttering to himself, he hurried to stand before a mirror. The same handsome face, that flowing black hair, those chiseled features, and that pair of Sharingan. Sharingan. They were even Mangekyo, damn it. What was going on? System. Are you there? System, don't hide, I've found you. He called out a few times in a low voice, but no response ever came. It seemed there truly was no system, and Shichiya could not help feeling a twinge of disappointment. What followed, however, was overwhelming joy. Sharingan, and Mangekyo at that. In his eyes spun a Mangekyo pattern formed by 9 triangular shapes arranged in a circle. With a slight activation, he came to understand the special abilities of both eyes. Left eye eternity. His sight would never be lost due to depletion of ocular power. Though fatigue remained, he could even use the Mangekyo without physically opening his eyes. Right eye without limit. By touching the eyeballs of any living being, he could extract their chakra to strengthen himself. At the current initial stage, it had unlocked the power of Amaterasu. So, does this count as an eternal Mangekyo or not? Shichiya was somewhat conflicted. It felt as though he was impressive within the realm of Mangekyo, but once it upgraded to an eternal Mangekyo, he might still be a mere junior before another eternal Mangekyo user like Madara. After all, compared with other eternal Mangekyo, his first ability was practically useless. As for using the Mangekyo without opening his eyes, was that supposed to turn him into some sneaky backstabber? Doesn't this mean my days of lying flat are gone for good? Excitement surging, Shichiya could not wait to power up and prove himself. With a bit of effort, a faint black radiance slowly emerged from his body. Increasing his output, he watched as the black light grew slightly denser. So weak. I was hoping that with just a light move I'd already be standing 100 meters in the air. This was not how he had imagined it. If he could summon 100 turtle mecha-like avatar, who would care about the third Hokage Danzo, the Umbu, or any so-called dove or hawk factions in the clan? All would be silenced before absolute strength. Unfortunately, reality was clearly not as Shichiya had envisioned. Whatever, let's see what I look like at full power. At his full output, a single gigantic black skeletal finger materialized out of thin air. With a boom, it lasted barely 3 seconds before Shichiya's Susanoo vanished entirely, leaving him collapsing to the floor, panting heavily. It looks like, this has to be Susanoo's fault. Exactly, it's Susanoo's problem that it can only manifest a single finger. What does that have to do with me, Shichiya? Muttering under his breath, Shichiya knew perfectly well in his heart that this was tied to his long-term neglect of training. After more than 10 years, his strength was barely at a genin's level at best. For someone familiar with the plot who had transmigrated for over a decade with no talent, and no inherited Sharingan, even if he struggled his way up to Chunin, it would be meaningless. He would only become the first cannon fodder on the battlefield. Rather than that, it was better to rely on his parents' merits train whenever he felt like it, sponge off the clan and simply avoid becoming a genin so he would never have to step onto the battlefield. Wasn't that far more delightful? That had been Chie's previous mindset, but now that he possessed this pair of Mangekyo, he was willing to at least try putting in some effort. If it did not work out, he could always go back to slacking off. Just as he was once more planning out his life, the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan suddenly felt as though some formidable aura was brewing within the compound, yet as if in jest it vanished all at once. Could it be that this old man sensed wrong? The Uchiha Grand Elder was somewhat perplexed. Our Uchiha clan still has a hidden powerhouse. The Uchiha Patriarch suddenly thought with delight. Troubled times. I only pray the clan can remain a little more stable. The sixth elder of the Uchiha sighed softly to himself. The disturbance among the clan's upper echelons was something Chie remained completely unaware of. Even if he knew, he would still go on activating his Susanoo. Come on, if he really stood up 100 meters tall with a great sword in hand, wouldn't all of them be nothing but juniors beneath him? Chie, are you alright? Came the gentle inquiry as the sound of steady footsteps resounded. Meichin, have you returned? Please come in and join us for a meal. Thinking of something, Chie gave a sly smile. Alright Chie, just wait a moment, I'm going to start cooking. Followed by the question, by the way, what would you like to eat? Meichin had already guessed as much. Having sensed some unusual chakra, she quickened her pace along the road. It seemed that his heart had gone astray. Outwardly, Meichin was compelled to maintain an air of gentle propriety, though inwardly she harbored unspoken complaints. Ever since she was 10, Elder Wu, in truth, her own father, had assigned her a task. The task was designed for the sake of Uchiha's future. She was expected to exude enough tenderness to capture others' attention. Elder Wu's method was to choose a war orphan like Chie, whom Meichin would assist from time to time. All in all, it spanned 5 years. In these years, Meichin's initial delight gradually gave way to a weary sense of familiarity. When Meichin first laid eyes on Chie, she was instantly smitten. His looks were unparalleled even among the Uchiha. Remember, Chie was only 10 then, and having traversed time, he regarded Meichin merely as a playmate, teasing the little girl without any deeper intent despite her gentle allure. Hello, I am Uchiha Meichin, and what is your name? Exchanged with a sweet smile on their first meeting. Hee, I am Uchiha Chie. Are you asking merely to become good friends? Yais. Uchiha Meichin was taken aback by how swiftly their exchange escalated. What was meant to be a simple greeting had progressed unexpectedly. Then, my dear friend, I find myself rather hungry, remarked Uchiha Chie with a smile curving at the corners of his lips as he regarded Meichin. He knew that Uchiha Meichin would not approach him without reason. In 10 years no little girl had ever been so bold. After all, he was rather reclusive, preferring the comfort of home, only venturing out when summoned by the elders. Whenever an elder hesitated, Chie would shed tears while extolling the glory of the Uchiha, resolute even in battle. Yet by that time even the elders' hearts had softened. Moreover, Meichin was well aware that he belonged to the elder's household, and his visit was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. So, shall I serve you something? Meichin's cheeks flushed with a delicate pink. What was he thinking? Who would ever declare hunger on a first meeting? Yet she found it impossible to refuse, for if her father were silently observing, any refusal might mean the mission's failure. Thus, for the first time in her life, she began to cook. Then let me show you into the house, followed by yes, exactly. First you must light the fire. Chie patiently guided Meichin step by step, though she pouted as if to remark, aren't you the one who should know how to cook? There was nothing left but to endure all for the sake of the Uchiha. After a simple meal, Uchiha Chie looked at Meichin and asked, aren't you going to have a bite? I had already eaten at home on my way, if all is well. My dear friend, you will surely come back tomorrow, won't you? Before Meichin could finish, Uchiha Chie looked at her with utmost sincerity. Of course, you are my friend after all. Meichin returned a sweet smile, though it appeared rather forced. Deep inside she mused that by tomorrow she would likely ignore him. He was simply too shameless. Meichin, you're here. Your timing is impeccable just like yesterday. Really? Are you having noodles again today? Not at all, today we shall have steamed buns. Chiya looked at Meichin as a bold culinary plan unfolded before his eyes. The young girl appeared adorably naive and remarkably agreeable. Meanwhile, Meichin's mind was thrown into a whirlwind. Steamed buns. Who would make them? Me. How should they be made? Such tasks in the Uchiha household were traditionally reserved for the servants. Despite the hardships of a ninja's life, they still had to cook for themselves after earning their pay. Though her heart ached in silent resignation, she said nothing. So, how are steamed buns made? First we must buy the ingredients. Come, follow me. With that, Chiya led Meichin into the Uchiha commercial district. Ah, Meichin, you're here again, ever so punctual, just as I mentioned yesterday. Are you so fond of cooking? No steamed buns today, we shall have dumplings instead. On the third day Meichin arrived, a ritual she always observed after her daily training. Inevitably she had once again yielded to his request the previous day. What, you won't come tomorrow? Dining alone is rather dull, my friend. After the meal, Uchiha Shichiya sighed deeply. Then, I shall return tomorrow. Meichin, uncertain of her own thoughts, found herself acquiescing once again. In the end, Meichin had become a fixture of daily routines from Monday to Friday. After dinner, Misaki headed home. Kiya knew her family upheld strict traditions, yet he remained puzzled as to why she managed to visit him almost daily. Kiya now turned his focus to cultivation. From the chest he retrieved a moldy shinobi scroll and began carefully studying the Uchiha technique of chakra condensation. It had taken him 5 full years to master the fundamentals, even though he carried memories from a prior life. Perhaps it had little to do with intellect, pure innate talent was indispensable. Once more he immersed his mind in the scroll, and this time activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Thanks to the eternal Mangekyo's passive trait in his left eye, it remained visually indistinguishable from an ordinary eye unless he deliberately manifested it for others to see. He intended to keep the Mangekyo Sharingan a closely guarded secret, for though he now possessed extraordinary aptitude, he lacked true strength. Should Danzo ever learn of it, Kiya feared he might step out the door one morning and never return. This is immeasurably faster. As he trained with the Mangekyo active, his speed and comprehension surged, more than tenfold what he'd ever achieved before. For a moment he lost himself in exhilaration. Meanwhile, back at home, Misaki found herself facing her father's stern admonition. You've gone to that boy's house again. Humph. That brat Kiya. I've scarcely met him, yet he's the name most often on Misaki's lips. A wretched little pest. Father, he's my close friend. His name is Kiya. Whether from spending so much time with Kiya or some newfound resolve, Misaki spoke with unexpected boldness. Cough, cough. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, you are not to go there again. The clan elders are pleased with your recent conduct. At first, Elder 5 had paid little heed to Misaki's visits, yet over time unease crept in. Upon inquiry, he learned the boy expected his daughter to cook for him every single day. Had the boy always been this audacious? Who precisely had granted him such gall? Yet after tasting his daughter's cooking, perhaps visiting him a few times wasn't so objectionable. Heh. Truly delicious. Father, he is my friend, and he needs my help. Misaki repeated Kiya's oft-spoken words verbatim. Help. Nonsense. How old is he? In a few years he'll be marrying and raising children. Helping him further will only land you living under his roof. Elder 5 seethed inwardly. His daughter had grown increasingly defiant these past years, her temper flaring without warning. Father, his parents were heroes of the Uchiha clan. You must not speak so dismissively when he stands in need of aid. Give me a few more years, and he shall no longer require my support. Though Misaki delivered her plea with earnest conviction, Elder 5 sensed something deeply amiss. A few more years. At this rate she'd soon be returning home with grandchildren in tow. In short, you are forbidden from visiting that boy's home ever again. With that final grave pronouncement, Elder 5 strode out of the house without glancing back. The more he ruminated, the angrier he grew, so furious in fact that he nearly stormed off to thrash Uchiha Shichiya within an inch of his life, hanging him by his heels if need be. Not even the prestige of Kia's late parents would sway him. Well then, if I'm barred from home, where shall I go? Perhaps I'll drop by Elder One's for a meal. He's famously hospitable. Even knowing Elder 1 sought to draw his faction closer, Elder 5 remained unconcerned. He'd merely dine who could possibly take offense. Should the clan head grow displeased, he still couldn't reprimand Elder 5. Not only would rebuke be inappropriate, but he'd also be compelled to court his favor, and host him for dinner. The same held true for Elder 6. Within minutes, Elder 5 had already mapped out his dining schedule for the coming days. Uchiha Shichiya slowly opened his eyes after a night of cultivation, and even now that he had closed his Sharingan, he still felt a blur in his vision. Only after gathering the chakra he practiced yesterday to his eyes did the blurriness finally fade away. It seems that even if I do not go blind, I will still suffer from after effects. To change something, I must put in effort. Uchiha Shichiya, who traversed here initially, had dreams. Because he was reborn, his dreams were grand, and he had more determination than anyone else. Who has seen a 1-year-old child already running? However, the harsh reality slapped him hard in the face. He had no talent and no opportunity. The Uchiha clan members spoke beautifully and cared for each other, and he longed to protect such a clan, but he lacked the ability. So he chose to give up long ago, but now a new life appeared before him. He recalled the past and was about to pick up that initially unrealistic dream again. He wanted to stand at the peak of the ninja world. He wanted Kaguya to bow down and the Ten Tails to submit. To take the first step toward his dream, he must become a genin. Yes, at 15 he had yet to become a genin. Firstly, he lacked talent, and secondly, he did not want to become cannon fodder in the war. Previously he had no choice, but now he wanted to choose a different path. Shichiya swiftly submitted his application to become a genin to his clan. The Uchiha clan had a high degree of autonomy in their territory. Even though they were currently targeted by the village, it was just a matter of a word from them for anyone to become a genin. As long as he passed the clan's assessment, the clan would directly submit the application to the village, which would almost immediately agree and issue the relevant documents. Uchiha Kai's assessment would be 3 days later at the clan's third training ground. Shichiya, are you crazy? Do you want to become a genin? Mikoto found it hard to believe upon hearing this news. Yes, she had once again defied her father's orders, and the fifth elder was too preoccupied with recent banquets to pay her any attention. In her eyes, Shichiya was handsome yet lacked the corresponding talent and strength, and hadn't he already resigned himself to fate? Mikoto, although my days with you have been beautiful, I can no longer remain mediocre. I have dreams and things to protect. After saying this, Shichiya looked earnestly at Mikoto. In his eyes, for the peak of ninjas and to protect the proud Uchiha clan, he was determined to fight this time. But you can't. You still. Mikoto's face turned red as she spoke. She instinctively thought that Shichiya felt unworthy of her, and wanted to work hard to become stronger. However, he had no talent. Even becoming a genin would be of no use to him. Yet even so, he still wanted to put in the effort. At that moment, Shichiya surprisingly appeared somewhat handsome. It is worth noting that Mikoto had been watching Shichiya for 5 years, and she unexpectedly noticed once again how handsome he was. At this moment, a seed quietly sprouted in her heart. Mikoto, I understand your concerns. Don't worry, I will definitely protect myself, and I will also protect you. In her fantasy, Mikoto filtered out the you and only retained you. At that moment, Shichiya stood up. He was going to experiment. The first step, he took Mikoto to the Uchiha commercial district. Yes, their relationship was now good enough to hold hands. This was no difficulty for someone with memories of a past life after 5 years of little hand-holding. He bought several tuna heads, leaving the fish eyes behind amidst Mikoto's puzzled inquiries, and then asked her to make braised fish heads. As for Shichiya, he began experimenting with the fish eyes, watching as they slowly lost their luster, yet the chakra within him did not increase at all. Was it due to the animal? Or perhaps it was because it inherently had no chakra. He pondered silently, and at Mikoto's call he went to the dining table to eat with her. I must say Mikoto's cooking skills had improved significantly, and had already surpassed his. Misaki, what are your plans for the future? At 15, Misaki had already passed her clan's Chunin examination. As for Jonin rank, she harbored neither ambition nor motivation to advance, and her daily cooking for Chiya left little time for cultivation. I don't know. Perhaps we could wait a little longer. And, Kai tilted his head in mild confusion. Was that even the same matter they were discussing? You must understand, some things lie beyond our control. And noticing Chiya's bewilderment, Misaki patiently explained. She harbored genuine affection for Chiya, and he before dinner had openly expressed his feelings. He was her dearest friend, refusing him felt impossible. Then, shall we wait? And now it was Chiya's turn to falter. His simple inquiry had inadvertently uncovered something extraordinary. Naturally, he held no aversion toward Misaki. Quite the contrary, he envied Fugaku bitterly. Now armed with the power to reshape destiny, he intended to claim it all. Soon after Misaki departed, Chiya sank deep into cultivation, intoxicated by the exhilarating surge of growing strength. Though his vision would blur again at dawn, his chakra reserves undeniably swelled. Knock, knock, knock! Na's sharp rapping echoed at the door. Kai instantly withdrew from meditation, yet before he could rise the door swung open of its own accord. No need to guess, it was Misaki. But if she held the key, why knock at all? Mere formality. And, here, these are some of my personal insights. And like a child caught in wrongdoing, she thrust the scroll into Chiya's hands and fled without a backward glance. Chiya gazed at the scroll in his palm, breath quickening. Most scrolls contained foundational techniques, 3-body method taijutsu forms, but one stood apart, the Srank Brank Ninjutsu How Fire Annihilation, the very technique famed for issuing from Madara Uchiha's lips to magnify his awe-inspiring presence. Its raw destructive force remained untested, but its prestige was unquestionable. Mastery alone conferred Srank stature. And yet does she truly overestimate me? This is a Brank technique. Can I possibly master it without awakening the Sharingan? Indeed, love renders even the sharpest minds blind. Kai silently closed the door, then instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to begin mastering the gloriously imposing How Fire Annihilation. Perhaps owing to the Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra refinement accelerated dramatically during practice. By dawn he had fully mastered the technique, and his total chakra reserves had surged once more. So this was the intoxicating sensation of ascending power, truly irresistible. And where Chiya had once hovered near the threshold of genin capability, he now stood firmly, unmistakably as a true genin. And he had achieved this in barely 2 days of earnest cultivation. And time swiftly arrived for the clan's scheduled evaluation. Kai arrived early at examination ground No. 3. The chief examiner was Uchiha Sannan, a special jonin whose name matched his appearance: round cheeks, a rounded belly, altogether a plump jovial sphere, hence the moniker, Sannan, 3 rounds. Even so portly, he remained undeniably handsome, the Uchiha clan's most charming rotund gentleman. And so you're the brat up for evaluation. But judging by your age, you'd almost be a father yourself, ha ha ha. Sandan had assumed the candidate wouldn't exceed 12, yet the dossier indicated near adulthood. To still be striving for genin rank at this age seemed absurd. Given my advanced years, I humbly request leniency from the examiner. Chiya spoke modestly. Hardly a child of 3 after all, would he truly bristle at mere provocation? And outside the arena, Misaki heard Sandan's remark, and with swift finality banished him from her thoughts forever. The assessment soon began, and Santuan gestured for Chiyi to attack. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, you pass the assessment. To be considerate of you, you can attack first. Santuan spoke cheerfully, reminiscent of a laughing Buddha. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiyi threw several shuriken which normally Santuan couldn't evade. In fact, Santuan did not evade. After blocking 2 shuriken with the ones in his hand, he chose to take the third hiden. Thud! The shuriken pierced into his neck, stopping about an inch deep. Ninjutsu Santuan's Meat Mountain Technique. This was a crank ninjutsu independently developed by Santuan, compensating for his lack of mobility. Similar to lightning release, Santuan enveloped his fat with chakra. The principle of this technique is that the fatter the body, the higher the defense. This is also the reason why he could become a special jonin with just one tomo. So much fat. You shouldn't be able to move right. Chi hesitated whether to move forward. The best way to deal with such an opponent was to use Amaterasu to burn away the fat. Even if Chi could only ignite a small black flame now, it could catch Santuan off guard and incinerate him. Unfortunately, this was not a real life-and-death duel. Enough nonsense. As long as you don't run off the stage, I can easily beat you, a mere little brat who's not even a genin. Santuan walked over heavily on the stage. Chi, realizing that merely dodging wouldn't suffice for the assessment, secretly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and launched a great fireball technique. Santuan was quite surprised by Chi's great fireball technique. With the Mangekyo, Chi's hand seal speed was impressively fast. Silently employing the Meat Mountain technique, Santuan neutralized the great fireball technique, but Chi was nowhere to be seen. Santuan then activated his one tomo Sharingan. There was nothing in front of him. Could it be? Behind. He saw Chi holding a shuriken launching 1,000 years of pain, which was not very damaging but highly insulting. Santuan immediately clenched his buttocks. Just as he had become careless and concentrated all his chakra below, Chi, using his Mangekyo Sharingan, realized that his Meat Mountain technique had vanished. To be precise, all the chakra had concentrated in his lower body. It was a golden opportunity. Chi punched Santuan on the back of his head, causing Santuan in pain to suddenly clutch his head. That hurts. Kid, can't you go easier? Damn it, you pass. Santuan understood that he actually lost this assessment due to his carelessness and the unexpected nature of his opponent's attack. If that punch had been replaced with a shuriken, he might have been finished. Rubbing the bump on the back of his head, Santuan felt a bit of a headache but didn't blame Chi. After all, it was the examiner's duty. He briefly informed Chi to come collect his ninja headband in a few days and then walked away. Meichin, look, I won. Chi beamed at Meichin with a broad smile. That's great. I'm so happy for you. Meichin happily ran over, but unexpectedly Chi picked her up and spun her around in the air several times. Chi forgot to deactivate his Mangekyo Sharingan, unconsciously amplifying his inner desires. When he finally set Meichin down, her face was flushed. Chi, you can't do that. After protesting a bit, Meichin said she would go home to cook for Chi. Meichin, what are we having for dinner today? Humph. Meichin pouted, acting a bit unhappy, but in her heart she thought how bold he was. A month passed in that quiet, steady way. Thanks to Meichin, Chi had mastered a few ninjutsu and genjutsu. Though his days were pleasantly content, Chi could not let go of the longing to find the right eyes to absorb chakra and further strengthen himself. Meanwhile, in the Yuzhibo clan's council hall, the past month had been a whirlwind of activity. Every branch submitted dossiers of marriageable young women, each hoping to be chosen by the clan leader and to see their families standing sore. The clan leader examined the papers in silence and turned to Fuyu. Do you have someone you care for? No, father. Good. For the sake of the Yuzhibo clan, you must forsake some personal feelings. You must weigh gains and losses with greater care. Having admonished Fuyu, the Yuzhibo clan leader studied the 3 carefully selected dossiers in his hand. Yuzhibo Nai Shao 18, an elite jonin proficient in fire, released the child of the great elder's household. A child of the great elder's house, talented certainly, but the branch's tendencies toward ruinous extremes made it unsuitable. The Yuzhibo clan leader quietly set the dossier aside. Yuzhibo Meichin 15, a chunin skilled at cooking from the 5th elder's household. He scoffed inwardly. Is this the product of meticulous selection? Skilled at cooking. She isn't even a jonin. The clan leader flung that dossier into the wastebasket. Yuzhibo Chui Hua 23, a jonin bearing the Totomo Sharingan. She excelled in taijutsu and genjutsu, a child of the 6th elder branch. Though not of the main line, her talent was undeniable. The Yuzhibo clan leader nodded heavily, indicating his approval of the match. Fuiwa, I have arranged a marriage for you. Though she is 5 years your senior, she is already a Jonin and her talent is sound. You will surely produce the most promising offspring the clan has seen. The clan leader puffed on his cigarette, his eyes full of fantasies about offspring who would outshine their peers. Father, you are right. Fuyu felt little resistance. After all, what could his father possibly do to him? When the sixth elder received the news, he immediately ordered that Yuzhibo Santuan be summoned. With hurried steps, Santuan arrived at once. Santuan, you have a fine daughter, the sixth elder said. The room hung heavy with cigarette smoke. His voice carried an air of inscrutable weight. Uncle Six, could it be? Shui Hua was chosen. Santuan could hardly believe it. His whole pudgy body trembled with joy. He could scarcely imagine that one day he might be the father-in-law of the future clan leader. It is essentially settled. Make sure Shui Hua eats a little less, and do not forget which branch you come from and who supplies your resources. Santuan will never forget Uncle Six's favor and will live up to your expectations. Very well, you may go. Santuan rose and left at a brisk trot. Were he not so stout, he might have bounded away in delight. The sixth elder rose and silently opened the window. A fit of coughing, the smoke scratched at his throat. Shui Hua, stop eating and come here quickly. I have good news to tell you. Back home, Santuan could not rest. He hurried to where his daughter lay on the sofa eating and drinking. What's the matter, Daddy? I only just had a little. Shui Hua toyed coquettishly. Santuan paid her no mind and hauled his daughter up, wrenching his wrist so hard it nearly dislocated. He solemnly announced, "The clan has decided. You will marry young Master Fuyu." "Ah, Daddy, I haven't even thought about marriage yet." With that, she grabbed another handful of fries from the table and stuffed them into her mouth. "You're utterly mistaken. Young Master Fugaku is the clan head's son, the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Marrying him would grant you unparalleled status within the Uchiha." "Then, Papa, will I have endless delicious food?" Uchiha Midorihana's foremost concern remained as ever her appetite. "Of course, my daughter. Once this marriage proceeds smoothly, you'll never know hunger or want again. Also eat less these days, or you'll barely be able to squeeze through the door." Reassured by her father's promise, Midorihana modestly reduced her intake, by the tiniest margin. The grand wedding arrived swiftly half a month later, a quintessential arranged union. Nearly every Uchiha clansman attended. Even this famously aloof clan now filled its ancestral compound with laughter and mirth. "You've done exceedingly well, Fugaku. Now simply see the ceremony through to completion." The clan head smiled with quiet satisfaction at Fugaku, whose composure remained unshaken, his expression utterly impassive. Unflappable in crisis. That was precisely the bearing befitting a future clan leader. "Humph. Neo is truly exceptional, Fugaku. You'll regret missing your chance with her. And of course I extend my warmest wishes for your nuptials, and may you soon welcome heirs." Taking advantage of the clan head's temporary absence, the elder had whispered these words beside Fugaku, only for the clan head himself to materialize as if summoned the very instant the final syllable left his lips. With no choice but to salvage the moment, he added hastily, "Heh heh. Fugaku is young, gifted, and full of promise. Why stop at early progeny? Let us aim for a flourishing lineage, 7 or 8 children within 3 years. May the Uchiha population double before the decade ends. Mikoto, when will you marry?" At the periphery of the wedding grounds, a wayward youth seized Uchiha Mikoto's hand. "Let go. Everyone here is family." Mikoto's cheeks flushed crimson as she wrested her hand free from Kuroyo's grip, turning away in flustered defiance. "Hey, you still haven't answered me." "I won't marry, not even if you ask again and again." Though her reply evaded the question entirely, Kuroyo found her pouting expression inexplicably endearing. How she'd grown. Just then a rhythmic heavy thudding echoed from afar. All eyes turned, to behold 3 cheerful figures approaching, followed closely by their daughter. She was as stout as the trio themselves. Uchiha Midorihana clad in bridal attendant robes, her figure broad and resplendent. At the sight even Fugaku's normally placid heart surged with turbulent heat. His lips curved downward into a stark inverted U. "Father, why do you do this to me?" Even the clan head himself recoiled inwardly. No dossier had mentioned weight. Only the sixth elder, ever cunning, had appended a footnote. De Ultimo's Sharingan, bonus trait. Now the arrow was loose, retreat was impossible. With a silent, solemn pat on Fugaku's shoulder, the clan head murmured, "All this, for the sake of the Uchiha." The ceremony passed swiftly, buoyed by waves of laughter and goodwill. From afar, Kuroyo, his Mangekyo Sharingan keenly attuned, observed Fugaku's stoic, self-sacrificing countenance. Though Fugaku strained to maintain composure, the subtle clenching of his jaw muscles betrayed his agony, utterly exposed beneath the Mangekyo's unblinking gaze. This outcome deviated sharply from canon, but Fugaku had borne his burden with remarkable fortitude. Kuroyo had originally planned to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan to win favor with the fifth elder. Yet before he could begin cultivating that alliance, Fugaku had already wed. His greatest rival vanished, leaving Mikoto quite possibly destined to be Kuroyo's alone. That night's moonlight bathed the world in serene silvery grace, inviting only peace and repose. Only Fugaku, drenched in sweat, labored relentlessly. "I gave my utmost, can't you feel it?" On the second day after the wedding, Fuyu stepped out with a troubled expression. It was a difficult feeling to articulate, as if he had succeeded yet remained stagnant. The third Hokage, who had been watching the wedding closely, was also lost in thought. Just then the door was pushed open and a slightly gloomy man with black hair walked in. "Rijan, the Uchiha clan did not invite any of us to yesterday's wedding. This is strange. I think we should surround them immediately. If they intend to rebel, then we can. Tuanzang, I have already said that you should knock before entering. I am now the third Hokage. Are you going to turn away an old friend? You must be wary of the Uchiha. They seem to want independence from the village. Tuanzang, now is not the time. After a few days I will summon the current Uchiha clan leader to inquire about the situation. Rijan, you are being foolish. The Uchiha clan is evil. They are surely plotting something. Tuanzang, be quiet. I am the Hokage. Rijan, you will regret this." After their exchange, Tuanzang left in a fit of anger. "Mei Qing, I want to apply for the Chunin exam. Qi, it's only been a little over a month since you became a genin. Won't that be a bit too rushed?" Mei Qing was somewhat worried about Qi. "Don't worry, I am ready. We can form a team to take on missions together." After more than a month of practice, Uchiha Shichiya already possessed the chakra required to become a Chunin. To test the abilities of his right eye, he eagerly needed to venture out into the world. Becoming a Chunin was the best excuse, and he could also bring Mei Qing along for the ride. After submitting his application to the clan, the date was set for 3 days later. The location was the familiar training ground No. 3. In the days that followed, Mei Qing thought of various ways to teach Qi different combat techniques and ninjutsu. "Mei Qing, you want me to learn the seduction technique? That's unnecessary. Have you learned it yourself?" Looking at another pile of scrolls, Qi felt somewhat moved by Mei Qing. "Ah, that hurts." The response came from Mei Qing's small hand, and Qi felt a sting on his waist. It was strange. Mei Qing realized that her usually gentle nature was gradually becoming a bit irritable in front of Qi. "Mei Qing, you can't keep doing this. That boy Qi has no talent whatsoever. You should be interacting with young people from the clan who have potential and ability, not a 15-year-old genin without a Sharingan." After saying this, Elder 5 let out a heavy sigh. When Mei Qing returned home after cooking, her father began to lecture her again. "Qi has great potential. In a few days he will be a Chunin. Even without a Sharingan, he is still someone I care about." The last part of her sentence was somewhat ambiguous. "Father, you don't understand anything." After saying this, Mei Qing ran back into the house, leaving Elder 5 looking bewildered. Was this how the child used to be? Could this be what they call a rebellious phase? On the day of the exam, Chi wore a black combat uniform and carefully checked the ninja tools Mei-chin had given him as he walked towards training ground No. 3. The examiner had arrived early at the training ground. "Let me introduce myself, I am Uchiha Longtower Jonin from the clan. For your examination, Uchiha Shichiya, your task is to steal the bells from me. Of course you can defeat me as well." Looking back at Mei-chin in the distance, Chi nodded to indicate he understood. "Then let the examination begin." Looking at the bell in Uchiha Longshio's hand, Uchiha Shichiya silently activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. This time he had no intention of testing the waters. He aimed to end the battle with a single strike. This was to make a spectacular impression and to let Elder 5 feel his talent. 2 days ago he had already learned from Mei-chin about Elder 5's attitude. "Uchiha Shichiya, are you planning to just stand there?" Suddenly Longtiao felt a chilling sensation as the ground beneath him transformed into the ocean and he began to sink slowly. It's over, he couldn't swim. A sense of suffocation surged rapidly, and he had already realized this was an illusion. Yet even with the Sharingan not activated he couldn't break free from the double tomo. Illusion technique Naruto's gaze. With a flick of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Longtiao naturally fell victim to the illusion, standing dazed as if struggling to breathe. Chie casually strolled over and took the bell into his hand. In the next moment the illusion was dispelled and Uchiha Longtiao gasped for fresh air. "You did well, you passed the exam and you are now a Chunin." Struggling to stand up, Uchiha Longtiao briefly informed Chie before quickly leaving the examination site to head to the family council hall. "Mei-chin, do you think I'm impressive?" In response, Mei-chin gave Chie a sweet smile and took a slight step back. "Mei-chin, are you serious about stepping back? I'm not going to eat you." After Chie and Mei-chin left the training ground, Uchiha Longtiao also arrived at the family council hall. "Clan leader, I've discovered a very promising new member of the family." "Longtiao, who is that person?" "Clan leader, his name is Uchiha Shichiya. He didn't activate his eyes, but during the Chunin exam today he caught me in an illusion and took the bell away. He made a Chunin out of you without activating his eyes. Didn't you break free?" "No, his mental strength seems quite formidable." "Longtiao, find someone to inquire about him in a few days and see if he wants to join the Konoha Police Department," the Uchiha clan leader commanded while tapping the table. "This Chie has some potential. After all, it was a Uchiha Jonin with his Sharingan activated who fell into the illusion," the elder said to the clan leader after Longtiao left. "If he hasn't activated his Sharingan, he isn't a true Uchiha." The sixth elder had been frantically arranging for his family members to enter the Konoha Police Department, and he didn't want to let this spot go. Regardless, his potential is still something to look forward to. Elder 5, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke. "Do you think highly of him? Is it because your daughter is with him?" Sixth elder, how can you casually tarnish someone's reputation? My Mei-chin just went to cook. Elder 5 was getting a bit flustered, almost standing up in agitation. "Let's observe this promising newcomer for a few years. If he can activate his eyes, I wouldn't mind making him a squad leader." It was the Uchiha clan leader who spoke, aiming to win over Elder 5, as it was clear that Elder 5 had some issues with Chie. Regardless, if Chie truly activates his eyes, making him a squad leader would be fine. Even if he doesn't activate his eyes, his entry into the police department wouldn't consume too many family resources and might instead win over Elder 5. A few days later, Chie received some documents and tools related to being a Chunin, and also hinted at whether he would like to join the police department. In response, Chie outright refused. He wanted to form a team with Mei-chin while also harvesting eyes to enhance his own strength. Joining the police department would only lead to disdain from the villagers of Konoha, and over time he might just become a useless drifter. The Uchiha clan leader knew that Uchiha Shichiya was unwilling to join the police department, and didn't say much more. However, he still needed to find a way to continue winning over Elder 5, and subsequently gave this spot to the eagerly pleading 6th elder. A few days later the news was conveyed to the Hokage's office through the Umbu. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow contemplating the message delivered by the Umbu. It is not surprising that Uchiha Shichiya became a chunin. Any young ninja from Konoha could achieve that. However, he actually managed to control a jonin of the Uchiha clan with a drank genjutsu. Such an extraordinary talent for genjutsu is required, but why hasn't he awakened his Sharingan? Lin Jiao instructs someone to monitor Uchiha Shichiya and investigate whether he truly possesses Uchiha bloodline. Yes, Hokage-sama. A bald Umbu member wearing a mask vanished from the spot after receiving the order. Hiruzen, I just received news that there is a young ninja from the Uchiha. Tuanzang, I already know about the situation. Next time you come in, you must knock. Hiruzen, that young ninja seems not to have awakened his Sharingan. I want to recruit him into my newly established root organization. Let's wait and see, Tuanzang. The Uchiha clan won't easily agree to this. Just a short while ago, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had a friendly discussion with the Uchiha clan leader. Under the repeated assurances from the Uchiha clan leader, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. If Tuanzang were to recruit a young Uchiha into root now, even if he hasn't awakened his Sharingan, it would be hard to guarantee that the Uchiha clan leader's attitude wouldn't change. Hiruzen, there are only a few ordinary chunin and jonin in root now, and I lack the means to monitor the Uchiha. You figure this out yourself. For now, do not act against anyone from the Uchiha clan. With a puff, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to smoke. Hiruzen, you are showing bias towards the Uchiha. You will definitely regret this. Tuanzang, you can leave now. This matter is under my control. I am the Hokage. Once again, Tuanzang felt powerless and furious. As he watched Tuanzang leave, Hiruzen muttered, even if you are right about some things, I am the Hokage, and you must listen to me. Meanwhile, Chie held Maiken's small hand and arrived at the Konoha Mission Hall to apply for forming a team. It was just an ordinary daily team, and Chie and Meichin successfully completed their registration at the Mission Hall. They also learned that if they wanted to take on high-difficulty missions in the future, they must have a jonin leading the team, and the team must consist of 4 members. After briefly accepting a task to clear wild boars from the fields, Chie set off with Meichin, with 2 Umbu members trailing far behind. Chie, do you think we can complete this on our first try? Meichin, if we were genin it might be a bit difficult, but we are both chunin now, it's a piece of cake. The purpose of taking this task was mainly for Chie to get some fresh air while also experiencing a mission. Meichin was a bit overly worried. It's understandable, since her usual task was just to cook for Chie while training in her clan. In fact, she had already awakened her double Tomo Sharingan, possessing strength comparable to that of a special jonin. Looking at the golden rice fields before him, Chie silently activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Why are there 2 masked figures standing on the tree not far away? Could they be Umbu? Thinking of this, Chie couldn't help but recall Konoha's surveillance and hostility towards the Uchiha. This is too excessive, just 2 chunin, and they dispatch Umbu to monitor them. Whatever, as long as it doesn't affect me and Meichin, I won't bother with them for now. Chie, look! A huge wild boar! Maiken's voice came from the direction near the forest. Chie rushed forward swiftly. Before him loomed 2 jet-black wild boars, their massive tusks gleaming, charging headlong toward the fields with a brood of piglets in tow. Mikoto, take 1 each. Be careful, Chie. Without another word, the 2 split apart and engaged their respective beasts in combat. Chie effortlessly whittled down his opponent with precise slashes from his ninjato before delivering a clean fatal cut across its throat. Meanwhile, Mikoto's boar already lay motionless on the ground, its eyes pierced through by kunai, a stark contrast to Chie's method. Chie silently lamented the loss. The remaining piglets posed no challenge. He instructed Mikoto to round them up while he feigned inspection of the boar's corpse, ensuring it was truly dead, and gently closed its eyelids. As his palms rested over the boar's eyes, a faint trickle of chakra gathered upon his own, so subtle it scarcely rivaled 5 minutes of disciplined cultivation. How tender he is, even offering silent rites for a fallen beast. Mikoto watched captivated. Most shinobi were cold, unfeeling creatures. Chie, what shall we do with these piglets? Bundle them up, we'll carry them home. Raise them. But there's no space for them at home. Mikoto naturally assumed Chi-Yi was a compassionate shinobi. Raise them. Not at all, we'll bleed them by the riverbank and roast them for dinner. Mikoto. Back home the two set to work with fervor preparing roasted suckling pig. Thanks to Chiye's Mangekyo Sharingan, a tool of unparalleled precision in fire-based techniques, the meal was ready in no time. Two ANBU operatives reported Chiye's day to headquarters. They could not enter the Uchiha compound, there the clan governed itself with absolute autonomy. You say he performed rites over the slain boars? Yes, Lord Third Hokage. He treated even the fallen piglets with the same solemnity. A compassionate Uchiha it seems. You may withdraw. Yes, Lord Hokage. In an instant the two ANBU vanished, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi immersed in quiet contemplation. His thoughts drifted to that man, the one whose will of fire burned as fiercely as his own Uchiha Miru. He would observe Chi-Yi a while longer. Perhaps this boy might yet inherit Miru's blazing legacy. In the days that followed, Chi-Yi grew selective in accepting missions. Nearly all assigned to him involved eradicating beasts or chakra-corrupted monsters. Through experimentation he concluded that only eyes belonging to chakra-endowed beings could augment his ocular chakra reserves. Ordinary creatures' eyes held virtually no value. From the rooftop of the Konoha Military Police Headquarters, Fugaku Uchiha watched Chi-Yi and Mikoto stroll home laughing together, and absent-mindedly rubbed his lower back with a sigh. Once he had been the heir apparent, the sole figure beneath the clan head himself. Now he was a man who labored nightly only to be scorned by his wife as inadequate. At present Fugaku possessed only the 3-Demo Sharingan. His duel with Uchiha Midori had ended not in skill but in physical disparity. Each evening Midori greeted him with icy silence, yet his condition was too humiliating to confess, even to his father. To speak of it now would risk his father appointing another heir, for the sake of the Uchiha clan's future. Heh, he's back again, little Fugaku. Midori, I am your husband. And I shall be the next Uchiha clan head. Oh. Then tonight, clan head husband, don't expect to cross my threshold. You. It was unbearable, this wound cut deepest of all. Unknowingly the surge of anguish stirred the first flickers of awakening within his eyes. The sensation, could it be? It felt as if some force were battering the seal. If it succeeded, that would be the moment he gained the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuzhibo Fuiwei, intoxicated by the joy his eyes brought, lost himself entirely in imagination. With those eyes he vowed to lead his clan to stand at the pinnacle of Mai. He would scatter the Yuzhibo will across the earth. He looked at Sehwa, the edge of his loathing softened, and with pursed lips he insisted it was all for the Yuzhibo. Sehwa, from now on insult me if you must. This whole performance left Sehwa utterly bewildered. She had meant only to scold him lightly tonight, yet this man seemed to be asking for it. Fuiwei, have you lost your mind? How could you think such a thing? You always do everything with that blank expression. After all, as the clan leader's daughter, she spoke with measured restraint. Of course, if she could insult the future leader of the Yuzhibo every day, that would not be so bad. Meanwhile, Chiya, having finished a simple meal with Meichin, received a summons from the third Hokage. After a brief word with Meichin, he went to the third Hokage's office. The Yuzhibo had not yet moved from Mui Center, so it was close to the Hokage's office. Yuzhibo Chiya, come in at once. The third Hokage Yuanfei Richin had already spotted Kai's arrival through the telescope technique. May I ask what the third Hokage wishes to see me about? Chiya wondered. He had been acting quite ordinary lately, merely using missions as opportunities to absorb a few pairs of eyes. Could my secret have been discovered? Kai's Sharingan opened quietly. You are remarkable. The last person I saw with such a will of fire was many years ago. The third Hokage sighed heavily. Will of fire. What had I done? Chiya was bemused, unsure what the old man meant. At that time I had a friend named Jing Yuzhibo Jing. Seeing no response from Chiya, Yuanfei Richin began to speak on his own. His sacrifice grieved me beyond measure. He was the inheritor of the will of fire, and in Uchiha I have also perceived the seedlings of that same will. Richin slowly sipped his tea waiting for Chiye to answer. Indeed, where Mui's leaves dance the fire endures, its light will continue to illuminate this village and cause new leaves to sprout. Astonished, the third Hokage stared at Yuzhibo Chiye. Had his grasp of the will of fire truly reached such a degree? Those words would need to be noted. You are very promising. I intend to transfer you into Dishiwan's squad. What do you think of that? Dishiwan. Dishiwan is my most outstanding disciple. With him you will learn much. Yuanfei Riching did not wish to force Yuzhibo Chiye. If Chiye developed a rebellious streak, it would be troublesome. He hoped to shape Chiye into a second Jing. Such a fine seedling of the will of fire deserved careful cultivation. Third Hokage, please allow me to refuse. Though Lord Dishiwan is your finest pupil, if I were to choose, I find myself more drawn to Lady Gang's house temperament. Chiye already understood what kinds of eyes were needed to advance the Sharingan. Clearly Yuanfei Richin sought to win him over, but Dishiwan was another matter entirely. The second ninja war was about to begin. Serving on the same squad as him would not end well. Gangho. Very well, go back for now, I will consider it. Very well, third Hokage. Chiye bowed respectfully and left. As long as his eyes remained undisclosed, there was little real danger. He wished to leave the third with a favorable impression. Gangho. He'll speak with her tomorrow, he thought, a headache forming at the idea. Though she was the first granddaughter, she was not as pleasant beneath the surface as she appeared. She was a compulsive gambler, and excessively violent. What did Yuzhibo Chiye see in her? Her temperament. Yuanfei Richin doubted it. There must be a secret behind all of this. Indeed, he chose Tsunade not solely because of her boisterous personality. The primary reason is that she is a medical ninja. With this connection, gaining power during battles becomes significantly easier. Imagine a severely injured patient unconscious being treated by Tsunade. Then when Chi comes to assist, it would be fortunate for him to awaken from such wounds, but isn't it normal for him to be blind? Early the next morning, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Tsunade. Hey third elder, why did you call me here? Tsunade, I'm not that old yet. I called you here hoping you would take on a newcomer. Newcomer? Yes, he is from the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Shichiya. Third elder, are you out of your mind? You're giving me an Uchiha. Do you agree? He is different from other Uchihas. I sensed a strong will of fire within him. Third elder, you don't mean to cultivate a new Itachi, do you? Let's have him come for an assessment first before deciding. Also, I've been in debt recently, can you help me with that? Sure, but your debts aren't too high, right? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had helped Tsunade with debts more than once. After all, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the princess of the largest wealthy clan in Konoha. The main reason is that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen currently needed Tsunade. He required someone who could monitor the Uchihas while also being willing to sacrifice for the village. Not much, just 500,000. After saying this, Tsunade flashed a bright smile, revealing her big white teeth, and quickly walked away. 500,000. Sighing, the third Hokage touched his small treasury, realizing it was running low. Perhaps he should pull some funds from the money set aside for Danzo's root organization. Meanwhile, Danzo was eagerly waiting for funds to be released, only to find that this month's budget was once again short. Damn it, is Hiruzen jealous of me? A few days later, Chi received a notification from the third Hokage instructing him to report to Tsunade. Mei-Lin, I'm afraid we won't be able to take on missions together for a while. Is it a mission from the third Hokage? That's right, he wants me to join Tsunade's team. You should know this is an order from the Hokage. Then you must take care of yourself. They'll be waiting for you to come home for dinner. After saying this, Mei-Lin blushed and ran out. I have too deep a bond with the Uchiha clan. Chi sighed softly. As night fell, the moonlight was equally beautiful. However, Uchiha Fugaku was unable to enjoy it, as he knelt in his house enduring the scorn of Uchiha Tsukihana. Faceless man, 5-second man, you think you can become the clan leader looking like that? Each word cut into Uchiha Fugaku like a knife. Fugaku felt very distressed. He tried to retort, but soon he would be met with even more exaggerated insults from Tsukihana. Indeed, Tsukihana's actions were all instructed by Fugaku himself. Do not go easy on him just because he is her husband, she must scold him fiercely. Until he activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, all of this is for the sake of the clan. Unknowingly, Fugaku's ocular power had improved slightly. In the Konoha medical department, Tsunade was busying herself with something. Are you Uchiha Shichiya? You look quite handsome, kid. Lady Tsunade, you're joking, you possess unparalleled beauty. You sure know how to talk. Once I finish my work, I'll ask you for more details. Tsunade was preparing a new type of antidote, quite busy. Very well, Lady Tsunade. And having spoken, Kiya cast a fleeting glance around the room before withdrawing. And he was deeply disappointed. He had found no trace of anything related to the eyeball. Before long, Tsunade emerged, having finished her work. And she wore a pristine white lab coat, and her striking figure already hinted at its future allure. Gazing at the subtle swell beneath her coat, Kiya couldn't help but ponder. In photographs from her childhood, Tsunade had been utterly flat, yet as she matured her form blossomed beyond restraint. Could it be the power of medical ninjutsu? And, hey, have you stared enough? And Tsunade's voice carried a note of displeasure. Kiya's scrutiny had grown unmistakably intense. My sincerest apologies, Lady Tsunade, Kiya said with polished courtesy. And, don't bother pretending. A lecher who stares so boldly is hardly a gentleman. Ha 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 ha. You're absolutely right. I must say your judgment is razor sharp. And Kiya found Tsunade refreshingly direct, a stark contrast to Misaki's temperament. At those words, Kiya softened his guarded demeanor, relaxing the formal distance he'd maintained since their first meeting. And, tell me, what ninjutsu do you command? What are your strengths? To integrate him into her team, she needed full clarity on each member's capabilities. Only then could she optimize their composition. And, I am proficient in fire release techniques, taijutsu and genjutsu. As for strengths, cooking and eating. And Kiya declared it with solemn sincerity. For years nothing had occupied more of his time than shopping for ingredients and preparing meals alongside Misaki. I still can't fathom why Old Man Third assigned you to me. For now, settle in for a few days. And if it doesn't work out, you know what comes next. Tsunade hadn't cared much about retaining Kiya, until now. His candidness intrigued her. Could cooking truly qualify as a strength? Though admittedly she enjoyed food herself, and, by the way, here's a medical scroll. Study it at your leisure. And master it if you can. And so Kiya left scroll in hand, returning home. The sight of steaming dishes upon the table, and Misaki's handwritten note, warmed his heart. And, Kiya, I've prepared your meal. If it cools, just reheat it. It's late, I'll head home now. A faint delicate heart adorned the note's lower corner. And with quiet cheer Kiya finished his meal, then opened the medical scroll. The technique of vital regeneration, a collaborative medical jutsu requiring multiple practitioners. It harnesses the patient's own cells to accelerate wound repair. In essence, it is a coordinated healing technique demanding synchronized effort. A single practitioner would exhaust both chakra and mental stamina over prolonged application. Hence rotation is essential. So she intends for me to become a medical ninja. How fortuitous. Exactly what I desired. And activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kiya began absorbing the knowledge with extraordinary speed. The Mangekyo Sharingan did more than amplify his physical and perceptual faculties. It granted him unprecedented clarity in sensing chakra flow within the body, making it exceptionally suited for medical ninjutsu. After one night of rigorous practice, Kiya had grasped the technique thoroughly. And truth be told, it posed little difficulty. The bulk involved rote memorization, anatomical structures, organ functions, and the like. Yet such demands meant nothing to the Mangekyo Sharingan. It enabled flawless retention of every detail. And when Tsunade saw him again, she was visibly stunned. You claim you've mastered it already. And, indeed, I trained without pause throughout the night. And, truly, this isn't mere practice, It demands vast theoretical knowledge. Tsunade remained skeptical. Even exceptional chakra control couldn't account for such rapid mastery. Had Kia not kept his eyes closed, she might have suspected at least 3 tomo. Very well, I shall test you. Answer correctly and I'll concede you're a prodigy in medical ninjutsu. And Kia assumed a simple oral examination, only to find Tsunade producing a stack of written exams. You have half a day, fill in every blank. And, of all things I loathe taking tests most. And muttering under his breath, Kia picked up his brush and began writing. In 30 minutes, under Tsunade's wide-eyed disbelief, Kia completed the exam with effortless fluency. Chi, you truly are a prodigy. Gangsho, as if she had discovered a priceless treasure, fluttered around Ujibwa Chi. Had Lady Gangsho you overpraised me? Enough talk, come with me to assist in the surgery. But I have never practiced this before. With your talent I believe these will be simple for you. With that, Gangsho swiftly led Chi to the operating table. Silently activating his Wan Huatong Xialun Yen Mangekyo Sharingan, Chi felt his tense heart ease before those eyes nothing could hide. Gangsho did not let Chi take charge immediately after 2 operations she had him assist. Chi executed her instructions flawlessly and tenderly tended the anesthetized patients. Gangsho looked at Chi with a satisfied smile. He truly possessed the compassionate heart of a healer. As for the fact that some patients might awaken with diminished vision, that was unknown to Gangsho. In the weeks that followed, Chi shadowed Gangsho every day, learning the subtle modulation of chakra and practicing medical ninjutsu. His chakra reserves soon reached the Shanren level. One day, as he bade Gangsho farewell, a red-haired little girl appeared. Chi recognized her at a glance. Was she not Mu? Yes, Scarlet Pepper Gyo Xian Nai. Ahem, little one, whom are you looking for? Chi offered what he fancied a rakish smile. Uncle, don't come so close, she snapped. After that, Gyo Xian Nai hurried toward Gangsho. That impish girl, Chi unusually wished to leave her with a good impression. Gyo Xian Nai, Chi is only 8 or 9 years older than you, hardly, and Uncle Gangsho said, ruffling Gyo Xian Nai's hair. Ah, Sister Gangsho, don't muss my hair. Gyo Xian Nai seemed especially protective of her locks. Chi, this is my cousin Gyo Xian Nai, she has only just arrived in Muyi. Gangsho gave Chi a brief introduction. Hello Gyo Xian Nai, my name is Ujibwa Chi. Chi offered a friendly smile. Beneath it lay his longing for the power of Gyo Y's eyes. That being was stronger than the other 8-tailed beasts combined, and yet it remained whole. If I could absorb its ocular might, my eyes, hehehe. Humph, I don't care what you're called. Gyo Xian Nai turned her face aside. By the way, Gyo Xian Nai, your hair is very beautiful. That little brat's manner was indeed rude, but she would become the future Gyo Wei Rinju Li, so one could forgive her. Chi therefore deployed a masterstroke of charm. No member of the Xianhua clan could resist such a line. You. What did you say? Gyo Xian Nai covered her face in embarrassment. Chi's words were devastating to a 7-year-old newly arrived in Muyi. Until then, the children in her class had mocked her hair color. After teasing Gyo Xian Nai a few more times beneath Gangsho's amused gaze, Chi took his leave. That night, in the office of the Sandai Huangin and Bu operative reported a Ujibwa has contacted Gyo Xian Nai. Oh, it's Ujibwa Chi, nothing serious for now. Do not intervene yet. With that order, the Nbu operative departed swiftly. Before Yuan Fei Rijan could set down his papers, a black-haired man thrust the door open. Rijan, I hear a Ujibwa brat approached Xianhua Gyo Xian Nai. The Ujibwa are all malign, they must covet the Xianhua clan's sealing techniques. Tuanzang, the Ujibwa have always been part of the village, I will handle the matter with due measure. The third spoke calmly. Rijan, you will regret this. Enough, I know you are the Huang. Having vented, Tuanzang turned and left. Tuanzang unexpectedly did not follow the usual tactics this time, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Clearly I was the one who concluded matters in the end. How infuriating, the dignity of the Hokage cannot be challenged. Next month let's reduce the funding a bit more, after all they are few in number, and cannot consume that many resources. Half a year passed like this, and Chi-Yi had gotten used to such a life training and taking on missions with Tsunade during the day and returning home to a meal prepared by Mikoto at night. And then there's Kushina, who has been visiting Tsunade more frequently over the past 6 months, growing increasingly familiar with Chi-Yi. "Hey Chi-Yi, should we go out to play today?" "Forget it, if your sister finds out she might just punch my head off." Chi-Yi made a gesture of covering his head towards Kushina, provoking her to burst into laughter. "Humph, little girl, laugh all you want. When you become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, that will be the day you lose everything." "Chi-Yi, come help me out," Tsunade shouted, having gotten used to Chi-Yi's assistance over the past 6 months. "Kushina, I can't chat with you now, I have to get busy." After Chi-Yi finished speaking, Kushina immediately sulked. "Very well, just like this, the more you rely on me, the easier it will be for me to seize your Ninetales in the future." Chi-Yi's thoughts were quite pure. Under the premise of remaining undetected, he diligently absorbed all the chakra he could. The tailed beasts were undoubtedly the largest collection of chakra, and the Ninetales was the most prominent among them. He had to obtain it. As for why he didn't absorb the Ninetales chakra from the Uzumaki clan, it was certainly because the other party's sense of good and evil was too strong. As a Uchiha, appearing in front of an Uzumaki would likely lead to him getting beaten up without doing anything. This matter was related to her husband. After all, the death of the ninja god Senju Hashirama was closely tied to Uchiha Obito. Including the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the entire series of attitudes and policies towards the Uchiha clan must have been tacitly approved by the Uzumaki clan. "Chi-Yi, your mastery of the palm jutsu has become increasingly proficient," Tsunade praised, sincerely recalling how Chi-Yi had just learned the palm jutsu, constantly knocking out patients due to poor chakra control. Fortunately, Chi-Yi had always diligently cared for the unconscious patients, and those who woke up did not complain. "Of course, just look at who I am, the genius medical ninja of Konoha," Chi-Yi boasted proudly, yet a hint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Tsunade agreed with this statement. Chi-Yi's learning ability was indeed remarkable. In the past 6 months he had mastered several ninjutsu she taught him, and she believed it wouldn't be long before Chi-Yi could match her. "Once I finish up, I'll teach you a new jutsu," Tsunade said mysteriously to Chi-Yi. "You're being so quiet, that's not like your style." Chi-Yi felt a sense of anticipation. Could it be a jutsu that Tsunade treats with such caution? Perhaps the Baika no Jutsu. Or maybe the creation rebirth. The next scene made him realize he was overthinking it as Tsunade pulled out a scroll after finishing her work. "Chi-Yi, this is the contract scroll for the Shibakuzen Wetbone Forest. As long as you write your name, you can summon living leeches to assist you in battle." Chi-Yi looked at Tsunade in confusion. "Living leeches to help me fight? What nonsense! Their only use at the beginning is as a power bank for others. Aren't you willing?" Seeing Chi-Yi's somewhat reluctant expression, Tsunade had made a considerable decision to let him summon leeches. "You must understand, this summoning technique is exclusive to the Senju clan." It was only because Chi-Yi's talent and kindness were recognized by Tsunade that she wanted to make an exception to let him learn this technique. "I am very willing," Chi-Yi quickly agreed. Although he had hoped to contract with the Ryuchi Cave or the Nikomura clan, the Wet-Bone Forest is not bad either. These leeches can help him absorb ocular power for cover. After writing his name, Tsunade taught Chi-Yi the hand seal method. With a pop, a palm-sized leech appeared in front of him. "Lady Tsunade, am I not the one you summoned?" The leech looked puzzled, then turned to Uchiha Chi-Yi. "That unsettling chakra, could it be you summoned me?" "Exactly, I summoned you. My name is Uchiha Chi-Yi. You are indeed from the Uchiha clan, Lady Tsunade. Did you mistake something?" The leech complained to Tsunade, having always bet on Ashura's side. "Chi-Yi is a different kind of Uchiha. You'll understand as you get to know him better, leech," Tsunade said sternly to the leech. "Our Lady Tsunade is quite serious. Then Uchiha Chi-Yi'll give you a chance to earn my recognition." The leech resignedly said to Uchiha Chi-Yi, "Let it be a contract with Uchiha Chi-Yi as long as it doesn't upset Tsunade and lose the contract of the Senju clan." "Nothing much, I'm leaving, Lady Tsunade." With another pop, the leech returned to the Wet-Bone Forest. Tsunade, it seems this leech doesn't quite recognize me. Chi-Yi complained to Tsunade if she could compensate him with another jutsu at this moment, that would be splendid. Chi-Yi, leeches won't easily contract with others. I believe with your abilities you will definitely gain the leech's recognition. Tsunade patted Chi-Yi's shoulder, still having faith in him. Then is that all? Shall we disband? You wish. After all the effort I've put in, you want to treat me to a meal? Tsunade threatened as she wrapped her arms around Chi-Yi's neck, causing him to feel a bit suffocated. This is undoubtedly the power of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade was indeed the first among the legendary Sannin to conduct human experiments. Then he'll go back and have Mikoto prepare a feast for you. Remember to arrive early. No problem, I will bring Kushina and Shoji along. Cough cough, please let go, I can't breathe. Chi-Yi was a bit suffocated when he struggled to escape. He accidentally grabbed onto something soft. The air grew still, time froze, and Tsunade slowly released him. Tsunade, just know that I didn't do it on purpose, it was beyond my control. Seizing the moment when Tsunade's mind was still in a daze, Chi-Yi quickly activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and used an Uchiha body flicker technique to escape. Tsunade reacted the next second, seeing Chi-Yi standing in place, and immediately threw a punch. It was just a substitution technique, damn it. Tsunade's punch missed, and she stormed back home. Bang bang bang, the sound of Tsunade knocking on the door echoed. Out of humility, Chi-Yi let Mikoto open the door. Lady Tsunade, please come in. Upon seeing Mikoto at the door, Tsunade's anger dissipated somewhat. After all, grievances have their sources. Upon spotting Chi-Yi lounging on the sofa leisurely watching television, Tsunade was on the verge of exploding. This was the first time in her life that someone had so brazenly taken advantage of her. Just as she was about to storm over in fury, a small pair of hands grabbed her. Bang bang, Tsunade's every step was clearly heard by Chi-Yi, beads of sweat forming at his temples, yet he dared not move. He too bore some responsibility in this matter. Fortunately, Tsunade came to a halt. Sister Tsunade, let's eat first. Stinky, Chi-Yi is slacking off again, humph. Tsunade glanced at Kushina's side and acknowledged the waning strength of her anger. Her anger had mostly subsided now, and Kushina was still considerate. Pulling Tsunade to eat, Kushina secretly turned back and flashed a mischievous smile at Chi-Yi. This little girl is quite perceptive, isn't she? Chi-Yi still felt that the world of Naruto was a bit too mature for its age. Well, he owed her a favor. Dinner, Chi-Yi brother, come eat. Accompanied by Shoji's shout, Chi-Yi leisurely made his way to the dining table. Shoji truly lived up to the title of Little Prince of Food Eating, as if he had never seen such food before. In fact, he truly had not seen it. These were classic dishes from Chi-Yi's hometown in his past life. Chi-Yi brother, you don't know about my sister, she can't do anything, and when we get home she insists that I cook. You have to know that I'm only 11 years old, and besides, how can a boy cook? I'm meant to be a man who will become Hokage, Shoji said while eating, spilling a heap of Tsunade's embarrassing history. For instance, he always came home to pick at his toes, sometimes not brushing his teeth or washing his face in the morning, and in his childhood he poked a hornet's nest. Tsunade beside him was already gathering her strength, her veins bulging. With a punch, Tsunade directly knocked the food out of Shoji's mouth. I'll teach you to speak nonsense, you foolish little brother. Tsunade's previously dissipated anger flared up again. Indeed, one must discipline their younger siblings early. On my head! You violent elder sister! Shoji clutched his head on the ground, wailing in pain. Mikoto wanted to check on him, but her hand was pulled back by Chi-Yi. It's fine, Tsunade is the best medical ninja in Konoha. Understanding this, Mikoto did not pay much attention to Shoji and continued explaining to Kushina how to cook. Before long, Shoji, who had been wailing on the ground, ran back to the dining table and started eating heartily. One must say the physique of the Senju clan is indeed remarkable. Their recovery ability is outstanding. Chi-Yi, you don't have any alcohol, otherwise I could eat a bit more. Kushina, Shoji, let's go. Tsunade shot a glare at Chi-Yi and pulled along the still reluctant Shoji and Kushina as they left. Chi-Yi, I should head home too, or I fear my family will misunderstand. Mikoto also left, and looking at the messy table, Chi-Yi felt a headache coming on. Compared to Chi-Yi silently cleaning the dishes, there was someone from the Uchiha clan who was even more pitiful. That was a scene unimaginable to all members of the Uchiha clan. Hey, you still want to eat? You useless one who hasn't even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once again you are so useless today. If I were you I would go and embroider, no tools needed. Accompanied by a series of sarcastic insults, Fugaku was both angry and slightly pleased. His ocular power had increased slightly. How delightful. Early the next morning, Tsunade assigned Chi-Yi a pile of tedious tasks, clearly intending to take revenge by making his life difficult. You really hold a grudge? What happened yesterday should stay in the past. Seeing Chi-Yi's words, Tsunade's anger flared again. Fine, you keep busy, I'll go get to work. With a swift body flicker technique, Chi-Yi dashed away his chakra, having reached the threshold of 1 card after 6 months of training. After some time, Chi-Yi planned to apply for the rank of Special Jonin, or Jonin. By the way, it seems I forgot about that little guy. With that thought, Chi-Yi quickly formed hand seals and used the summoning technique. A palm-sized living slug slowly appeared before him. I remember you, Uchiha Chi-Yi, we met yesterday. The slug's demeanor was neither warm nor cold. Didn't you want me to earn your recognition? Are you ready? My recognition isn't easily obtained, you must. Before it could finish, the slug felt the surroundings change. It was clearly caught in an illusion. What must I do, slug, or perhaps sage slug? Chi-Yi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and spoke to the slug within the illusionary realm. Do you know my identity? That's not a secret within the Uchiha clan, you're merely a split body of sage slug. Put away your arrogance, bug. You damn little brat. The slug, furious and embarrassed, was about to spew stomach acid. Just then Chi-Yi snapped his fingers. The surroundings transformed into a vast ocean, with the slug standing alone on a small rock amidst the crashing waves. Chi-Yi approached slowly, holding a handful of salt. What are you going to do? With a splash, Chi-Yi threw the salt at the slug. Immediately the slug's body began to dissolve into water, and just as its consciousness began to fade, it revived. Once again the familiar seaside appeared, and Chi-Yi walked over slowly. How can your ocular power be so astonishing? The slug, having died multiple times, was somewhat numb to the experience. I have a dream. This time Chi-Yi did not throw salt, he began to speak to himself. I wish to achieve a great feat, and the wet bone forest is quite suitable for it. Uchiha Chi-Yi, what do you want to do? The wet bone forest has no sea, I want you to see the ocean. The slug realized the madness. He intended to flood the wet bone forest with seawater. But he can't possibly do that. The wet bone forest is vast, don't dream too much. Is that so? Chi-Yi smirked as the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared before him. You wouldn't want to know the abilities of these eyes, would you? Chi-Yi said with a playful smile. All right, you win. What do you want from me? The slug sensed that Uchiha Chi-Yi must have a great secret. Slug, don't you have a dream? Upon hearing this, the slug was somewhat perplexed. Seeing the slug remain silent, Chi-Yi continued. You are a split body of the sage slug. The high and mighty sage slug residing in the temple is essentially no different from you. Why should he be exalted while you must toil for him? This remark awakened the slug from its stupor. It too had dreams. You are the sage slug, but you are not the sage slug. After a period of indoctrination, the slug began to dream of becoming the exalted sage slug itself. What are your conditions? If you want to become the sage slug, you must obey my orders. Understand, this is your only chance. Chi-Yi said coldly. All right, I agree to your terms. The slug pondered for a moment and made up its mind. Next time you come, bring all your bodies. Okay, Lord Chi-Yi. From now on, when there are no others around, you must only call me master. Do you understand? Chi-Yi cast another illusion, and the slug writhed a few times, almost ascending. All right, you can go back now. Watching the illusion fade, the slug hurried back to the wet bone forest. Looking at the place where the slug had left, Chi-Yi secretly smiled, having them in his grasp. In the wet-boned forest the slug would never dare to speak recklessly, otherwise it would be the first to perish. As for exposure, for Chi-Yi, losing a summoning contract was the worst that could happen. During the weakest moment of the living slug, Chi-Yi set up a sealing technique. The principle was simple: as long as the slug revealed the secret of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, it would self-destruct. After dealing with the slug, Chi-Yi rubbed his eyes. Prolonged use of illusion techniques consumed a considerable amount of chakra. He now needed some replenishment. Just then Kushina walked towards him. "Stinky Chi-Yi, what a coincidence!" Kushina saw Chi-Yi bouncing towards her. "Indeed, Kushina, I owe you one from yesterday." Chi-Yi gave Kushina a thumbs up. "Haha, who are we to each other?" Kushina stood on her tiptoes, mimicking an adult, as she patted Chi-Yi on the shoulder. "Kushina, why is your forehead so red? Are you running a fever?" Without waiting for Kushina to react, Chi-Yi placed his hand on her forehead and eyes. As expected of the next Jinchuriki of Konoha, with the Uzumaki clan's physique, Kushina's chakra flowed continuously through her eyes, converging into Chi-Yi's. The blurry feeling in Chi-Yi's vision vanished. "Is there?" Kushina lowered her head to check, feeling completely normal. "Stinky Chi-Yi, you're lying to me." As she spoke, she was about to throw a punch like Tsunade, but suddenly her legs gave way. "Kushina, what's wrong?" Chi-Yi quickly supported her. "It's nothing, Stinky Chi-Yi, I might really have a fever, my head feels so dizzy." "Then take it slow, it'll take you to Tsunade for a check." Generally, when a high-ranking ninja had so much chakra absorbed by Chi-Yi, they would faint, yet Kushina merely felt dizzy. One must admit the natural chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan were enviable. Having settled Kushina, Chi-Yi went back to complete the tasks assigned by Tsunade. In the Hokage's office, "He's quite good, his gentleness and thoughtfulness even surpasses that of Kagami." The third Hokage listened to the report from the Umbu today, sighing. No Uchiha had ever shown such concern for a child from Konoha. That first moment of concern was undoubtedly genuine. Perhaps Chi-Yi could become a sharp blade for me against the Uchiha. Suddenly the door was pushed open again. "Hizashi, that Uchiha kid is quite different, we need someone like him in the route." "Danzo, I've told you many times you cannot interfere in this matter. I hope you understand what you are doing. Letting a kid like that stay in the Konoha medical department is simply wasting talent. I believe he currently possesses the strength of a special jonin. After all, genjutsu is his talent." Danzo kept rambling on while Hizashi quietly smoked without speaking. "Is the route's funding getting a bit tight? Hizashi, for the sake of Konoha, the route's resources are currently insufficient. How about this? It'll increase the route's funding, and you just don't involve yourself with Uchiha Chi-Yi anymore." "Hizashi, this isn't a compromise, it's for Konoha." After saying this, Danzo left with a calm expression, and Hizashi smiled knowingly, having long guessed Danzo's intentions. It was merely an excuse to expand his route using Uchiha Chi-Yi. Now that Konoha had regained some strength, it wouldn't hurt to give Danzo some benefits. Looking at a report in his hand, Sarutobi Hizashi's previously relaxed brows furrowed again. The report detailed some hostile remarks and plans against Konoha from the Rain village led by Hanzo the Salamander. In such a small land it should serve well as a buffer zone. Have they forgotten who granted them their living space? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the report with disdain for the Rain ninja, yet secretly increased the number of personnel for reconnaissance of the Rain ninja village. In the 34th year of Konoha, Shirya woke up early and submitted a special jonin application to his clan. To his surprise, the clan informed him that this exam would be overseen by the village. It turned out that the third Hokage had discussed this matter with the Uchiha clan leader, and agreed that if Shirya advanced, the exam would be supervised by the village. This was a matter concerning the Uchiha clan giving the third Hokage a favor. Additionally, he wanted to personally assess Shirya's strength to determine if he was worth further cultivation. The village overseeing the exam. On the way back, Shirya pondered silently, knowing this was definitely the third Hokage's idea. The purpose was surely to deepen his bond with the village. "Mei-chin, we won't be cooking today. They'll take you to see where I work." On days without any mission, Shirya enjoyed taking Mei-chin out for a stroll. Mei-chin, look, isn't that person scratching their head constantly? Tsunade. In a laboratory, Tsunade seemed to be encountering some difficulties, deep in thought while scratching her head. Shichiya, Lady Tsunade seems very troubled. Oh, she's like this every day. Don't think this is any serious experiment. Shichiya looked at Tsunade with disdain, believing she was definitely developing some enlargement formula. After that, he took Mei-chin around to a few other places. This was the Konoha Medical Department, the place Shichiya brought her to, not particularly core, so it was fine for Mei-chin to take a look. On the way out, they ran into Kushina, who was squatting on the ground drawing circles. Oh, Kushina, why don't you go inside to find Tsunade? Stinky Shichiya. Oh, and Mei-chin too. Everyone in class calls me Blood Red Chili Pepper, and I couldn't take it, so I fought with them. You did great. I know that Kushina has always been a very sensible child. Her red hair is so beautiful, it must be the fault of those naughty kids. Shichiya remembered that Kushina was originally nicknamed at the beginning of her schooling, and it was unexpected that it took nearly a year for her to be targeted. But supporting her was the right thing to do. Gaining affection was a must. Mei-chin next to him nodded in agreement. Stinky Shichiya, you really know people well. Upon hearing these words, Kushina's face lit up with a happy smile. This little girl is so easy to please. Let her continue to be cheerful like this. When I absorbed the Ninetales chakra, he. After bidding farewell to Kushina, not far along, an Anbu approached and handed Shichiya a scroll. It contained information regarding the exam location and important notes, with the exam scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Shichiya, are you confident? Mei-chin seemed a bit anxious, as if she were the one taking the exam. Don't worry, what's most important between friends? Friendship. It's trust, Mei-chin, trust me. Shichiya said this, but Mei-chin still felt uneasy. She decided that tonight she would definitely ask her father for some special scrolls to see if there was anything she could give Shichiya. In the clan's council hall, the monthly clan meeting began. Everyone, if there is anything to discuss, please do so. The Uchiha clan leader quietly observed the people present. Clan leader, why is the exam for Shichiya being overseen by the village? The elder asked first. This is the result of my discussion with the third Hokage. He promised it as a favor. The Uchiha clan leader replied without changing his expression. This doesn't comply with the rules. The village must have ulterior motives. The elder felt that the third Hokage couldn't possibly care about the examination of a mere Uchiha Jr. Elder, are you confused? A mere junior, what could the village possibly scheme? The focus now is that our relationship with the village has improved. I oppose the elder's view. Agreed. 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 The other elders also felt that there was no need to make a big deal out of this. The Uchiha clan will inevitably fall by your hands. The elder patriarch fumed and uttered not another word thereafter. After the clan assembly concluded, the Uchiha clan had summoned Uchiha Fugaku, who had attended as an observer. Fugaku, it has nearly been a year. Why has no child yet been conceived with Suihwa? Father, please grant me more time. Fugaku, this matter demands urgency. My body grows frail. I have but a few years left. You must secure the backing of a mainline Uchiha branch. Remember well, a child would be the strongest bond between you and the sixth elder's faction. I understand, father. Uchiha Fugaku, the man whose countenance was ever still, whose expression never wavered, lowered his head. Forgive me, father. This matter brooks no delay. In the forest of death of Konoha, at its very edge, stood an examination arena. Chiya stood poised upon the dais, fully prepared. In the spectator stand sat Mikoto, Tsunade, Kushina, and a silver-haired man who cast frequent sidelong glances towards Tsunade, none other than Jiraiya. Who then would be my examiner? Chiya pondered several names, then his pupils contracted sharply. He had not expected him to appear. Lord Chiya, our first meeting. Indeed, the man approaching slowly before him possessed fair skin and silken hair. Orochimaru himself. Lord Orochimaru. Lord Chiya, you know of me. Your renown precedes you, Lord Orochimaru. Are you overseeing this examination? Precisely. This examination falls under my sole authority, Lord Chiya. Merely satisfy me, and you may proceed. Attack without hesitation. Satisfy him, so the pass or fail rested entirely in his judgment. Who had issued this order? Could it be? Chiya surmised only the third Hokage possessed the authority to command Orochimaru. He was surely watching through a telescopic lens. The spectacle begins. Chiya, do not disappoint me. The third Hokage murmured softly before his crystal orb. Commence the examination. At the signal's sharp cry, Chiya instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and swiftly widened the distance between himself and Orochimaru. Fire, release great fire annihilation. Chiya opened with fire. First he would claim dominance of spirit and momentum. A flawless fire technique. Orochimaru countered with a water shield shrouding the arena in thick swirling mist. Shink, shink, shink. Several kunai streaked toward Chiya. Before they neared, he had already devised his evasion. With flawless pivots, Chiya evaded Orochimaru's kunai, then in swift retribution hurled his own. Orochimaru barely dodged. Impressive sensory perception, Orochimaru remarked, then flicked his palm outward. 3 serpents erupted forth, lunging toward Chiya. Shink, shink. Chiya deployed chakra scalpels, slicing the serpents apart with effortless precision. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest of violent wind surged forward. Chiya vanished, reappearing just as Orochimaru descended with a ninjato. But Chiya had anticipated it. Futile. Such underhanded tactics could never ensnare one who had mastered the lore of the Naruto chronicles, and wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan. Genjutsu technique of the falling abyss. Seeing Chiya deflect the blade with a kunai, Orochimaru immediately unleashed his swiftest genjutsu. In an instant, Chiya was plunged into the illusion, utter blackness everywhere, a cacophony of hissing whispers that set the nerves on edge. A genjutsu. How intriguing! Chiya mused aloud. Orochimaru had earned his respect simply by landing even this fleeting illusion upon him. Lord Chiya, you have lost. I beg to differ. Illusory realm reversal. Chiya snapped his fingers. Immediately he and Orochimaru swapped identities. Indeed, this was the illusionary scroll Miko had obtained from the fifth elder and entrusted to Chiya. What? Orochimaru recoiled in shock. How had he been bound? Snakes surged toward him from all sides. Tsunade, that boy Chiya appears to have fallen under an illusion. Jiraiya called out to Tsunade standing nearby. Silence, Jiraiya. Tsunade cut him off sharply, her voice edged with irritation. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, both Miko and Kushina felt their hearts tighten with dread. Suddenly Orochimaru spat a mouthful of blood, an unmistakable refutation of Jiraiya's claim. Chiya's counter-illusion had been forcibly shattered by Orochimaru himself. The instant Orochimaru opened his eyes, countless iron nails pierced his body. Damn it, when did I fall into another illusion? Could it have been in that fleeting moment, the very instant the previous illusion dissolved? From initial probing to reluctant admiration, Orochimaru's perception of Uchiha Chiya's genjutsu had now curdled into pure terror. Recall, at this moment Orochimaru's soul remained whole and unbroken. Yet he had encountered Chiya, who feigned blindness with masterful deception. Lord Chiya, you have won. Orochimaru lay pinned to the ground, immobilized by the nails. No, not yet, Orochimaru. Chiya replied with a sinister smile, deliberately emphasizing the name, Orochimaru, with chilling weight. At that moment Chiya's grin seemed even more terrifying, so at least it struck Orochimaru. From the illusory dimension, Chiya drew forth countless blades and drove them deep into Orochimaru's flesh. Ah! 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 Orochimaru screamed in utter hysteria, yet pride forbade him from pleading. Only after 10 agonizing minutes did he finally black out. Seeing Orochimaru unconscious, Chiya was certain the man would never speak of his final ordeal. Inside the examination hall, the 2 candidates who had remained motionless throughout suddenly collapsed, rigid and lifeless, as Orochimaru's eyes snapped shut. Onlookers stared, utterly bewildered. Chiya rushed forward, catching Orochimaru as he fell, then placed a hand upon his forehead before calling out to Tsunade and the others beyond the arena. Lord Orochimaru is unharmed, merely exhausted of chakra. At once several ANBU agents sprinted over and urgently summoned the medical division. Tsunade rose and approached Orochimaru, silently channeling a steady flow of chakra into his body. Indeed, Orochimaru's chakra felt unnervingly cold, like swallowing ice-cold cola on a summer day, sending a shiver racing down Chiya's spine. Chiya, your assessment is passed. Effective today, you are no longer a special Jonin, you are now a full-fledged Jonin. The third Hokage emerged silently, evidently impressed by Chiya's prowess, and spoke to him while puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Chiya feigned delight. Afterward he treated Miko, Tsunade, and Kushina to grilled meat, a celebration befitting the occasion, and even invited the tardy Retsu to join them. Jiraiya had intended to come too, only to be detained by the third Hokage, who assigned him to tend to Orochimaru. Chiya, from now on you must invite me to every such feast, daily without fail. Tsunade, thoroughly sated and slightly intoxicated, draped an arm around Chiya as she spoke, her breath reeking of sake. Chiya frowned, visibly repulsed, refusing to engage. This woman, drunk, she's truly grotesque. Heaven forbid she vomits on me. Miko and Kushina burst into delighted laughter at Chiya's flustered expression. Master, bring 2 more plates, no 3. More grilled meat, please. Retsu, seemingly devoid of sentiment, devoured meat with mechanical fervor, insisting endlessly on more servings. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, lying supine, questioning the very nature of reality. Oh, Orochimaru, you're awake! Jiraiya mid-yawn, startled into a loud exclamation upon seeing Orochimaru stir. Do you believe in innate talent? Orochimaru ignored him entirely, gazing blankly at the ceiling as he murmured. Talent. Jiraiya scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, for in his eyes Orochimaru's talent was exceptional. Currently Orochimaru was somewhat enchanted and fearful of Kai's genjutsu talent. No, I must go to the Dragon Cave, there I might become even stronger. Driven by his thirst for power, while Jiraiya was still fast asleep the next day, Orochimaru left a note for the third Hokage, and quietly reverse summoned himself to the Dragon Cave. Hiruzen, it seems your good disciple Orochimaru has left. Danzo entered through the door and spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not bad for Orochimaru to face some setbacks early on. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said while puffing on his cigarette. That Uchiha Kai's talent for genjutsu is simply terrifying. He is only 16 years old now, and still has room for growth. I suggest that such a person. Danzo praised Uchiha Kai's talent, implying that he should be eliminated. After all, if he was not one of their own, then it must be destroyed if it cannot be possessed. Danzo, your actions will plunge the village into fear and instability. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still not in his post-war body, was confident that he could easily suppress Uchiha Shichiya. Hiruzen, you are too weak, you will regret protecting Uchiha Shichiya. Get out, Danzo, I am the Hokage. This time Hiruzen was somewhat angry. He slammed the table and issued an eviction order to Danzo. Of course, in his anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget to make things difficult for Danzo, and for some time Danzo made no achievements in Konoha. Damn, Hiruzen is just jealous of me. Danzo felt distressed looking at the financial report in his hands. The smooth promotion of Uchiha Shichiya to Jonin caused quite a stir within the Uchiha clan. He had actually defeated Orochimaru using genjutsu, and he had not even awakened his Sharingan yet. If he awakened it, how strong would he be? Indeed, he resembles the old me. Nonsense, were you able to defeat Orochimaru in your youth? The fifth elder scoffed at the fifth elder, as the current situation had the sixth elder standing with the clan leader, while the fifth elder tended to lean towards the elder. Regardless, we cannot allow the outstanding Uchiha bloodline to work for the medical department. That would waste his talent. I suggest that Chie report to the Konoha police department immediately. The elder spoke decisively, believing that the Uchiha clan leader would definitely agree. With talent like Kai's, the Uchiha must firmly hold on to him even if he had not awakened his eyes. Elder, does a Jonin matter more than the goodwill of the third Hokage? You must understand the Uchiha is currently like a ship sailing in turbulent seas. Any misstep could lead to capsizing. And having the third Hokage's assistance at a critical moment is definitely worth more than a Jonin. The Uchiha clan leader slowly spoke to the elder, and beyond that he had privately reached a consensus with the third Hokage. The next head of the Konoha Police Department would be supported by Uchiha Fugaku. At the very least, the third Hokage guaranteed that the village would not interfere with any dissent, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to smoothly inherit the position of the minister. Elder, you are just old and confused with your mind filled with how the village should be. You must remember that we are also a part of the village. The sixth elder mocked the elder's stubborn and belligerent nature. You are going too far. Come out for a duel. The elder would not allow anyone to misinterpret his dedication to the clan. Onion, you really are getting old and confused. Save your strength and take a breather. The sixth elder scoffed. Now that he had latched onto the chief's support, he no longer held the great elder in such high esteem or fear. Enough noise. We are the Uchiha clan, the foremost family of Konoha. If this gets out, the village will mock us. The Uchiha clan leader sighed. The sixth elder was becoming increasingly arrogant with the support of the chief. He wanted to balance things out but found it difficult, especially as it would require their faction's support for Fugaku when he took over as chief. Humph. The great elder and the sixth elder turned away, ignoring each other. After the meeting, the great elder called out to the fifth elder on the way. That child Chiya is quite remarkable. His parents were exceptional Uchihas, and so is he. Of course, great elder, I have watched Chiya grow up. The fifth elder spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Talk to Chiya for me, I would like to meet him. Is that appropriate? Chiya seems quite busy. I have an unused shop in the Uchiha business district, you can use it if you need it. Great elder, that's too much. I will arrange for Chiya to find you as soon as possible. Be careful not to let the chief find out. The great elder cautioned carefully. The fifth elder walked away happily, but the moment the great elder turned around, his smile vanished. Not long after, Meichin found Chiya. Chiya, your father is looking for you. Looking for me? Does that mean the fifth elder recognizes me? Chiya said mischievously to Meichin. I don't know, I'll go wash the dishes first. Meichin hurried to the kitchen. But Meichin, we haven't even cooked yet. After some playful banter with Meichin, Chiya accompanied her to the fifth elder. Chiya, your recent performance has been quite impressive. As soon as he sat down, the fifth elder adopted an authoritative tone. You flatter me, fifth elder. Chiya believed the fifth elder called him over not just to praise him, but for something more. I still remember when your parents were around, they were also excellent ninjas, and they upheld the pride of the Uchiha clan until the end. After saying this, the fifth elder took a sip of water to clear his throat. Yes, I take pride in my parents. Chiya spoke sincerely. He could remain idle in the Uchiha clan until the age of 15 entirely thanks to his parents. I have high hopes for you, and Meichin thinks well of you too. However, the fifth elder paused. The great elder wants to meet you, he asked me to inquire. The fifth elder treated it like a small matter, seemingly unconcerned. Since it is the fifth elder's request, I shall indeed meet the great elder. But you must act discreetly, do not let the chief find out. The fifth elder chuckled inwardly, feeling in control. After he came out, Meichin was waiting at the door. Chiya, how did your talk with my father go? Haha, Meichin, your father agreed. Chiya whispered to Meichin, his voice growing quieter. Meichin could hardly believe how incredible today was. Her father actually agreed. She naturally thought it meant he approved of their marriage. In fact, what Chiya wanted to say was that he agreed to meet the great elder. Chiya played a little trick the gentle Meichin would likely not mind. After Chiya left, Meichin sought out the fifth elder. Father, you actually agreed. There was no choice, he offered too much. The fifth elder assumed he was talking about the great elder. But I still feel a bit unprepared, Meichin said somewhat shyly. Prepared? Meichin, you don't have to go. Meichin was bewildered. Do I not have to go to my wedding? The Grand Elder mentioned that Chi will meet him. If you wish to see the Grand Elder, I will take you to visit him on that day. No. It's not necessary, Father. Chi, you actually deceived me. That night Chi, feeling bored, changed into a set of night clothes, bypassed the family's hidden sentries, and quietly arrived at the Grand Elder's house. Since you are here, come in, the Grand Elder said leisurely while sipping tea at a small square table. Grand Elder, you want to see me? Chi truly couldn't understand why these old men loved to sip tea and act profound. Chi, you are quite impressive. I remember when your parents were alive, they were also excellent ninjas, and they upheld the pride of the Uchiha clan until the end. The Grand Elder seemed to be reminiscing about something. Chi, I have heard this before. Yes, I take pride in my parents. Seeing Chi's serious expression, the Grand Elder was quite pleased with his words. However, now the pride of the Uchiha is being trampled upon, and there are those commanding us to act. The Grand Elder took another sip of tea, observing Chi's reaction. The pride of the Uchiha clan must not be trampled. Chi's expression switched effortlessly, instantly turning into one of anger. To prevent the pride of the Uchiha from being trampled, I have a task for you now, the Grand Elder said slowly. A task? Can this old man have any good intentions? Grand Elder, please go ahead. I hope you can make good use of your connections with Tsunade and the medical department to closely monitor the village, especially the third Hokage. The Grand Elder naturally could not let Chi return to the Uchiha police department, as there was still the clan leader above him, which would not be proper. The village no longer trusts us. In recent years, the number of hidden sentries monitoring us has increased, and negative rumors about us are rampant in Konoha, which the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turns a blind eye to. I suspect that Konoha is waiting for an opportunity. Our Uchiha clan cannot sit idly by. Chi, you must understand, you are always a member of the Uchiha. Grand Elder, rest assured, I will never forget that. Chi agreed. As a spy, he knew the plot, and it was just a small play for now. You may leave. If I keep you here too long, the clan leader will become suspicious. By the way, although this is not a genjutsu scroll, it is a rare fire-style ninjutsu. Take it and learn it, the Grand Elder said as he tossed out a ninjutsu scroll. Fire-style dragon flame song technique. Chi, walking quietly on the road, opened the scroll and took a look. Is this Grand Elder too generous? Although this technique has a hit rate of 100%, the chakra required to release it, is it something I as a low-tier ninja can manage? Silently tucking the scroll back into his cloak, Chi hurried towards his home. Suddenly he seemed to have heard something. Why is there the sound of a whip coming from Uchiha Fugaku's house? Chi decided to take a look, quietly activating his Mangekyō Sharingan, and rushed towards Fugaku's house. Stop it, Seihua! Fugaku, suddenly sweating profusely, hurriedly said. We forgot to activate the barrier today. Then Fugaku, wait for me a moment. Seihua jogged to activate the soundproof barrier. So shall we start over? Seihua, let's do it again. Chi was dumbfounded on the rooftop. Even a tiny gap allowed the Mangekyo Sharingan to see clearly. What is Uchiha Fugaku doing playing so extravagantly? Remember, do not strike the face. Uchiha Fugaku knelt solemnly on the floor, addressing Tsuehua with grave seriousness. Not far away, Tsuehua approached with measured heavy steps, clad in a sleek black bodysuit adorned with cat ears, and in her hand a thick coiled leather whip. Each lash struck his flesh like thunder. Fugaku clenched his teeth and endured. His Sharingan's power surged faintly once more, nothing compared to the intoxicating rush of ascending strength. Fugaku suffered, and yet rejoiced. Kiora silently sealed the crack in the door. He shouldn't have come here today. What Fugaku was doing bore no resemblance to the dignity of the Uchiha. Better to return home and practice fire-release dragon flame song technique. Yet that night Kiora could not find his rhythm, his mind haunted by Fugaku's blank lifeless stare and Tsuehua's slow whip-wielding advance. Enough, no more training today. Rest is needed. His chakra felt unsettled. At dawn the next morning, Kiora received a summons from the third Hokage. After a brief preparation, he entered the Hokage's office for the second time. Kiyoru, your performance on yesterday's exam was exceptional, though you struck Orochimaru rather too harshly. Hokage-sama Orochimaru himself served as examiner. His mastery of genjutsu rivals my own. I had no choice but to fight at full capacity. Puff after puff, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi drew slowly on his pipe as if weighing his words. Kiyoru, you are now a jonin. Would you consider joining the Anbu? Hokage-sama, if permitted, I would prefer to continue studying medical ninjutsu under Tsunade-sama. Healing others holds greater meaning for me than serving in the Anbu. Kiyoru feigned a moment's hesitation. The Anbu. Not even a dog would go there. As for Root, one might as well be less than a dog. Ah, this old man truly hoped you'd join the Anbu. Since you declined, continue your studies under Tsunade-sama then. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, pretending disappointment, yet inwardly he was deeply satisfied. An Uchiha devoted to medical ninjutsu posed little threat. After dismissing Kiyoru, the third Hokage summoned Hamura Midokado and Koharu Udatain. Hamura Koharu, the Rain Village's hostility toward Konoha grows increasingly overt. Prepare the logistics and medical divisions, stockpile supplies. War may loom. Hiruzen, do you intend to launch an assault on the Rain Village? Koharu Udatain voiced her concern. The village had only just recovered from the First Shinobi World War. Not yet, but we must prepare before the storm breaks. Very well, but Hiruzen remained calm. Koharu urged him gently. Hamura nodded in quiet agreement. Rest assured, Konoha will not recklessly attack a minor shinobi village. The Land of Rain lay at the tri-border junction of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind. A direct Konoha incursion would inevitably draw intervention from the other two nations. Hiruzen understood this perfectly, yet the Rain Village's provocations could not be tolerated indefinitely. He was no longer the gentle elder who had presided over the Third Shinobi World War. Rinkaku, summon Jiraiya. Yes, Hokage-sama. After much deliberation, Hiruzen decided to dispatch Jiraiya on a covert reconnaissance mission to the Land of Rain, to lay groundwork for potential future conflict. Sensei, what do you need me for? Jiraiya strode in with his usual boisterous confidence. Jiraiya, I require you to travel to the Land of Rain, the third Hokage said, voice steady and resolute. The Land of Rain. Is something amiss there, Sensei? Seeing the gravity in his teacher's expression, Jiraiya immediately set aside his usual levity. Intelligence indicates deep-seated enmity toward us, and war cannot be ruled out. Survey all possible infiltration routes first, and discreetly ascertain how many Jonin reside in the Rain Village. Indeed, Jonin formed the true backbone of any shinobi village's combat strength. Above all, do not reveal yourself. Understood. Leave it to me. Time is scarce. Depart tonight under cover of darkness. So soon. Let me rest a few days. I haven't slept since tending to that Orochimaru fellow. Would you like to learn the spyglass technique? I'll leave at once. In order to better protect Konohagakure, Jiraiya hurriedly set off. Inside the dragon cave, the white snake sage personally infused Orochimaru with sage chakra. Orochimaru, if you do not succeed, you know the consequences. To die in the belly of the white snake sage would still be a blessing for me. Though he said this, beads of sweat slowly trickled down Orochimaru's temples. Shinyakin, we will meet again. Ah, who would miss me so much? Shinya rubbed his nose, thinking of Mikoto. Stinky Shinya, you aren't coming down with a cold, are you? Kushina looked at him with confusion. In her impression, Shinya was in good health, and she had never seen him sick before. She reached out her small hand to check Shinya's forehead. Seeing Kushina tiptoe, Shinya's inner thoughts were that of the Nine-Tails mine. He. It's nothing, let's continue practicing ninjutsu. Today Tsunade had asked Shinya to supervise Kushina's training due to her busy work. Alright, but Stinky Shinya, do you have any special ninjutsu? Special ninjutsu? Are you talking about genjutsu? Besides genjutsu, I see you are quite good at fire techniques. Teach me a move. Kushina shouted, eager to learn the fire technique. I can teach you, but do you have a talent for fire techniques? If the blood red pepper combined with fire techniques, the scene would surely be beautiful. Minato would probably struggle to handle it. Of course I have talent for fire techniques. Stop wasting time and teach me quickly. Kushina excitedly tugged at Shinya's sleeve, wanting to learn. Then I'll teach you a super high-level ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan today. Great fireball technique. This technique has almost zero lethality. Even if Kushina were to use this fire technique against him in the future, the result would only be smoke with no injury. Wow, stinky Shinya, teach me quickly. But will you teach me a ninjutsu in return? But I only know sealing techniques. Sealing technique is quite good. Then let me go back and tell Maida-sama. Let's see if she agrees. Maybe it's better not to. Your grandmother definitely won't let you teach me. Shinya made a helpless expression. Why not? Maida-sama is really nice. Kushina, do you know how the first Hokage died? Really? Then maybe it's best not to tell Maida-sama. But I can teach you secretly in private. Kushina pulled Shinya to her shoulder and whispered. This is not good. Let's not let anyone find out about this. Shinya's goal was achieved and the sealing technique was beckoning to him. Once he learned the sealing technique, releasing the Nine-Tails seal should be easy. Kushina, in the future you absolutely cannot imagine the great mistake you made today. Stinky Shinya, don't worry, my lips are sealed. Receiving Kushina's assurance, Shinya happily ruffled her hair. Be gentle, my hair is getting messy because of you. Kushina was a bit worried about her hairstyle, but did not dodge Shinya's large hand. As night approached, Shinya accompanied Kushina back home. Why didn't Mikoto come today? Was she really angry? Oh wait, today is Saturday. Even babysitters need to have their time off. Shinya quietly made some food for himself and suddenly thought about going out for a walk. I definitely am not going to see Uchiha Fugaku. After several days of traveling, Jiraiya finally arrived in the land of rain. It was almost constantly raining here. This humid environment must be quite appealing to Matai. Jiraiya thought that if the Mayaboku mountain were to relocate, the land of rain would be quite suitable. After observing several optimal routes for action along the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, he set off towards the rain ninja village. While it drizzled persistently in the land of rain, the training ground of the Konoha Ninja Academy in the land of fire was bustling with energy. Everyone choose your opponents. If you can't find one, the teachers will assign you later. Karui, the responsible instructor for this bout, patiently explained. Teacher, I want to spar with him. Kushina pointed at a boy with yellow hair. Kushina, don't point at people, you must respect your classmates. Karui's forehead twitched in annoyance. The boy Kushina pointed at was none other than her most prized student, the top of the grade, Namikaze Minato. He had provided Karui with numerous teaching bonuses. Teacher, I accept, and my name is Namikaze Minato, the blonde boy said with a bright smile at Kushina. In response, Kushina made a fist towards Minato. You two will be the first pair to spar. Remember to use the confrontation sign at the beginning and the reconciliation sign at the end of the match. Alright. Kushina, somewhat impatient, had long wanted to fight against the boy who mocked her hair. After making the confrontation sign, Kushina struck first. Minato nimbly dodged and then created some distance. Kushina continued to charge at him for a direct attack, but Minato had no intention of fighting Hiden. It was a good tactic, effectively wearing down Kushina's stamina. Karui secretly admired Minato's skills. The more they fought, the more frustrated Kushina became. Minato was like a nimble little mosquito that she couldn't catch no matter how hard she tried. Feeling exasperated, suddenly Kushina's eyes lit up. Didn't I learn a super advanced fire release technique from Chia? Kushina pretended to be out of stamina and quietly created some distance. She quickly unleashed the jutsu she had worked hard to learn from Chia over the past few days. Was she really going to use a technique? Karui was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop the match. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kushina gathered her chakra rapidly in her throat and then shot out a large fireball towards Minato. Wow, it's a ninjutsu. So amazing. Kushina can actually use ninjutsu. The children watching were chattering in astonishment. Feeling proud upon hearing this, Kushina watched as the fireball accurately hit Minato. Just as Karui was about to rush in to assist with a bang, Minato instantly transformed into a piece of wood. This was the body replacement technique. Minato, not far away, emerged with pale hands. Being just an ordinary boy from a civilian family, he couldn't use any ninjutsu. If he had been a moment slower, he would have either died or been seriously injured. You lost, Kushina exclaimed happily as Minato had already stepped out of the ring to evade the great fireball technique. The winner is Kushina. After making the reconciliation sign, the next written test began quickly. Nichiro, that girl Kushina can use ninjutsu. This is not conducive to monitoring the village. Danzo expressed his concern to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, it's just a great fireball technique, there's no need to be overly anxious. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was unconcerned. His strength was at its peak, and he had the sealing book at hand for reference. He truly didn't regard a great fireball technique as a threat. Risen, you. Tuanzeng, you should leave now. Yuanfei Risen waved at Tuanzeng, indicating he should go. A green insidious thing called jealousy swelled within Tuanzeng. Comrades who once bled and died beside him now barked orders his way. Did they not see that he was the one most worthy to become Hokage? Tuanzeng burned with a desperate need to grow stronger. Perhaps if he could surpass Yuanfei Risen in might, the title of Hokage would be his. My medical department. Jixina, let's go home. Sister Gangsho, you go on ahead. I want to wait for that stinky Chie. Why are you waiting for him? I must properly thank him. Jixina soon launched into the tale of how she had used the great fireball technique in today's spar and defeated a classmate. Wonderful, Jixina Shehu Nine, I will surely be pleased. Of course, after all I am of the Xuanhua. Jixina's voice trailed as a small sorrow seemed to touch her features. Oh Gangsho, you haven't left yet, and Jixina is here too. What's the matter, Jixina? You seem a little unhappy. Chie felt puzzled. Had the others been teasing her again? No, stinky Chie, I'm here to tell you some good news. In no time Jixina had steady strength in her voice again. Well then, Jixina, tell us. Chie played along. If you want me to listen, you must buy me a meal. Jixina knew Chie kept a tidy sum. Medical department benefits were generous, and unlike Sister Gangsho, he was no gambler. He surely had money. Am I too easy on her? Chie reflected for a moment. It's agreed. Choose whatever you want today, it's on me. Endure it. For the sake of the Ninetales, she will regret this later, hehehe. Yay, stinky Chie is the best. Let's go eat barbecue. Wait, take me too. Gangsho hurriedly declared she could not be left out. Tis. Chie sniffed at Gangsho's insistence. She was the captain, yet he could not recall ever seeing her treat others. Where is Sister Meichin? Meichin has been a little angry with me these past days. Shall be better after some time. Chie missed Meichin and resolved to visit and talk to her in a few days. Stinky Chie, did you bully Sister Meichin? Ah. That matter, let's discuss it at the table. The three of them, full of youthful bustle, set off straight for the barbecue restaurant. Gangsho kept feeling something was amiss. She pondered and dismissed it as some trivial thing. I'm home. Shishu returned and found the house empty, a touch of loneliness settling over him. Sister working overtime again. I must prepare a meal to reward her. The little gourmand hustled about, and soon a simple spread of dishes was ready. But Shinshu waited and waited with no sign of Gangsho. His stomach growled with hunger. No, she was so exhausted he would wait and eat with her. Night deepened as Gangsho, Chie, and Jixina said their goodbyes. Drunk Gangsho stumbled home alone with a bottle in hand. Chie took on the duty of escorting Jixina back. Knock, knock, knock. Gangsho, slightly dazed, pounded on the door. Shinshu, hurry and open the door. Nearly asleep, Shinshu heard her voice and rushed to open it. Sister, why do you smell of alcohol? Oh, and there's barbecue too. You went and ate without me. Shenxia's small face puffed with indignation. Aside from his dream of becoming Hokage, his greatest love was food. Chiya treated, he insisted I go, so I reluctantly ate a little. Burp. A breath of alcohol mingled with the scent of grilled meat wafted toward Xingshu. Ugh, it smells awful. Good thing you didn't throw up, sister. Xingshu, how did you know I wanted to throw up? He gagged. Splash. Tsunade drenched Jiraiya from head to toe, jolting him fully awake. Jiraiya, perhaps you should go wash up. I'm exhausted, sister. Just let me freshen up and sleep. And with that, Tsunade vanished in a flash. Standing alone on the floor, Jiraiya stood utterly frozen, stunned, speechless, and profoundly disillusioned. He had been hopelessly naive. How foolish he'd been to assume his elder sister stayed late at work, not realizing she simply hadn't come home at all. He'd even gone hungry waiting for her. Now, of course, he wasn't hungry anymore. Nausea had long since filled the void. In that instant, Jiraiya completed his passage from boyhood into young manhood. Adults he now knew were not to be trusted. Staring down at his own body, slick and dripping with viscous vomit, Jiraiya felt utterly numb. Aya, sister. I'll fight you to the death. Each step forward brought 3 waves of retching. With his last ounce of strength, he crawled, nearly dragging himself, into the bathroom. Thank the heavens, I've made it. Huh. No water left. His vision went black. He collapsed unconscious. When he awoke again, his clothes were dry, and he lay within the rain village of the land of rain. Jiraiya, having subtly altered his appearance, sat reclined with 2 alluring women beside him, sipping sake, a hallmark indulgence of the rain village. I've got more money than you can imagine. Treat me like royalty. Jiraiya played the part of a brash, arrogant patron. After all, the funds weren't his own. The village was footing the bill for this official reconnaissance trip. For half a month, Jiraiya held court in a rain village tavern, gathering no meaningful intelligence, exhausting the 3rd Hokage's stipend and draining his own purse to its final coin. Enough. I must stop collecting material. I have real duties to attend to. Struggling upright, Jiraiya's legs buckled beneath him, and he sank back onto the floor. Wine and women wear men down, he mused, just as 2 more courtesans approached bearing fresh cups of sake and feeding him by hand. Lord Sanbai has discovered an outsider, a shinobi from another village. We've kept him intoxicated for days. He asked many questions about our village, but only trivial matters. Continue surveillance. For now, do not let him leave the rain village. Yes, Lord Sanbai. Shinobi from the great nations entered the rain village with brazen impunity, spying openly without fear. Cursed fate, we're trapped between warring giants doomed to be trampled underfoot. The rain village's plight was dire. Any escort mission crossing the land of rain's borders invited ridicule from other major villages, mocking them as a petty nation whose shinobi were weak, inept, and unworthy of respect. Owing to the bitter rivalries among the great shinobi villages, nearly every foreign spy chose the rain village as a convenient transit hub, and seized the opportunity to gather intelligence along the way. Some rogue shinobi descended into outright depravity, preying upon rain village civilians without remorse. Even the land of rain's daimyo bowed lower before his peers, diminished in stature among the nobles of greater realms. The rain village was little more than a playground for the mighty, a place where any great village could assert dominance at will. No, I will change this. For the rain village. For the land of rain. Sanbai's long-simmering plan began at last to take shape. Strength alone would earn respect. Only undeniable power could shield them from contempt. Now he needed a spark, a catalyst. Meanwhile, in Konoha, after days of hesitation, Kia arrived at the residence of the 5 elders bearing gifts. Michin, this gift is for you. Please don't stay angry. Kia presented her with an exquisitely crafted chakra blade, purchased with nearly a full year's worth of his shinobi salary. Humph. Kia, you always deceive me. Michin feigned displeasure, but her gleaming eyes betrayed how deeply she cherished his sincerity. You know I meant well. Kia admitted that in the past he had viewed the people of the Naruto world, including Michin, through the flat reductive lens of archetypes and tropes. That's simply how they are, they're supposed to be like this. But Michin's reaction proved him wrong. These were no mere characters. They were living, breathing souls capable of joy and sorrow, affection and resentment, fully human in every fragile, magnificent way. You've been tricking me into cooking for you since childhood. That was for your future, Mei-chin, Chi-yi said sheepishly. Is looks really that important? Seeing Chi-yi still arguing, Mei-chin finally revealed her biggest secret hidden in her heart. I always thought you liked my interesting soul. What do you think, Chiyekuen? Mei-chin tugged at Chiye's face with her small hands. Mei-chin, I was wrong, please stop, it hurts so much. Chi-yi quickly pleaded for mercy. Alright, I'll forgive you this time, but you can't trick me again in the future. Mei-chin released her grip once she felt she had achieved her goal. With Chiye's promise, Mei-chin happily picked up the kunai that Chi-yi had given her. Chi-yi, you spent quite a bit of money on this, didn't you? If it makes you happy, then no matter how expensive this gift was, it was worth it, Chi-yi said sincerely. He couldn't afford to pay for 5 years of her cook's salary, but he could manage to buy a kunai. Chi, wait. After saying this, Mei-chin ran into the house. Here, I have a gift for you too. She took out a ninja sword. It's a chakra ninja sword. Where did you get this, Mei-chin? My father gave it to me so you can use it with peace of mind, she replied. Trading a kunai for a ninja sword, Chi felt he had struck gold. By the way, I want to advance to a jonin during this time. I can't fall behind you, she said. I won't be cooking every day anymore. Mei-chin, I'm sad to hear that. I want to catch up to your pace, not just be a quiet cook, she said with a hint of melancholy. No matter what decision you make, Mei-chin, I will support you, Chi agreed. This was Maiken's own matter, and he couldn't interfere too much, otherwise love would turn into a limitation, which was not good. They needed to leave each other some space. Thank you for your support, Chi. Mei-chin said, thinking Chi might be unhappy. I'm not cooking for him anymore, and he's not upset at all. Could it be that he has someone else? In an instant, Maiken's expression turned cold for a moment before suddenly changing back. None of this could escape Chi-yi, who was secretly using his Sharingan. Is Mei-chin unhappy again? Why? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. After Chi-yi left, Elder Wu found Mei-chin. Mei-chin, did you see the chakra ninja sword hanging in the hall? Father, I just gave it to Chi-yi, she replied. That was our family's face, and it cost me a lot of money. But Chiyekun gave me a chakra gift. I had to make some gesture. Mei-chin thought it was only natural, believing her father wouldn't mind. Mei-chin, you should go practice first, her father said. A rebellious daughter, and she hasn't even married yet, and now she's giving away valuable items. Was this chakra ninja sword so easy to part with? After all, he had spent a fortune to buy it from the Great Elder years ago. It was a weapon once used by Uchiha Madara. The Great Elder had charged him a hefty price, and he had to tighten his belt for years. However, having once belonged to Uchiha Madara, hanging it in the house was a symbol of status. Well, if it's given away, then it's given away. If those two can end up together, then consider it a dowry. Under the night sky, an old father sighed. Another half-month has passed, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is growing anxious as Jiraiya has yet to return. Despite his mischief, he is still a disciple of the third Hokage. How could the Land of Rain treat him poorly? That would be a slap in the face to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the prison of the Rain Ninja Village, Jiraiya looked despondent, accompanied by his unfortunate companions from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. How could the legendary Jiraiya end up captured like this? Just a few days ago, as he was running out of supplies, a group of ninjas dragged him out from the inn. Be gentle, I came to the Rain Ninja Village to spend money, Jiraiya shouted loudly. You can tell that to the interrogators. Several ninjas skillfully inscribed chakra sealing techniques on Jiraiya. Thus he was thrown into the prison. Fortunately, the Rain Ninja Village had not yet tortured them. Now the priority is to escape. They must not obtain any information about Konoha. Jiraiya attempted to circulate his chakra, but the seals on him were too numerous, leaving him with no sensation of chakra whatsoever. It's over. Jiraiya spent 10 arduous years learning sage techniques on Mount Myaboku, and my first mission ends in failure like this. Tsunade, will you miss me? Lord Hanzo, aren't you going to interrogate them? No need. After some time, when they are no longer of any value, then we will see. Let the word out that we, the Rain Ninja Village, have captured a few spies. If they want to negotiate for their release, they should come with a lot of money. Understood, Lord Hanzo. Excellent. If we catch a big fish, those detestable ninja villages will surely bleed profusely. The upcoming war may favor the Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo will not miss any opportunity to strengthen the ninja village. He is already preparing to wage war against major ninja villages in the coming years. The third Hokage, unable to wait any longer, decided to send a team to secretly investigate Jiraiya's whereabouts in the Land of Rain. Lin Jiao, take a team to the Land of Rain to find out Jiraiya's whereabouts. If he has been captured by the Rain Ninja Village, try to rescue him. Remember, the village's information must never be leaked. Understood, Lord Hokage. Lin Jiao's team promptly set off for the Rain Ninja Village, and within a few days they relayed their findings. The Rain Ninja Village has captured several spies. They require a significant amount of money for their release. Initially, the Sand Ninja Village sent someone to secretly probe the Land of Rain, only to be intimidated by the Rain Ninja Village's exorbitant demands. The Sand Ninja Village immediately declared they could pay at most 10 million and would compensate privately, but if not accepted, it would mean war. Unfortunately, this time the Sand Ninja Village miscalculated, and the Rain Ninja Village stated that all would be executed when the time came. The Rock Ninja Village faced similar negotiations, receiving the same reply: if there were no plans to ransom the spies by the agreed time, the detained ninja would be executed. Upon learning this news, the third Hokage could no longer remain calm. Not to mention Jiraiya's talent and his connection with Mount Myaboku, simply the fact that Jiraiya is his disciple makes executing him a slap in the face to Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, Jiraiya must be rescued. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared a sum of 20 billion, almost half a year's revenue of Konoha. I want to see how much the Rain Ninja Village will demand. Furthermore, Konoha's funds are not so easily acquired. Who should be sent to complete this task? One must find someone who loves the village and is willing to dedicate themselves to this mission. After much thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered Uchiha Shichiya. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, a ninja with higher genjutsu talent than Orochimaru, yet he chooses to work in the medical department to save others instead of practicing genjutsu. He is quite suitable, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called for Uchiha Shichiya from the Umbu. Shichiya, there is a rank mission for you, and I believe you can accomplish it. What kind of mission is it, Hokage-sama? Here is the scroll, please take a closer look. Shichiya opened the scroll while Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed him from his chair. What? Jiraiya was captured while on a mission in the Land of Rain. The Rain Ninja Village demands a large sum of money. If we don't pay, they will execute him. And we in Konoha agreed to this. This is outrageous. Konoha is definitely being taken advantage of. The task is simple: Uchiha Shichiya must conceal his identity and secretly carry the ransom to the Rain Ninja Village in exchange for Jiraiya. The third Hokage trusts me greatly to entrust this matter to me. Is he not afraid that I might run off with the money? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Shichiya is like Uchiha Kagami, the type willing to make sacrifices for the village. Shichiya, can you accept this? The third Hokage asked as he observed Shichiya finishing the scroll. Hokage-sama, please rest assured I will definitely bring Jiraiya back. It's urgent, go home and pack up, then set off. Understood, Hokage-sama. Shichiya returned home, taking his chakra blade with him. He also stopped by the elder's house to inform Mikoto about this matter. Mikoto was very reluctant to see Shichiya leave. This would be the longest they had to be apart. Shichiya, you must come back safely. Mikoto said worriedly. This task was not easy to accomplish. Don't worry, Mikoto. Just keep this between us, consider it a vacation for me. Shichiya smiled brightly at Mikoto as if it were a trivial matter. I will always wait for your return. Mikoto gazed affectionately at Shinya's face. You silly fool. Shinya boldly embraced Mikoto. Just then the elder approached. Ahem ahem. Mikoto awkwardly broke free from Shinya's embrace. Well then, Mikoto, I'm leaving now. Waving his hand, Shinya left with a flourish. Girls must protect themselves, the elder said softly as he walked up to Mikoto. Humph, that little rascal thinking he can steal my precious girl while I'm still at home. In the Konoha medical department, Shinya briefly informed Tsunade that he was going out on a mission. Tsunade didn't take it seriously, insisting that he treat her to a meal when he returned. Do you think you're Kushina? I would spoil you. That's impossible. If you want barbecue, pay for it yourself. Shinya retorted without reservations. Outside the door, Kushina, who was waiting for Tsunade to head home, felt an inexplicable wave in her heart upon hearing these words. Am I special to that brat, Shinya? After exchanging a few playful words with Tsunade, Shinya quietly left Konoha. This was the first time he was going to such a distant place. He wondered what the situation was like in the land of rain. Based on Shinya's estimation, a ninja like Jiraiya, even if still young, would not be someone an ordinary jonin could handle. After all, he is capable of using sage techniques. It must be Hanzo the salamander making a move. If Chiyu were to know that he had been so eager to make up for over a decade of not embracing a woman, leading to his being effortlessly subdued, he would undoubtedly curse. After leaving Konoha village, Chiyu traveled at a leisurely pace, taking in the scenery along the way. He used his kaleidoscope Sharingan to observe his surroundings, and after confirming no one was around, he retrieved 2 billion yen in cash from the ceiling scroll. Wow, with this much money, how many houses can I buy in Konoha? Sarutobi Hizashi was indeed willing to spend. If this money were used to develop the village, it would advance the technological era by a step. Despite his astonishment, Chiyu did not idle his hands, taking 500 million in cash to store in his small treasury. 500 million didn't seem like much, and there would certainly be many places to spend money in the future. He decided to take another 500 million. In the end, Chiyu took 1.5 billion in cash. As for Jiraiya, he believed the remaining 500 million should be sufficient. Or so he hoped. After hiding his small treasury well, Chiyu quickened his pace. Before long, he reached the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. After informing the ninja guarding the border, Chiyu obtained a map of the land of rain. In the land of rain, despite being surrounded by several neighboring countries, the rain particularly favored this place. The weather here could change in an instant. Upon entering the land of rain from the land of fire, it wasn't long before the rain began to fall. I wonder how those three are doing. According to the plot, he knew Nagato had not yet become an orphan. His parents would die during the Second Great Ninja War. As for when he had the Rinnegan implanted by Obito, Chiyu guessed it was around the beginning of the Second Great Ninja War. Should he go check on Nagato? Currently, Nagato might be under surveillance by White Setsu. If he hadn't yet obtained the Rinnegan, White Setsu would only occasionally come to check on him. If he had already awakened, it going now might stir the snake in the grass, but the potential benefits were enormous. By absorbing the ocular power within the Rinnegan, he could very likely become the Sage of Six Paths on the spot. The temptation was too great. Without Indra's reincarnated chakra, whether others could awaken the Rinnegan was questionable. Chiyu decided to take the risk and see. In the worst-case scenario, if he encountered Black Zetsu with the chakra he currently possessed in the 2 cards, escaping with full effort should not be a problem. As for rescuing Jiraiya, he could only apologize to him. But where was Nagato? He decided to investigate near Mangekyo first. Chiyu did not enter Mangekyo immediately, but instead began to gather information on the whereabouts of Nagato's family. After 2 days of searching, Chiyu finally found something. Specifically, he encountered someone on the way. That striking red hair was unmistakable. Brother Chiyu, do we really still have a family? Of course, Nagato. Your and your father's red hair is the best proof it's a manifestation of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Nagato, your mother is calling you, go see her. Nagato's father interrupted the conversation. All right, father. Nagato's inquisitive gaze glanced at Chiyu. Are you a ninja from another village? Nagato's father sensed Chi's probing. Chi had returned home with Nagato the day before. Initially, Nagato's father had refused to let Chi stay the night, but Chi had offered too much. In the resource-deprived land of rain where food prices were soaring, money equated to life. Have I been exposed so soon? I can sense quite a significant chakra fluctuation from you, Chi said with a smile, as if being exposed was a minor issue. You are not welcome here. We live happily in the land of rain. Please do not disturb us, or I will report to Lord Hanzo. Report. You accepted my payment. Do you realize that some could sustain your family in comfort for many years? Do not disturb our family's peace. I will refund you, but do you truly understand the consequences of reneging on a completed transaction? Kia thought Longman's father vastly underestimated the gravity of this matter. It was you who had been consumed by greed at the outset. Now you seek to tear up the agreement. How naively trusting the Uzumaki truly were. You overstep your bounds far too cruelly. At once Longman's father's crimson hair billowed as chakra surged around him. Heh. It seems you rarely train your body. Though your chakra reserves rival those of a jonin, your chakra circulation remains painfully sluggish. Nothing escaped Kia's Mangekyo Sharingan. At present, Longman's father possessed strength barely surpassing that of a chunin. How could you possibly know that? Longman's father had detected no trace of reconnaissance, yet Kia spoke of his physiology with unnerving precision. Kongo. Before Longman's father could complete his chakra build-up, Kia struck with a genjutsu, freezing him instantly in place. Under interrogation, he revealed that after the Uzumaki clan's annihilation, its survivors scattered across the lands. Longman's father fled to the land of rain, and fatefully crossed paths with Sansho Hanzo, who was conducting an inspection. Intrigued by the Uzumaki bloodline, Hanzo discreetly arranged shelter for him. It was then that Longman's mother met him. I'd assumed you'd grit your teeth and remain silent. Do not resist, not even in thought, and above all do not speak of me to another soul. I have implanted a transcription sealed deep within your mind. Should you attempt to expose me, death will claim you before your lips part. And I despise betrayal. Nor would you wish your wife and child to call another man husband and father. Within the genjutsu realm, Kia delivered the threat with icy calm. Longman's father had nearly resisted, until the mention of his wife and child. Then he surrendered utterly. What is it you truly want? I require you to report, regularly, to me on everything the Hidden Rain Village, your household, every detail without exception. Truth be told, I sought only Nagato's eyes. Disappointingly, he had not yet awakened the Rinnegan. So surveillance would have to suffice, and his father was the ideal instrument. As for monitoring the Hidden Rain Village, that was merely an afterthought casually appended. Then tell me your name. My lord, I am Uzumaki Hokakuni, replied Longman's father, bowing deeply. There was no turning back now. Excellent. Here is my contact. Reach me weekly through the black market. Understood, my lord. Remember, omit nothing, not even matters within your own home. Should I discover even a single omission in your reports? Kia flashed a chilling, knowing smile. Uzumaki Hokakuni's breath tightened involuntarily. After cultivating rapport with Nagato for several days, Kia departed. During that time he observed meticulously, yet found no trace of white setsu. Strange. Could Madara Uchiha possess another Uzumaki bloodline pawn elsewhere? Silently entering the Hidden Rain Village, Kia familiarized himself with its layout, then proceeded directly to the Rain Ninja headquarters. Kia made no effort to conceal his identity within the village. There was no need. After all, he had come to deliver wealth to the Hidden Rain Village. Lord Hanzo, a shinobi, has arrived from outside. He claims he is here to ransom someone. Admit him, and ensure all personnel remain on high alert. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Excellent. A most promising catch indeed. You are here to ransom someone? Hanzo asked the visitor upon seeing him. I have long heard of Hanzo of the Rain Village. Today, meeting you in person, I see indeed that you are extraordinary. Yes, I am here to redeem a person. Chiya began with a polished compliment. Even a slight boost in goodwill could smooth the path of negotiation. Have you brought the ransom? How much do you require? 10 billion, otherwise there is no further discussion. Hanzo demanded, exorbitantly convinced that 10 billion was more than reasonable. Even an average shinobi village might earn no more than that in a year. That sum may be somewhat excessive, Lord Hanzo. My village has authorized only 3 billion. Might your lordship grant some leniency? 10 billion. Chiya did not wish to part with even 5 billion. Then return whence you came. Tell your leader that without 10 billion negotiations are void. This? Lord Hanzo, 4 billion is our absolute limit. 9 billion, and you have 3 days to raise it. 450 million. If that suits you, we proceed. If not, I shall take my leave. Humph. If you wish your captive to be tortured to death, then by all means walk away. Chiya, feigning departure, paused deliberately at those words. Ah, Lord Hanzo, 5 billion. Truth be told, that man is worth no more than this. Hanzo hesitated. So far only this one emissary had come. Should he depart, the money would vanish with him. 7 billion, and you have 3 days to deliver it. Fail and do not return. At once, Lord Hanzo, I shall consult with my superiors. Chiya promptly departed from the Rain village, evading pursuing shinobi before returning to Nagato's residence. Lord Hanzo, the man has slipped our surveillance. He must possess considerable skill. Maintain vigilant watch, monitor every whisper and tremor within the village. Though this confrontation had irrevocably severed ties with other shinobi villages, such rupture had long been inevitable. Still, if the 7 billion arrived, Hanzo deemed it worthwhile. It would ease the Rain village's fiscal strain for an entire year. Meanwhile, Chiya began instructing Nagato in chakra convergence and application. Watching the elder train his son as a shinobi, Uzumaki Kitakuni dared not utter a word, only tightened his quiet vigil over his wife. He merely watched over his wife in silence. 3 days later, Chiya bid farewell to Nagato's family and journeyed once more to the Rain village. Have you brought the funds? Yes, 7 billion ryo. Chiya withdrew a scroll from his robe. Within it lay 2 billion he had personally subsidized Jiraiya, effectively marking it as a debt owed. Very well. Shinda, escort him to retrieve the captive. As you command, Lord Hanzo. Shinda, receiving the order, led Chiya deep into the Rain village's subterranean prison. Hanzo gazed upon the stacks of cash with palpable elation. With just 1 or 2 years of consolidation, he would launch campaigns against the great shinobi nations. Inside the dungeon, darkness reigned. Dampness clung thickly to the air, mingling with the stench of decay and rot that assaulted Chiya's nostrils. Still, you lot fare better. You all wear masks. Ha ha ha. Interested. Would you consider joining the Rain village? Shinda asked, half in jest, half in earnest. No thanks. I'm too deeply bound to my own village. Chiya sighed softly. Shinda nodded as if fully understanding. Look, this is where we hold suspected spies. Search for him yourself. Chiya lifted his gaze. Was this truly fit for human habitation? Compared to other cells, this one held a cluster of prisoners. Urine, feces, and sweat fused into a suffocating miasma. Where was Jiraiya? Chiya would not recklessly expose Jiraiya's identity. Doing so would instantly alert the hidden shinobi lurking in the Rain village's shadows. Such folly would be unforgivable. Cough, cough, cough. Chiya coughed deliberately, hoping Jiraiya would recognize the signal. Dazed and disoriented, Jiraiya seemed to catch something, a flicker of recognition. He raised his head. The figure before him felt hauntingly familiar. Who was it? Uchiha Shichiya. How did he end up outside? Could it be that he has betrayed the village? Jiraiya quickly dismissed this thought, for the Rain ninja village was not worthy of his concern. Chiya soon noticed the unusual gaze, his Sharingan silently scrutinizing the person. Aside from the different hair color and slightly darkened skin, the mole on his nose clearly identified him as Jiraiya. But this is too pitiful. He was in tatters, his clothes seemingly torn apart. What had he gone through? Chiya silently pointed at Jiraiya and the rain ninja took him away. Come on, you are free now, Shinda coldly said to Jiraiya, showing no kindness when dealing with a spy. Jiraiya was overjoyed to hear this. He had finally escaped from that hell. There he was not only worried about food and necessities, but even sleeping had to be done cautiously. Indeed, it was just as you imagined. More than a dozen people shared no blankets. The ninjas could only bully those from other villages who were alone. Although Jiraiya's chakra was sealed, he still had physical skills. Unfortunately, 2 fists could not match 4 hands, and those tattered rags were the dignity he fought to protect. Come on, don't ask anything now. With that, Chiya stepped 3 meters away from Jiraiya and led him out of the rain ninja village. To prevent exposing the ninja village and shake off the rain ninja's tail, Chiya took Jiraiya quickly to the land of rivers after requesting the rain ninja village to lift Jiraiya's sealing technique. Chiya planned to take a detour back to Konoha through the land of rivers. As soon as Jiraiya entered the territory of the land of rivers, he could no longer control himself, and jumped into a small stream, ignoring Kai's attempts to stop him. Splash, splash. Jiraiya swam against the current like a fish in the water. Is this the feeling of freedom? After polluting the stream with fish for a while, Jiraiya happily came ashore and changed into the clothes Chiya had prepared. Chiya, why are you here? Was it the teacher's order? Jiraiya asked his burning question at this moment. Yes, it is the order of the 3rd Hokage. What conditions did the village offer? To redeem you, the village spent 2 billion. What? 2 billion? Jiraiya's initially carefree mood turned complicated. He felt reluctant to face the 3rd Hokage and the village. Don't think too much, let's return to the village. There are people in the village who miss you. Chiya patted Jiraiya's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Are you kidding? If you leave, my rank mission will go to waste. Yes, there are people in the village who miss me. Jiraiya instantly regained his full vigor. After a long journey back to Konoha, Chiya took Jiraiya to report to the 3rd Hokage to complete their mission. Very well, Chiya, you have worked hard, you may go back and rest now. Okay, Hokage-sama. The 3rd Hokage asked a few simple questions before letting Chiya leave, leaving Jiraiya, who had made mistakes. Usually carefree, Jiraiya felt a sense of guilt in front of the 3rd Hokage. The oppressive presence of the 3rd Hokage in his prime made it difficult for Jiraiya to face the matter lightly. Jiraiya, tell me what happened. Jiraiya then quietly recounted his experiences in the land of rain, omitting some events from the night. You mean the rain ninja village might have discovered you long ago and secretly drugged your food? Yes, teacher, I let my guard down at that time. Look me in the eye, Jiraiya, did you really not leak any information about the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously, staring into Jiraiya's eyes. Absolutely not, teacher, I promise. Seeing that Jiraiya's eyes did not seem to be lying, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed his worries. If 2 billion was spent and the village's information was leaked, it would be a loss. The Rain Ninja Village, he must take revenge. From this moment onward, you will receive no bonus for any mission assigned to you over the next 5 years. Are you willing? Master, please allow me every possible opportunity to atone. Very well. Jiraiya, go rest for now, and be sure to inform Myobokuzen of your safety. The Toad Sage himself has sent word your life must be preserved at all costs. The prophesied child still awaits your discovery. Understood, Master. With that, Jiraiya departed. Moments later, a knock sounded at the Hokage's office door. Hiruzen, I've discovered that 20 billion ryo from the village treasury has been diverted. This is no trivial sum, it demands a full investigation. Danzo suspected a mole gnawing at Konoha's foundations. Danzo, I personally authorized that expenditure, to carry out a classified operation. What? Why was I, your appointed Hokage advisor, not informed? Danzo was stunned. Hiruzen had orchestrated the entire matter beneath his very eyes in absolute silence. Root's intelligence network lagged far behind the ANBU's. Clearly, Root required a purge of redundant personnel, and an accelerated expansion. Then Hiruzen, might we increase Root's development budget this month? Increase it. The village has already invested more than enough in root. Let us not speak of this further. Hiruzen, you! Furious Danzo see that Hiruzen could freely spend 20 billion ryo. But now, when Root needed modest developmental funds, he refused outright. Today Danzo had even sought formal permission before entering the office, convinced he'd finally caught Hiruzen off guard, only to find him utterly unshaken. From now on, he vowed if he ever knocked on that door again, he'd consider himself a dog. No further discussion, I am the Hokage. Hearing those words, Danzo was too incensed to retort. He turned and strode out of the Hokage's office without another glance. Power. Danzo craved power. Lately he had been secretly contacting a certain individual. Though the reply had been terse, it held unmistakable promise. He would need to prepare a laboratory and specialized equipment for his ally. Hiruzen was closed to persuasion, so he would have to approach Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Yuditane instead. One oversaw logistics, the other medical affairs. Danzo, did you summon us here for experiments? Precisely. For the village's advancement, certain experiments are indispensable. You expect us to supply both the lab and its equipment. On what authority? Hiruzen maintains strict oversight these days. Kohara Yuditane's tone sharpened with displeasure. We are bound by the same rope. You think your private maneuvers escape my notice. They deceive others but never me. Danzo, you. Very well, we agree. As Kohara bristled, Hamura stepped in, silencing her, and accepted Danzo's terms. Excellent. May our future collaboration prove mutually fruitful. Danzo had gained nothing from Hiruzen, but subduing these two was effortless. Kohara might be quick-tempered, yet Hamura was a consummate pragmatist, cool and calculating to the core. He understood the strategic advantage of aligning with Danzo. Hamura, why so readily agree? Where shall we source the funding for those experimental apparatuses? Kohara, neither medical nor logistics can be touched for now. Hiruzen watches too closely. We'll have to discreetly consult our respective clans. Is Danzo truly worth such effort? His root commands little influence. Why should we accommodate him? Kohara, though root lacks strength today, it holds authority equal to the ANBU, and operates with near total autonomy. Its sole deficiency lies in manpower. We must invest early. Danzo's potential is immense, and certain unsavory tasks demand hands less conspicuous than those of our own clans. Kohara remained silent, her silence an unspoken assent to Hamura's reasoning. After a busy half-month, Chiyi returned home and was so excited that he couldn't sleep. 13 billion, he was now quite wealthy. It was time to renovate his 2-story house and buy brand new appliances. Of course, this wouldn't cost much, he just couldn't rush to complete everything at once. Otherwise, his newfound wealth could easily raise Susanu's suspicions. He still lacked the ability to deal with Susanu and the entire Konoha. After planning his future plans, Chiyi went to report peace to Mikoto. Mikoto, look at the gifts I brought for you. Saying this, Chiyi pulled out a pile of sealing scrolls from his pocket, all filled with specialties from the land of rivers. You spent money recklessly again. Mikoto took the scrolls, a bit distressed about the expenditure. After all, sealing scrolls are single-use items, and Chiyi actually used them to pack specialties. Mikoto felt it was time to tell Chiyi to save money for their future. Girls tend to mature faster than boys at the same age. They are often more rational and think further ahead. But I am very wealthy now, Chiyi whispered in Mikoto's ear. Having money doesn't mean you can spend it frivolously. How much money do you have? A voice interrupted Chiyi and Mikoto's conversation. Elder Wu had hurried back home and just happened to see Mikoto and Chiyi discussing money. Kid, with just those metal sheds you think you can take my daughter away? It's ridiculous. Elder Wu, this is something that needs to be discussed privately. This old man really likes to eavesdrop. Discuss privately. Then you and Mikoto come in and chat with me. You little rascal, I can't wait to mock your wallet in front of my daughter. Look, this is part of my money. Chiyi showed Elder Wu a scroll worth 5 billion. How much is that? You even used a sealing scroll for it. Elder Wu really underestimated Chi. An orphan with both parents deceased, even if he recently started working in the medical department, he wouldn't have much money. Ninja expenses are substantial. This is just part. Elder Wu trembled slightly as he returned the scroll to Chi. This amount of money was nearly all the savings of Elder Wu's family. Yes, just part of it. I have a few more scrolls like this. Chi responded with a smile. Chi, I truly did not misjudge you. To ease the awkwardness, Elder Wu put on a look of accurately judging people. How much money could Chi's scrolls have? Why was he so happy? Mikoto also wanted to take a look at the scroll from her father's hands, but unfortunately he was holding it too tightly. Mikoto, I specially prepared a scroll for you. Chi felt helpless since the wealth was already exposed. He might as well be generous, especially since Elder Wu's family were not outsiders. Chi, how could you have so much money? Mikoto was shocked by the amount on the scroll. It was a scroll worth 7 billion. In front of Elder Wu, Chi held Mikoto's small hand. Mikoto, I am willing to give you everything I have, and you only need to be happy every day. As Chi expressed his deep feelings, Elder Wu was caught off guard by the revelation of his family's wealth. I feel the same way. Gathering her courage, Mikoto said this. At this moment she felt like the happiest person in Konoha. Elder Wu also glanced at the amount on Mikoto's scroll, which turned out to be even more than the one he held. It seemed this kid was serious. Chi, I will take Mikoto's amount as a betrothal gift. Elder Wu didn't continue his statement, watching to see if this kid would take the hint. Father-in-law. You agree? Chi called out sincerely. Ahem, as long as you are happy, the future belongs to you young people. After saying this, Elder Wu stood up ready to leave. Father, you still haven't returned the scroll to Chi. Seeing Elder Wu about to leave, Mikoto hurriedly stopped him. Now she considered Chi's money more important than the family's funds. Sigh, the older the girl, the harder to keep. Elder Wu pretended to forget that the scroll was in his arms and returned it to Chi somewhat apologetically. Chi, make sure to keep it safe. Be careful not to let anyone steal it in the future. After walking a few meters away, Elder Wu felt a pain in his heart. Am I that kind of person? After briefly recounting his experiences in the land of water, Chi reluctantly left Elder Wu's house. He didn't want to go, but the Sharingan clearly indicated that there was an old man eavesdropping. How old is he? It's simply shameful. After Chi had departed, Mei-chin carefully stowed away the scroll. Mei-chin, your father wishes to discuss this betrothal gift. Father, this is a gift from Lord Chia himself. You heard him just now. Surely you wouldn't claim your daughter's personal gift. I merely asked. It's late. I have dinner with the senior elder. You are forbidden from sneaking out to cook for that boy. If he's hungry, let him hire servants. He's certainly wealthy enough. With that, the fifth elder stormed off in a huff. Once the fifth elder had left, Mei-chin concealed the scroll in yet another hiding place. Back home, Chia inwardly shouted with elation. Money could be earned again, but this wife, she was nearly his. 700 million coins had secured the fifth elder's tacit approval, and more importantly had sealed his confession of love to Mei-chin. Chia felt so euphoric he might soar into the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, his Mangekyō Sharingan subtly amplified that exultation. Never mind, it was time to drink. At the yakiniku restaurant, Chia ordered several platters of meat and began drinking alone, reveling in his joy. Today even solitude felt exhilarating. Huh! Chia, what are you doing here? Drawn by the savory aroma of grilled meat, Tsunade glanced casually into the restaurant as she walked home. To her astonishment, there he was. Had he already completed his mission? And dared to feast on yakiniku without her? Just celebrating a good mood. Mind if I join you? Without waiting for an answer, Tsunade strode swiftly inside and seated herself directly across from Chia. This woman truly eats and drinks for free. Well, today I'm in high spirits. This was the happiest day Chia had known since arriving in the Naruto world, a day that marked the dawn of genuine attachment, a family. To savor that feeling fully, he kept his Mangekyo Sharingan active, unwavering. Go on, Tsunade, tell me what you'd like to eat or drink tonight, all is yours. Chiya, I must say, you've clearly struck it rich. Ha! Nothing special, just a particularly lucrative mission. Owner, more meat, more sake. Tsunade and Chiya ate and drank side by side. Tsunade, when life brings joy, sees it wholeheartedly. Come raise 300 cups with me. Here, here, drink, drink, drink. Even this old woman is brimming with delight. It was the most unrestrained Chiya had ever drunk, and Tsunade, ever the worthy rival, matched him cup for cup. You don't know, Jiraiya looked utterly humiliated. The river was littered with dead fish. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya's embarrassment knows no bounds. Slightly intoxicated Chiya recounted Jiraiya's misfortunes, sparking Tsunade's peals of laughter, her chest rising and falling with unrestrained mirth. Stop laughing, I'm getting dizzy. Then let's keep drinking, we'll settle who's stronger tonight. Tsunade, ever fond of wagering, instantly challenged Chiya to a contest of stamina. Bring it on, I'm not afraid. Before I held back only to avoid intoxication. Come, let not the golden cup face the moon in vain. Drink, Chiya taunted, emboldened. Thus the two drank until the world dissolved into haze. Meanwhile Nawaki, accustomed to such nights, shrugged indifferently. Whether Tsunade returned home mattered little. He switched off the light and slept. Amos, enough, let's go home. Tsunade slurred, though she refused to admit it. Chiya still seemed capable of continuing. Let's go home. Chiya, thoroughly inebriated, swayed unsteadily as he guided Tsunade toward the door. Wait, my house isn't this way, is it? Correct, it is this way. Chiya pointed confidently toward his own residence. Tsunade frowned faintly, but alcohol quickly drowned her doubt. Sleep asleep. Chiya finally dragged Tsunade home, completely forgetting that someone else now occupied his dwelling. I'll sleep first. With that, Tsunade began undressing, amplified tenfold through Chiya's Mangekyo Sharingan. What are you doing, Chiya? Don't help me. I can't breathe. Why are you on top? Let me take over. The fiercely independent Tsunade immediately reversed their positions. Meanwhile, in Konoha at Jiraiya's home, the Sannin leaned against his window, gazing silently at the moon. Tsunade, will you think of me tonight? At dawn, Chiya stirred groggily. He remembered little of last night, only a vague sense that something momentous had occurred. Better brush my teeth and wash my face first. He pulled back the covers, and before him lay a flawless snow-white form. It was her. Chiya cautiously withdrew his leg. Should she land a single punch, even modern medical techniques would likely fail to save him. Don't move, I need to sleep a little longer. Her discomfort at his shifting made Tsunade cling tighter to his thigh. Chiya broke into cold sweat. The wine's haze vanished instantly, replaced by frantic calculations. What is happening? After drinking heavily, Tsunade also woke up looking somewhat bewildered at her surroundings. Then the memories of last night surged towards her. Is it really like this? Tsunade, don't panic. You must know that it takes two to tango. Chiyi hurriedly explained, resembling a scoundrel looking for excuses. I don't care, you must compensate me, Tsunade said fiercely while grabbing Chiyi. So does that mean I have to pay for all the barbecue from now on? Chiyi replied tentatively, unsure of what he could compensate for, knowing it was impossible to injure himself. Not enough. Plus you can drink whatever you want. I really don't have much money left. Chiyi spread his hands, indicating that this was the best he could do. Then it's settled. I want to drink and eat barbecue every day until you're exhausted. Tsunade understood that she also bore some responsibility in this matter. After all, it indeed takes two to tango, and she had been proactive in the latter part. Without a second thought, she found a reason for compensation and hurriedly left Chiya's house. Aren't you going to freshen up, Tsunade? Aren't you afraid that Mikoto might suddenly arrive? Chiya's heart sank upon hearing Tsunade's words. Well, take care then. Man. Chiyi hastily sent Tsunade away. Even though Mikoto rarely came in the morning, what if? That would surely be a delight for Chiyi. Tsunade neglected to freshen up, simply putting on her clothes with a messy hairdo and the smell of alcohol. She staggered out of Chiya's house. Side drinking caused trouble. Chiya quietly tidied up the bedding. All the evidence of what happened last night was there. He had to destroy it immediately, ensuring Mikoto wouldn't find out. Forget it. Better waste a sealing scroll. Chiya silently placed the sheets into the sealing scroll, finding it unbelievable that he actually wanted to take care of Tsunade's feelings. That woman, apart from being large-chested and brainless, is a gambling addict with poor drinking habits. A certain rope tree that had been vomited on expressed agreement. Shaking his head, Chiya seemed to want to forget last night, but unfortunately the Sharingan had an abnormal ability to replicate. After the effects of the alcohol faded, recalling the events slightly made the scenes come back. Well, how is this any different from watching a movie? By the way, my waist strength is impressive. When the two met again in the morning, their faces were filled with embarrassment. How are you? I'm still the same. Chiya expressed concern while Tsunade pretended to be relaxed. But you walked very awkwardly. Isn't that because of... Tsunade realized that Chiya had dug a hole for her before she could finish. Just as she was about to get furious, Kato-dan approached. What a coincidence, didn't you two have surgery today? Just in time, Chiya silently gave Kato-dan a thumbs up. Seeing Kato-dan coming, Tsunade glared at Chiya and turned to leave. Chiya, you seem to have a great relationship with Tsunade. It's a doomed relationship. Kato-dan expressed envy while Chiya smiled bitterly. After a brief chat, Kato-dan asked about Tsunade in nearly every sentence. What does she like to eat? What are her preferences? For Chiya, who had seen the plot, rest assured, Dan, Tsunade is already mine. You will definitely not perish. After perfunctorily answering a few questions from Kato-dan, Jiraiya appeared before them. A tense atmosphere spread through the air. Jiraiya looked at Kato-dan with some hostility, while Kato-dan's gentle smile seemed to conceal a hidden danger. Well, you two can play your games of what, I will not accompany you. Chiya left under the pretext of helping Tsunade with her surgery, while Jiraiya and Kato-dan exchanged glances before silently dispersing. At noon, Jiraiya once again rushed to the wood industry medical department. This time he found an excuse to have Tsunade examine his injury. Jiraiya, are you injured? Chiya teased Jiraiya. There's no reason for that. You swam against the current in the land of rivers faster than a fish. Jiraiya had thought of an excuse since the morning, but unfortunately he ran into Kato-dan. The two could only size each other up, testing the waters and forcing each other to leave. Jiraiya, are you hurt? Tsunade came out of the medical room and looked closely at Jiraiya, not appearing to be injured. Tsunade, it's an internal injury. I was poisoned by the Rain Ninja Village. Then come with me to take some blood for testing. Tsunade instructed someone to take Jiraiya for a blood draw, and soon the test results came back. Everything was normal. You're lively and your blood is extraordinarily healthy. You tell me you've been poisoned. Seeing Jiraiya joking and laughing with Chiya, Tsunade in a fit of anger punched Jiraiya on the head, transferring her frustration from this morning onto him. How could I bear to hit him? Is it because he's handsome? After taking that hit, Jiraiya was left with barely half a life and was successfully admitted to the Konoha hospital. Jiraiya shouted in his heart, this is not what I imagined. I just wanted to figure out a way to flirt with Tsunade. Why did she hit me so hard? This was still Jiraiya, accustomed to Tsunade's violence, prepared for it. After the examination, Tsunade's punch had directly caused Jiraiya to suffer a concussion. Fortunately, Jiraiya didn't have any missions recently. Just focus on recovering. Tsunade will cover your medical expenses. Chiya came to visit Jiraiya in the hospital and knew that Jiraiya was taking the blame for him. That strength, Chiya exclaimed. It was a sonic boom, actually producing a sonic boom. Ha ha ha, since someone is paying, I can take a break for a while. I knew it, Tsunade still cares about me. Jiraiya imagined that Tsunade, out of guilt, had voluntarily paid the medical expenses. In fact, Tsunade charged the expenses to Chiya at the Konoha hospital, which was also a form of revenge against Chiya. When the bill arrived at the end of the month, Kai's face instantly darkened. Charging it to me? Tsunade is seeking revenge. Fortunately, I still have a few 100 million, otherwise I'd really have to thank her. When Chiya opened the bill, he fell silent. Jiraiya can't afford the nutrient solution. Does he deserve it? He even ordered several fruit baskets. Does this count as part of the medical expenses? He must be discharged. He must be discharged. I won't pay a single extra cent. Chiya immediately called the Konoha hospital. While Jiraiya was eating fruit and teasing the young nurse, he was suddenly informed to be discharged, leaving him a bit bewildered. So sudden. I haven't finished the fruit yet. Do you have contact information for that nurse? With regret, Jiraiya walked out of the Konoha hospital. No missions, no money. This was Jiraiya's current situation. Should I also go to the medical department? Thinking of this, Jiraiya happily ran towards the office of the third Hokage. The response he received was to get lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat angry and planned to have him atone for his mistakes by secretly attacking the Rain Ninja village in a while. Orochimaru has left. The only leader of the younger generation in Konoha is his own disciple Jiraiya. Tsunade. The medical department needs her, and she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She cannot accumulate popularity. Uchiha Shichiya. If possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want him to accumulate military merits. But now Jiraiya wants to run to the medical department. What can he do there other than cause trouble? Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat missed Orochimaru. That disciple was clever, talented, and meticulous. If he could rein in some of his snake-like traits, Orochimaru would be a great successor when he grows old. At the My Barbecue shop at Gang's house, insistence, Chi arrived with Mei Qin, Jiu Xian Nai, and Xing Shu. Xing Shu, eat heartily. If you want to eat again tomorrow, I'll thrash you. Gang's Ho chided Xing Shu with a cheerful smile. A chill ran through Xing Shu. Was even eating no longer his own choice? No. I must free myself from my elder sister. I must become independent. Jiu Xian Nai nibbled at the barbecue in front of Chi. Jiu Xian Nai, are you all right? Chi watched her delicate, slow chewing, slower even than Mei Qin's. She rewarded him with an exaggerated roll of her eyes, then hastened her eating a little. Be ladylike, Grandmother Shui, who had taught a gentle girl to behave so. If Grandmother Shui, who knew she was doing this on behalf of a member of the Ujibo clan, she would have slapped Chi across the face. Jiu Xian Nai herself could never bring herself to strike him. Yes, Jiu Xian Nai, hurry and eat. Xing Shu, mouth full of meat, mumbled his concern. Humph, mind your own business. Irritated at being spoken to twice, Jiu Xian Nai stamped on Xing Shu's shoe. Hiss, I'm choking, quick help me. Seeing Xing Shu's pleading eyes, Gang's Ho glanced at the indifferent Chi Yi and impatient delivered a hefty slap. Xing Shu promptly recovered. Elder sister, you hit too hard, you'll never get married like this. Xing Shu rubbed his head in complaint, unable to fathom why a slap had cured his choking. Wait. Could it be that my elder sister never intended to save me? Hearing that, Gang's Ho flared up like a cat whose tail had been trodden upon, her temper bristling. In an instant the lively barbecue shop fell utterly silent. All eyes turned to Xing Shu, wondering how badly he had been hurt. Brother Chi Yi, save me! Xing Shu reached for Chi Yi's arm, but Chi Yi nimbly evaded his grasp. Xing Shu, brother Chi Yi, cannot even keep myself safe. If I try to help you, I'll likely get beaten. Mei Qin, it's getting late. I'll escort you home first. Chi Yi, then well, go ahead. Jiu Xian Nai, why don't you come along? All right, sister Mei Qin. Mei Qin kindly accepted Chi Yi's offer. The siblings' quarrel would be left for them to settle alone. In the days that followed, Jiu Xian Nai did not see Xing Shu at the ninja academy. Within long decade, Shi Wan's body began to show unmistakable signs of serpentine transformation. Shi Wan, after all this time you still cannot control your serpentization. White Snake Immortal, please grant me more time. You may devour me then, it will not be too late. Shi Wan's expression darkened as he eyed the White Snake Immortal warily. Very well, I will give you more time. You must strive diligently. Naturally, White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal departed at a leisurely pace, and Shi Wan immediately relaxed out of his serpentine state. It seems the immortal arts are incompatible with my body. If only I possessed a finer vessel. Since I cannot master those techniques, Shiwan must plan for a future return to Mai. I recall that long decave house's abundant studies on the soul. Shiwan smiled a sinister smile. Those materials would be his. Yet just in case, he would prepare a contingency. The black market and organization outside the ninja villages is rumored to have investments even from the 5 great ninja villages. Its chief purpose is to post bounties and trade intelligence, though it also serves to transmit messages. Chi arrived here without a sound and glanced down at the scroll in his hand. Sir, how have you been of late? I wish prosperity to your way of the shinobi. Recently there have been many exclusionary murmurs in Urinseyu, and they seem to have begun secret training. I have not been able to probe deeply. Please forgive my incompetence. I shall redouble my efforts to gather intelligence on Urinseyu. My household remains unchanged since your last visit. Your subordinate Xuanhua Beigua respectfully submits. This. Has he already become my loyal pawn? Qi had only casually set Xuanhua Beigua to monitor Changmen to gather more information, and now it appears this man is unmistakably a traitor of Urinseyu. Very well, continue your efforts. After replying tersely to Xuanhua Beigua with a few words, Qi departed from the black market. At the Hidden Leaf Academy, Kushina sat alone on the grass, lost in thought. A child under 10, she carried worries that she couldn't comprehend. Today, Granny Mito taught her a sealing technique known as the 4-symbol seal. Granny Mito told her that one day she would use this jutsu to seal a terrifying tailed beast. After letting Kushina feel the chakra filled with malice from the 9 tails, her small face turned pale. How terrifying! How could such a dreadful creature exist? Who could have created it? Kushina, emerging from Granny Mito's sealing space, felt a bit scared. Kushina the 9 tails is a very fearsome tailed beast. However, if you can seal it and harness its power for yourself, you will become extraordinarily strong. Granny Mito patiently guided Kushina. You must remember to practice that jutsu diligently and be cautious of the Uchiha clan, especially their eyes. Granny Mito sensed that her time was limited, perhaps only 10 years left. She had to teach this jutsu to Kushina for the sake of the village. Granny Mito, are the Uchiha really that terrifying? They are an evil clan. Your grandfather Hashirama suffered a hidden ailment after battling Uchiha Madara, and he passed away not long after. Thinking of her old man, Granny Mito expressed that she didn't care what others thought, but for Kushina, her only remaining clan member, and the future Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, she had to be cautious. But Granny Mito, not all Uchiha are bad, right? Kushina believed that Shinya was a kind Uchiha. Kushina, the Uchiha clan becomes arrogant due to their Sharingan. Once they possess the Mangekyō Sharingan, they can become insane, amplifying their emotions many times over. Such a clan promised Granny not to engage with them, okay? But Kushina wanted to argue, but Granny Mito scolded her sternly. Kushina, this is for your own good. The Sharingan can control tailed beasts, so you must be cautious of the Uchiha, especially their eyes. I'm tired. Please leave for now. Granny Mito realized she might have scared Kushina, but it was all for her own good. Then Granny Mito, see you tonight. Kushina obediently left Granny Mito's room, still contemplating the words Granny Mito had said. Kushina couldn't make sense of it. Her little head was filled with question marks. Was that stinky Shinya really an evil Uchiha? Was he truly as Granny Mito described? Moreover, Granny Mito kept emphasizing the Sharingan, but the stinky Shinya hadn't even awakened his eyes. He was so pathetic. After silently mocking Shinya for a while, Kushina came up with an idea. Why not secretly ask Shinya for his thoughts? He viewed problems from a different perspective, and he must have a better answer. Kushina made up her mind to seek out Shinya after school to ask him. It seemed she wasn't concerned about whether the Uchiha were evil, she only cared about Uchiha Shinya. What Granny Mito told Kushina was actually a secret of the hidden leaf. She dared not share it with anyone else, including Tsunade, but she trusted Stinky Shinya. That Stinky Shinya, he was so handsome, he must be a good person. Not far from Kushina, a small head peeked out from behind a tree trunk. Kushina, what's wrong? Is she unhappy? Should I go ask her? Indeed, this person is none other than the future 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, whose iconic blonde hair shone like gold. After hesitating all afternoon, little Minato still couldn't make up his mind. Suddenly he noticed that Kushina had left. Where did she go? Remembering Kushina's earlier disappointed expression, little Minato felt worried. He hurriedly searched around and finally found Kushina in the Konoha medical department. She seemed to be chatting with someone, and upon closer inspection that person was wearing clothing adorned with the Uchiha clan's symbol. Could it be that Kushina was being threatened by a member of the Uchiha clan? Minato couldn't help but clench his fists. What? Kushina, are you asking me if the Uchiha are an evil clan? Chiya laughed at Kushina's serious expression, which didn't seem like she was joking. Well, let me tell you, evil is never confined to a specific clan. That would be too one-sided. Evil is merely embodied in certain individuals. Like Uchiha Obito, perhaps. You're quite sharp answering so quickly. Chiya ruffled Kushina's little head, thinking how silly she was for jumping into the pit he had dug. At a distance, Minato remained on high alert, ready to rush out to protect Kushina if Chiya made any further moves. In Minato's eyes, Kushina seemed to be pleading for something, while Chiya was warning her not to act mischievously by ruffling her hair. Indeed, Kushina's hair was considered taboo at the Ninja Academy. Those who mocked her hair had been taken down by multiple classes. Minato's gaze did not escape Kai's eyes either. Whenever he encountered Kushina, he would activate his Sharingan to observe the Anbu ninja near her. Today he unexpectedly discovered that the small boy with blonde hair gritting his teeth was none other than Namikaze Minato. It made no sense. Wasn't he supposed to be gentle? Never mind, let's continue to deceive Kushina. Indeed, Uchiha Obito, who founded the village alongside Senju Hashirama, chose to resolve issues with violence because of his ideological differences with Hashirama. The Uchiha clan did not support him, nor did the village. His arrogance led to his defeat at the hands of Hashirama. From then on, the Uchiha clan was deemed an evil clan. Even though they severed ties with Obito before the great battle between him and Hashirama, this cannot change the fact. Kushina, you know, my dream is to make the village a place filled with love where wars cease to exist. Even if I can't become Hokage because of Obito's mistakes, I will still pursue this dream. Kushina, do you think I'm an evil Uchiha? Chiya retorted after wasting half a day of breath, finally shifting the blame onto Uchiha Obito. If Obito wants to complain, he should blame himself for not defeating Hashirama. Stupid Chiya, of course you aren't, but aside from you, there's also Mikoto. For everyone else, I'm not so sure. After saying this, Kushina lowered her small face. She always took Mito's words seriously. Could it be that Mito was really wrong? Everyone has their own standards for measuring good and evil. Kushina, don't you think you should take your time to observe the Uchiha clan? Let's see if we become more evil. After saying this, Chiya revealed a mischievous expression. Hee, foolish Kushina, your time is running out, hee. Enough, let go of that girl. Young Minato could bear it no longer and stepped forward. The Uchiha's expression had twisted into something sinister, unforgivable, especially toward Kushina, who was still but a child. Minato resolved he would endure no more. Kushina's smile would be protected by him alone. Minato Namikaze. Kushina stared at him, utterly bewildered. Who on earth was this boy? Wasn't he the one who'd mocked my hair? His name? Minato Namikaze. What's wrong with him? Is he ill? What if I refuse? Yamio's theatrical instincts flared to life. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand firmly atop Kushina's head. Why is that foul Yamio pressing down on my head? Is he even speaking to Minato Namikaze? Baffled, Kushina chose silence and observation. I'll report you directly to the Hokage. Facing Yamio Uchiha, towering, imposing, and vastly stronger, Minato opted for cunning over force. The Hokage. He's perpetually besieged by duty. Hardly time to intervene here. I'm taking Kushina home, now. With that, Yamio slashed a finger mockingly across his own throat. What brazen insolence! Minato's mind flashed with grim visions of Kushina in peril. Kushina merely rolled her eyes as if silently urging enough foul Yamiyo. For Kushina's sake, Minato decided to strike first. Impressive. His speed rivals that of a Chunin already. Watching Minato charge, Yamiyo admired inwardly, then suddenly a plan crystallized. What if on the day the seal is unsealed Minato Namikaze isn't beside Kushina? My chances of success would soar. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique allows instantaneous arrival on any battlefield. At once a brilliant stratagem bloomed in Yamiyo's mind. He casually deflected several of Minato's taijutsu strikes with his right hand, then at the very moment Minato unleashed his full power. It landed. Minato's heart leapt. This Uchiha had grown arrogant, exposing a fatal opening. A sharp thud. Minato's fist struck Kushina squarely across the face. Yamiyo watched, lips curled in a mischievous knowing grin. Minato's limbs went slack, the air turned thick and suffocating. Kushina stood frozen, stunned. Foul Yamiyo, what did you do? Did you use me as a shield? And you, Minato Namikaze. This isn't over. With blinding speed, Kushina drove a furious punch into Yamiyo's side, a blow he hadn't anticipated. Too close. No time to evade. All of it was Minato's fault. He'd thrown every ounce of strength he possessed. This was the worst injury Yamiyo had ever suffered. Meanwhile, Kushina's cheeks swelled grotesquely. Having struck Yamiyo, she now yanked up her sleeves, ready to pummel Minato next. Her raised fist was seized midair by Tsunade. Kushina, what in the world is going on? Your face, ha ha ha. Who hit you? Emerging from the medical division, Tsunade spotted Yamiyo clutching his side and Kushina poised to attack. She intervened instantly. But the instant she saw Kushina's swollen face, her composure shattered into helpless laughter. Sister Tsunade, you dare laugh. He's the one who did it. Kushina pointed accusingly at Minato. Minato, meanwhile, had already composed his epitaph in his head. Why did you strike Kushina? Tsunade glared at Minato, fury blazing in her eyes. Lady Tsunade. There's a reason for everything. Tsunade's name commanded reverence throughout the village. Hastily, Minato recounted the entire incident. Hearing it, Yamiyo inwardly roared, Tsunade, you've ruined my plan. So that's how it was, you defended your comrade well enough. Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Tsunade's scowl melted into approval. As for you, Tsunade arrogantly wrapped her arms around Kai's neck. I didn't expect you to be such a bad guy, even tricking a child. Tsunade's words made Minato understand a bit. Could it be that this Uchiha clan member was just toying with him? Don't choke me, I'm about to suffocate. Chiya silently thought that Tsunade's strength had increased again. Ignoring Kai's plea for help, Tsunade dragged him over to Kushina's side. With a wave of her palm, the healing technique worked wonders and Kushina's little face was nearly restored. Now tell me and this little guy what happened. Tsunade let go of Chiya, allowing him to explain. The story goes like this. Kushina came to ask me a question and perhaps my last performance of an evil Uchiha. A bad expression was seen by this boy and then he came to stop me. Chiya shrugged his hands. That's how it was. You could have explained it. You chose to keep teasing him. After saying that, Tsunade pointed at Minato. You know, it's my first time dealing with such a boy. I just wanted to see the bonds of the ninja school kid's strength. So that's how it is. You bad guy, you must compensate them both. Tsunade threatened Chiya fiercely. Lady Tsunade, there's no need, it's nothing really. Seeing that it was just a false alarm, Minato wanted to leave. You can't leave, he's responsible for the mess he created. After Tsunade finished speaking, she pointed at Chiya, and after Kushina calmed down and understood, she looked at Chiya with some anger. Stinky Chiya, I still can't forgive you. Then how about this, I'll treat you to barbecue. Chiya had no choice better to spend money to avoid disaster, especially since there were two foodies who would surely agree. Then I'll forgive you. Although she was angry about what had just happened, it was nothing compared to barbecue. Then Chiya, let's go eat. After Tsunade finished speaking, she was about to leave. Keep up, kid. Tsunade pointed at Minato, seeing that he was still standing there. Okay, Lady Tsunade. Inside the Konoha barbecue restaurant, both sides introduced themselves. Hello, I am Uchiha Shichiya, a jonin from Konoha and a good friend of Kushina. Shichiya smiled at Minato, indicating that the earlier incident was just a misunderstanding. Hello, Master Shichiya, I am Namikaze Minato, still a student at the ninja school. Minato realized the other party was a jonin. This meant that his taijutsu should be quite strong. But wait, how did he manage to hit Kushina then? You don't need to call me master, just call me brother Shichiya like Kushina does. Noticing the confusion in Minato's eyes, Shichiya hurriedly changed the subject. Alright, brother Shichiya. Minato called out obediently. If one plan failed, Shichiya would come up with another. He needed to gain Minato's trust first before proceeding slowly. Very well, order whatever you want today, I treat you. Shichiya generously stated, no worries, his money was still enough. On the other side, Kushina was filled with confusion. Brother Shichiya. I've never called him that before, isn't it always Stinky Shichiya? Stinky. Brother Shichiya, I want juice, the pure kind. Kushina yelled for a drink. Haha, no problem boss, bring 2 bottles of juice. The other bottle was naturally prepared by Shichiya for Minato. This is what is called warmth in an unintentional moment. Shichiya understood that Minato was not just a child from a common family, he was also an orphan. Without the protection of a family, his journey must have been very tough. If not for the slow expansion of the root, he might have become one of their elites in the future. Wait, an orphan. Both parents deceased. Why not include him in the Uchiha family tree? No blood relation, but he will surely excel at Flying Thunder God in the future. Although it is somewhat complicated to handle both the Uchiha side and the third Hokage side present issues. We cannot rush, we must proceed carefully. Thinking of this, Kai's Sharingan secretly turned several times. During the ordering phase, whenever Kushina chose something, Shichiya would order for Minato. However, Minato's orders did not include Kushina's choices. Sorry Kushina, but right now you're not as important as Minato. Minato felt warmth in his heart. It was the first time he sensed such kindness from a stranger. Why is he being so nice to me? Kushina felt extremely upset, wondering why that annoying Shichiya was treating this little blonde so well. For the first time she felt jealous of a peer. Differential treatment. Differential treatment. Is my red hair not beautiful anymore? For a long time after this, Kushina tried to find ways to exclude Minato at the Ninja Academy. Minato couldn't understand at the academy why she was targeting him. In the third Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen focused on the reports from the Umbu. Did you say you've heard Shichiya say those words to Kushina because of the distance? Yes, Lord Hokage. You may leave now, continue monitoring. Yes. To make the village more loving. To prevent wars from happening again. Even if he couldn't become Hokage, he would strive to achieve this goal. What a naive and amusing Shichiya, almost like a mirror. War, you see, after becoming Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that war could bring prestige, resolve internal conflicts, and accomplish many things. Looking at the scroll before him, it also mentioned Minato, an orphan from Konoha village who had some talent but lacked any family background. He didn't care much about it. As usual, a group of people gathered again at the barbecue restaurant. Uchiha Mikoto, Tsunade, Shinaru, Kushina, and now there was also Minato. Minato, I heard that you are an orphan. Uchiha stated naturally while looking at Minato, who was enjoying grilled meat. During this time he had gotten much closer to Minato, teaching him cultivation, buying him a scroll of wind-released ninjutsu, and even changing his clothes several times. Every time they ate, Uchiha would ask Kushina to go to the academy and call Minato, who would always appear unwilling. Indeed, did yellow hair attract more attention than red hair? Yes, my parents died in the ninja war. Minato said this calmly, but there was a touch of sadness in his eyes. Actually, your brother Uchiha is also an orphan. Upon hearing this, everyone except Mikoto was taken aback. Uchiha was actually an orphan. Shinaru learned this for the first time. I knew it must be this way, otherwise why was there no one at his house that day? Tsunade seemed to have guessed it long ago. Ah, so that's how it is. That annoying Chiya is an orphan, no wonder he always likes to take Minato out to play. I will forgive that annoying Chiya then. It's like the attraction of similar fates. I really admire you. Actually, I have been thinking, would you like to live with me? Chiya dropped a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Even Mikoto looked at him in disbelief. Minato, don't think too much. I have always longed for a younger brother. After pausing for a moment, he pretended to glance at Shinaru. You will just live with me, you won't become an evil Uchiha. You will still be Minato Namake's, but I will take great care in teaching you. Chiya simply explained that as long as Minato agreed, he would live in the Uchiha clan. Even without blood relations, the mark of the Uchiha had already been placed upon him. In order to face the future, Chiya needed Minato's strength that would be convenient for things like picking up a delivery. Brother Chiya, can I? To be honest, Minato found it somewhat hard to believe. He was an orphan, a child without a family, and he was more mature than his peers, understanding more than most. Some things due to the absence of parents, he couldn't compete with other children for. After school, he returned to an empty house. It would be a lie to say he wasn't sad, but fortunately during this time Chiya had given him a lot of warmth. As an orphan with no family support, the only thing he excelled at was his performance at the Ninja Academy, but that meant nothing for a young jonin of the Uchiha clan. He clearly knew that Chiya was a kind-hearted person. Of course you can. You should tidy up your home and come live with me. Chiya was extremely happy. He hadn't expected Minato to agree so easily. But Chiya, what about the clan? Mikoto expressed some concern, and Minato's bright eyes dimmed upon hearing this. Yes, even though Brother Chiya was willing to accept him, the Uchiha clan, despite any negative perceptions, was still Konoha's current nominal first family. Could they accept me? Minato felt it was improbable. Don't worry, Mikoto. Tonight take me to find your father. Giving Minato a look that conveyed trust, Chiya had also thought of a plan. In the dead of night, Chiya arrived at the home of the fifth elder. Speak, what brings you to me? Don't tell me you want to marry Mei-chin. I certainly do not approve of that right now. The fifth elder merely acknowledged Chiyi. He needed Chiyi to achieve some accomplishments. Father-in-law, I would like to meet with the clan leader privately. Ahem, you can still just call me fifth elder. I'm not quite used to father-in-law. The fifth elder admitted he had previously been blinded by money. I will arrange the meeting. You wait at home for news from Mei-chin. All right, father-in-law. Ahem, you. Regretting his earlier decision, the fifth elder felt that Chiyi would eventually drive him to his grave. A few days later, Mei-chin came to find Chiyi and informed him about the time for the private meeting with the clan leader. During these days, Chiyi spent some money to expand his house. Overall, there wasn't much change, just a few more small rooms added. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, the Uchiha clan leader sat quietly across from Chiyi. Speak, what is on your mind? The Uchiha clan leader asked Chiyi. Clan leader, I wish to adopt an orphan. He has exceptional talent. Chiyi explained simply at first. That's not permissible. You must understand that our Uchiha clan has never accepted outsiders. But this matter. It was instructed by the third Hokage. He said it was to ease the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, and this child may very well be the bridge for communication between us and the village. What? This is the third Hokage's plan. I see the third Hokage wants the village to see that we Uchiha are not a clan to be avoided. This is surely a way to improve the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. It seems the third Hokage is repaying a favor from the past. Since this is the third Hokage's arrangement, I agree, but you must find a way to handle the elder. The Uchiha clan leader understood that even if he agreed, the elder would still obstruct him. He wanted to see how Chiyi would handle it. Alright, clan leader. I will explain it to the elder. Shortly after leaving the clan leader's home, Chiyi quietly headed to the elder's residence. Chiyi, do you have something to report? Elder, there hasn't been much happening in the village lately, but the third Hokage has instructed me to adopt an orphan to ease the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. That child has a high talent for ninjutsu. What nonsense! Our Uchiha clan does not need outsiders to join us. The elder was infuriated. What kind of joke was this? If they agreed, how could they ensure the purity of the Uchiha bloodline? Moreover, even though he was an orphan, who could say he wasn't a spy? Elder, the clan leader has already agreed to the third Hokage's arrangement. Chi pushed the Uchiha clan leader forward. Ridiculous. When did the Uchiha clan leader become so submissive? Are we to obey whatever the third Hokage says? Elder, this matter cannot be changed. Even if that child is a spy, we won't let him access any information, thus he wouldn't have any power. You must realize that a trustworthy pawn is far better than a hidden traitor. Also, I suspect there may already be a traitor in our clan. Chi spoke to the elder in a somewhat persuasive tone regarding the traitor. He had long suspected someone was secretly communicating with the third Hokage, otherwise how else could Danzo be so obsessed with the Sharingan? Furthermore, Izanagi must have been shared with him by someone. After pondering for a moment, the elder sighed. Indeed, I also suspect there may be a traitor in the clan. This matter requires your assistance in the investigation. If we can't make the third Hokage take action this time, his next plan will surely be more brutal and meticulous. By agreeing now, at least the Uchiha clan will have another opportunity to recuperate. Yes, elder, everything you do is for the Uchiha. No matter what, as long as it was said to be for the Uchiha, it was right. This was something that the Uchiha people loved to hear. Then I will agree for now. You have analyzed this matter very well. I have been somewhat too impatient regarding this issue. The elder realized after Chi's reminder that rather than being secretly undermined later, it was better to keep this pawn now. Elder, you are indeed a person of great wisdom, willing to be flexible for the Uchiha clan. Chi flattered the elder. He had secured the Uchiha clan. As for the sixth elder, as long as the Uchiha clan leader mentioned improving relations with the village, he would definitely agree without hesitation. After resolving the concerns of the Uchiha, Chi quickly made his way to the third Hokage's office. Chi, did you come to see me for something? Hokage-sama, I wish to adopt an orphan. Chi did not mention talent first, as saying too much might arouse the third Hokage's suspicion. What is your reason? I assume you wouldn't adopt an orphan for no reason. The third Hokage had doubts. After all, there were many orphans in Konoha. It's like this, Hokage-sama. I encountered an orphan named Namikaze Minato who is studying at the Ninja Academy. He is very intelligent and has a great affinity for the will of fire. Moreover, the Uchiha clan wants to improve the somewhat tense relationship with the village. They wish to use this child to prove that the Uchiha are not entirely a cold clan. Oh. Is it to show off in front of the village? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had known about Chi's encounter with Namikaze Minato for quite some time. It was the movements of the Uchiha clan that he was truly concerned about. Chi, I approve of this matter. On behalf of the village, you can have Namikaze Minato move to your place at any time. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage agreed to Chi's request. To him, this was a trivial matter. One orphan going to the Uchiha clan was nothing to worry about. However, he needed to address the next key point. Chi, you must know that there are many militaristic members in the Uchiha clan. They will not allow the village to remain peaceful. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke to Chi with concern. Hokage-sama, I will never allow my clan's members to harm the village. Very well, I need you to do one thing: secretly monitor the Uchiha. If necessary, you must choose the village. After saying this, the third Hokage looked at Uchiha Chi. Hokage-sama, I believe the Uchiha will not betray the village. However, this matter is my responsibility. Please trust me, I will always prioritize the village. I had already guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had this idea. Today it seems he has been frank and no longer pretends. Very well, you should go back and inform Namikaze Minato. Upon hearing this, Chi walked out of the third Hokage's office. On the surface he appeared resolute, but in reality it was all for the sake of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inside he was elated with Namikaze Minato's inclusion. He could slowly brainwash him, and surely make him useful to me. At Konoha Ninja Academy, parents gathered outside waiting to pick up their children after school. Minato, over here. I'm right here. Kia called out cheerfully to young Minato. The boys around him blinked in surprise. Did Minato even have family? As for the girls, their eyes sparkled with infatuation, none more so than Yamanaka Ino. Kushina also spotted Kiya, but to avoid suspicion she pretended not to know him. Given the look in Ino's eyes, she had no intention of introducing the mischievous Kiya to her classmates. "Brother Kiya, why are you here?" Young Minato looked puzzled. No one had ever come to pick him up before. This was the very first time in his life. "I've got wonderful news for you. Both the village and the Uchiha clan have given their approval. From now on you'll live with me." Kiya beamed as he delivered the news. "That's amazing, Brother Kiya." Minato assumed everyone had already forgotten the incident from just days ago. He never imagined Kiya would go to such lengths for him, and he was utterly moved. Tears welled in his eyes. At last he had a family. "Don't cry, you're a man after all," Kiya said with a playful grin. "Yes, Brother Kiya, I won't cry. Let's pack up your things right away. We'll get you moved in within the next day or two." Kiya couldn't afford to wait. A child's heart was as volatile as a roller coaster, delay risked reversal. He needed this settled swiftly. He intended to hone young Minato into an impeccably sharp blade, one capable someday of confronting even the third Hokage en route alone. Soon Minato led Kiya to his home. "This is my house, Brother Kiya," he said, pointing bashfully toward the drafty roof-leaking dwelling with no courtyard. "You've done remarkably well on your own," Kiya said, ruffling Minato's hair, its coarse texture prickling slightly against his palm. Hearing those words, Minato could hold back no longer. He burst into tears. He'd suppressed them at school surrounded by so many peers, but now he simply couldn't. It seemed success drew nearer still. "Rely on me, boy. Henceforth you shall be my sharpest blade." Outwardly soothing, Kiya inwardly lauded himself for his masterful execution. In such a short time he had secured both Kushina and young Minato, two extraordinary talents like the legendary dragon and phoenix. After Minato finished weeping, his reddened eyes stirred deep compassion. Pushing open the door, they entered a home so bare it could only be described as utterly empty. "Your place is very tidy," Kiya offered, grasping for something kind to say. "Brother Kiya, may I take my parents' memorial tablets with me?" Minato asked hesitantly, fearing Kiya might object. If refused, he'd have to return here periodically to pay his respects. "Of course, you have my solemn word that I will honor them as you do." Those words struck straight to Minato's heart. Truly, Brother Kiya was gentle and kind. In truth, Kiya saw only 2 additional tablets, insignificant in light of the immense returns they promised. Once packing concluded, Kiya shouldered the bundle while Minato cradled the tablets, and together they walked toward their new home. "Wow, your house is enormous, Brother Kiya." Minato spoke sincerely. Kiya's residence boasted both front and rear gardens, and the 2-story building in the backyard alone occupied space enough for several more structures. "Come, I'll show you your new home." After briefly outlining the layout and letting Minato choose his own room, Kiya excused himself to meet Tsunade. That morning Tsunade had requested a meeting with Kiya. "Teach Nawaki." Kiya stared at her, incredulous. "What exactly could I teach your brother? He's already mastered every foundational technique flawlessly." This task belonged to Orochimaru. He knew the subject intimately. "Nawaki's been insisting on independence lately. He wants to find a proper sensei to train him in ninjutsu." Tsunade admitted she'd already scolded, and even spanked, him several times, yet Nawaki remained resolute. "What about Jiraiya?" Kiya hoped to alter Nawaki's fate. After all, the world of Naruto had already begun shifting since his arrival. As for himself, Kiya was fully committed to nurturing Minato. He had no bandwidth left for Nawaki. "Jiraiya. Nawaki thinks he lacks professionalism, says he's not serious enough." Tsunade spoke bluntly, utterly indifferent to Jiraiya's feelings. "Then what about Orochimaru? How does he sound?" Kiya ventured, naming the Sannin. "He'd be ideal, if only anyone knew where he is. He may well be dead by now." Inside the Ryuchi cave, Orochimaru was not yet dead. "Orochimaru, I have granted you ample time, now it is time to collect my interest." The white snake sage flicked out its tongue and lunged to swallow Orochimaru whole. Honored sage, to perish within your sacred belly would be my greatest pride. Orochimaru feigned resignation to death. Well done. I did not expect such fidelity from you. Rest assured, I shall swallow you whole and your suffering will be fleeting. The white snake sage opened its colossal maw and struck toward Orochimaru, when suddenly a violet serpent shadow darted past, seized him in its jaws and fled with blinding speed. Remember your vow, 1,000 sacrifices. Manda raced wildly through the Ryuchi cave, shedding his skin repeatedly to evade the sage's divine techniques. Fear not, Manda. Should you deliver me safely beyond these caverns, your 1,000 offerings shall be fulfilled, and far greater collaborations await us. Indeed, Manda was his contingency, a prodigy among the younger generation of serpents dwelling in the Ryuchi cave. Orochimaru had shrewdly exploited Manda's gluttony. It was this very weakness that granted him a sliver of survival, and access to invaluable research archives of the Ryuchi cave. Ahead lies the summoning altar bound for Konoha. Hurry and channel your chakra. Understood. Farewell, Manda. With those words, Orochimaru vanished via summoning technique, a masterful artifice. When his eyes reopened, he stood near Konoha's borders, accompanied only by the summoning medium, a slender green serpent. Orochimaru, you let him escape! The white snake sage roared in fury. Heh heh heh! Old hag, it was my choice. Manda showed no fear. What after all could she truly do to him? Transgressions demand recompense. I now claim the sage chakra you bear. To expend such painstaking effort cultivating even a wisp of sage chakra, for a mere human, is sheer folly. The white snake sage sneered, then sank its fangs deep into Manda's neck, greedily draining both his sage chakra and vital life force. Do not forget your 1,000 sacrifices. We shall meet again, Orochimaru. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Orochimaru arrived immediately upon his return. Orochimaru, have you mastered sage technique? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, curious. No, sensei. My body is fundamentally incompatible with sage chakra. Orochimaru's voice carried quiet sorrow. If only my body could harmonize with sage chakra. Body. Why not simply acquire another? A bold, audacious plan crystallized before him. Go rest for now. Prepare for the Rain Village campaign in due course. Yes, sensei. Orochimaru departed swiftly, his mind ablaze with one obsession: acquiring a new vessel. Only thus could he master sage technique, withstand Uchiha Shichiya's incomprehensible genjutsu, and ascend to the apex of the shinobi world. Research on soul-related physiology was already complete, yet he wondered whether Danzo's laboratory had prepared the necessary infrastructure. Indeed, Danzo's clandestine collaborator was none other than Orochimaru himself. Circling the village unseen, Orochimaru slipped silently into Root's domain. Orochimaru, you've returned. Danzo, seeing him arrive, knew his gamble had paid off. The power he craved was finally within reach. Lord Danzo, have my requested materials been prepared? Orochimaru knew Danzo hungered for power, but compared to his own experiments, Danzo was merely a pawn to be wielded. Would release. Achieving results within any reasonable timeframe was impossible, unless one transplanted him directly into Hashirama Senju's living body. Should I instead transplant Danzo's soul into Hashirama's corpse? He dismissed the notion instantly. It was unfeasible. A deceased body could never sustain such an experiment. Ryuchi cave records were unequivocal: only a living vital body could house another soul, and even then required specialized curse seals as conduits. East of the village stands a massive tree marked with Root's sigil. Channel chakra into it, the subterranean laboratory gate will open. Danzo spoke slowly, cloaking his words in an aura of inscrutable wisdom, though in truth the groundwork had been laid entirely by Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane. Yet Danzo alone reaped the rewards, a testament to his mastery of influence. You have gone to extraordinary lengths for this experiment, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru, caution is paramount. Do not expose yourself. Should you falter, both you and I will face grave consequences. Understood, Lord Danzo. You need only await my report. With that, Orochimaru hastened eastward. The experiment brooked no delay. So this is Orochimaru. Chiya silently activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was indeed him. Had he returned? He looked frantic. Whatever troubled him must be extraordinary. Chiya trailed Orochimaru in silence. Upon reaching the village's eastern edge, Orochimaru began searching intently. Was the treasure buried beneath a tree? Chiya watched as Orochimaru moved like a thief, swiftly inspecting each trunk. He found it, the root insignia. Orochimaru quietly channeled chakra and a hidden door slid open in the trunk. This sensation. Was it a laboratory? So all this urgency was for an experiment. Chiya turned to leave, then froze at a faint rustle behind him. Kaikun, are you here to see me? Orochimaru smiled with quiet menace. Ah, yes. How had he been detected? Chiya had been certain he'd kept sufficient distance. How then had Orochimaru sensed him? His gaze swept the nearby trees, and there coiled upon a distant branch were several slender serpents. Their eyes were fixed unblinkingly upon him. No wonder Orochimaru had noticed him. His own carelessness had betrayed him. Kaikun is remarkably perceptive. Orochimaru observed Chiya's glance toward the concealed serpents. Now that I've found you, let me speak plainly. Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki wishes to become your apprentice. To conceal his discovery of Orochimaru's laboratory, Chiya chose instead to reveal Nawaki's request. Nawaki wants to train under me. Orochimaru sounded genuinely surprised. He had never taken an apprentice before. You were often absent. Nawaki held Jiraiya in low regard. He finds you reliable, admires your professionalism, your unwavering focus, and considers your ninjutsu far more refined than Jiraiya's. Chiya could no longer recall Nawaki's exact words, so he improvised. Is that so? I hadn't realized he held me in such high esteem. If you're agreeable, take time soon to speak with Tsunade. Chiya gestured as if his message were delivered, and prepared to depart. Kaikun, you truly saw nothing. Orochimaru wished to delay exposure of his laboratory. The fewer who knew, the safer he remained. What do you mean? Do you harbor some secret, Orochimaru? Chiya feigned ignorance, countering with a question. Nothing at all, Kaikun. Take care on your way home. Still uneasy, Orochimaru studied Chiya's subtle expressions one last time. Take care. Are you threatening me, Orochimaru? Kaikun, you're overthinking. When did you cast the genjutsu? Before Orochimaru's eyes, Chiya fragmented into countless slugs, dissolving, then surging forward to crawl over him. Glancing down, Orochimaru recoiled. His own body had transformed into a pale serpent. Get away, you vermin, get away! In the genjutsu realm, Orochimaru writhed in fury, teeth clenched, but his resistance was utterly futile against Chiya. Trapped within the illusion, he could not break free, while Chiya, unbound by its constraints, acted freely upon his real-world form. Within the genjutsu, acid-spewing slugs slowly dissolved Orochimaru molecule by molecule. In reality, Chiya struck Orochimaru squarely in the abdomen, a blow so decisive that Orochimaru gasped awake, collapsing onto the forest floor in agony. Orochimaru, I despise your manner of speech. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. Who gave you permission to threaten me? To convince Orochimaru he'd uncovered nothing, Chiya had to assert dominance, to appear even more formidable, more ruthless than Orochimaru himself. Kaikun, you are not quite as gentle as sensei imagined. Orochimaru stared in shock. Chiya had just assaulted a fellow Konoha shinobi. After all, Orochimaru was still at heart a promising young man, driven only by scientific curiosity. His veiled threat had been mere precaution intended to keep the village from obstructing his work. Put aside those petty calculations. You think I'll let you walk out of this forest alive, after insinuating you might report me to the third Hokage? Chiya planted his foot squarely atop Orochimaru's pallid face, pressing down, twisting his heel slowly across the cheek. In that instant, Orochimaru's youthful pride shattered completely. Chiya crushed not only his face, but his very sense of self-worth. After all, he had been the third Hokage's most cherished protege. Uchiha Shichiya, how merciless he is! One careless word, and he would kill me without hesitation. Rage burned within Orochimaru, not at Chiya alone but at his own powerlessness. He craved strength desperately. Kaikan, I swear no one else shall ever learn of this. Please spare me. To survive, to continue his experiments, to one day surpass Uchiha Shichiya, Orochimaru resolved to endure humiliation. Is that so? Your oaths mean nothing to me. Still, I'll spare you. But you must pay a price. Within Chiya's mind a silent laugh rose. Playing the villain was intoxicating. He had no intention of killing Orochimaru outright. In the world of the Naruto, such a figure remained indispensable. A price. Name it, Kaikan, I'll give you whatever I possess. Yet inwardly Orochimaru seethed, imagining tearing Chiya limb from limb. I'm curious, what brings you to this forest? Speak truthfully. I'd rather avoid extracting answers through genjutsu. This encounter had veered entirely from Chiya's original intent. The Mangekyo Sharingan subtly yet inexorably amplified his darker impulses. You insist on guarding your secrets, then I'll compel you to speak them aloud. Kaikan, I came here because… Your hand, Kaikan, must you pin it with a chakra blade? As Orochimaru attempted to flee, Chiya pierced his palm clean through with a shimmering blade of condensed chakra. Chiya gazed down at the fallen Orochimaru, his every twitch transparent beneath the Mangekyo's gaze. One of your serpents behaved most impertinently. Tell me, does it deserve punishment? It does. Orochimaru suppressed his bitterness. This was unmistakable mockery. Very well. Continue. It began like this. Orochimaru explained he'd inherited the laboratory from another. Oh. I hadn't known you favored experimentation, Orochimaru. What field precisely? Chiya mused. His earlier suspicion had been correct, yet Orochimaru's true objective remained unclear. Soul research. I am fascinated by the soul's nature. He omitted Danzo entirely. If Chiya decided to kill him, speaking would seal his fate just as surely as silence. He trusted Chiya no more than he trusted shadows. From their first meeting he'd known, Uchiha Shichiya was profoundly, irredeemably dangerous. Is that so? Then henceforth all your research data and findings must be shared with me. Agreed, Kaikan. May I depart now? No, Orochimaru. Chiya, you. Enraged Orochimaru dropped all honorifics, only to find himself ensnared once more in genjutsu. Seizing the moment, Chiya implanted several transcription seals upon Orochimaru, designed so that should he ever speak or write of today's events, the black flames of Amaterasu already sealed deep within his body would instantly consume him. You've done well, Orochimaru. Chiya chuckled softly. Orochimaru collapsed, utterly paralyzed. Kaikan, may I go now? One final plea. If refused, Orochimaru would detonate explosive tags upon himself, rather than suffer further degradation. You're fortunate. I'm in a generous mood today. I've embedded sealing techniques within your mind. Should you utter a single word of this day, spoken or written, you won't even leave ash behind. Chiya withdrew his foot and strode back toward the village unbothered. Chakra's running low again. I need replenishment. At the Konoha Medical Division, a patient awaiting surgery suddenly shivered, without cause. He was finally gone. Gazing at his own disheveled state, Orochimaru let out a hollow, bitter laugh. He needed power, power to exact vengeance upon Uchiha Shichiya. He would betray the village itself if necessary. Talent, that was what he lacked. Were he gifted with Uchiha Shichiya's mastery of genjutsu, perhaps even his own sensei would fall beneath his shadow. What? You mean Orochimaru has returned to the village? Tsunade asked, puzzled, as she dined with Uchiha Shichiya. She hadn't heard a word of it, so where had he learned it? I saw him sprinting across the rooftops this morning, Shichiya replied casually. Several jonin in Konoha likely witnessed the same. he decided to inform Tsunade first, to give her time to prepare. Should her younger brother Danzo secretly seek Orochimaru as his mentor, she might well blame others for failing to warn her. Kiya, do you truly believe it would be right for Danzo to train under Orochimaru? Tsunade still hoped Danzo would become Kiya's apprentice. After all, Kiya was one of their own. Though Orochimaru harbors shadows within his heart, I trust he will be a capable teacher. Even after his later descent into darkness, Orochimaru spared Enko's life, proof enough that he holds deep regard for the sacred bond between master and disciple. And now he remains uncorrupted. Since you say so, I'll speak with Orochimaru myself in a few days. Tsunade resolved to meet him, for Danzo's sake. After all, he was her beloved younger brother. Inside Orochimaru's laboratory on the eastern edge of the village, the sheer abundance of experimental apparatus filled him with delight. I'll need some ordinary test subjects. Should I press Danzo again? Orochimaru still awaited that crucial specimen from Danzo, and pushing too hard now would be unwise. Moreover, bound by mutual trust, or at least the pretense thereof, he preferred Danzo remain ignorant of his research. Perhaps the Konoha Medical Division holds suitable specimens. After several days immersed in experimentation, Orochimaru made his way there. Orochimaru, you've arrived just in time. I need to speak with you. Tsunade, spotting him approaching, welcomed the serendipity. Coincidence indeed, Tsunade. I too have matters to discuss with you. Orochimaru had not yet reached the point of irrevocable rupture with Tsunade and Jiraiya. They remained steadfast comrades, though his thirst for power burned fiercely. No malice yet tainted his intentions. Shall I go first? Tsunade turned to Orochimaru. She had always been decisive. Go ahead, Tsunade. It's about Danzo. He wishes to find a ninjutsu mentor, and he's set his sights on you. She revealed Danzo's desire to become his apprentice. So it was true, Uchiha Kiya had spoken no falsehood days earlier. He cursed his own excessive caution, recalling those recent humiliations. Bitterness and fury twisted within him. Even if he'd misjudged Uchiha Kiya, the sting of that disgrace festered. He resented his own weakness, and envied Kiya's extraordinary talent. Tsunade, I'm rather occupied at present. Danzo's training. Orochimaru's mind remained fixed on his experiments. Taking on an apprentice struck him as inconvenient. Then let it be. I'll explain it to Danzo myself. Tsunade sighed, resigned. Finding a worthy instructor proved difficult. Truly exceptional ones were perpetually overburdened, while lesser candidates failed to meet her standards. No, I must consult Kiya after all. He still owes me, and that debt remains unpaid. Tsunade, please forgive the intrusion. I've come to request certain human specimens. Orochimaru dared not specify living subjects. Tsunade would report him without hesitation. We don't keep human specimens, but skeletal remains are available here. Tsunade could not fathom his purpose. Skeletal remains alone won't suffice. Orochimaru had merely hoped for luck. Without war, fresh cadavers within the village were scarce. Where else might he procure viable test subjects? Secrecy was paramount. The villagers must never learn. His gaze drifted toward the nearby civilian settlements surrounding Konoha. The disappearance of one or two civilians would hardly stir concern. From this moment forth, Orochimaru's abduction campaign began. What? You summoned me for this? Tsunade summoned Kiya once more, this time bringing Danzo along. Meeting Danzo's eager, hopeful gaze, Kiya felt a pang of reluctance. But Tsunade, you must understand, Minato needs me. I cannot possibly spare time to train Danzo as well. Kiya held firm. Mentoring 2 students was already taxing, adding a third would form a full squad. He was no caretaker. Are you implying Danzo is troublesome? He's a remarkably capable boy, even cooks meals. Indeed, Tsunade often returned home to find dinner prepared by Danzo. He cooks. Ah, how fortuitous. I happen to require a culinary assistant, or rather a disciple. Kiya recalled how lately he'd returned home late after assisting Tsunade, and Minato had cooked for him each evening. That kindness had left him faintly embarrassed. Just as he'd contemplated hiring someone skilled in the kitchen, Danzo appeared. "Danzo, from this moment you are my disciple," Kiya declared, beckoning him warmly. "Master Kiya." Danzo's face lit up with pure joy. "Call me Brother Kiya instead. Master feels overly formal, though rest assured I shall instruct you as a true mentor." "Understood, Brother Kiya." "Danzo, I entrust you with your first task: cook dinner for Minato at my residence. Can you accomplish this?" "Free labor, why leave it untapped?" "Of course, Brother Kiya, though." "Though what?" Kiya noticed Danzo's hesitant expression. "Brother Kiya, do you have spare rooms? If possible, I'd like to reside with you to train more closely." How urgently he wished to escape Tsunade's watchful eye. Fortunately, Kiya had recently expanded his home. "Empty rooms, yes, but your daily board." Kiya glanced meaningfully at Tsunade. "I'll cover it." Tsunade pounded her chest with bravado. "You swore it, don't renege." Skeptical of her notorious gambling habits, Kiya remained unconvinced. His true interest lay in the Senju clan's forbidden jutsu scrolls. "Wonderful. Brother Kiya, I'll pack immediately and move in." Danzo dashed off, thoroughly done with Tsunade. "And what of you, care to join me for drinks?" Tsunade extended the invitation. Kiya's acceptance delighted her. Let's go. This time neither of us gets drunk." Together they entered a quiet, serene tavern nestled within the village. "You're hopeless. Your cup could raise goldfish," Tsunade teased. "That's called blessing root. You wouldn't understand," Kiya retorted lightly. Banter flowed effortlessly between them, until inevitably the hour for parting drew near. "One final toast, bottoms up." "Let's go home." "Wait, last time we took the wrong turn. My house lies the other way," Tsunade pointed confidently. Then where's my house?" Kiya countered, momentarily disoriented. "Never mind, just follow me." Arriving home, the two slipped seamlessly into the next chapter. Meanwhile, Minato chatted with Danzo, wondering where Brother Kiya had wandered off to. "Don't worry, he's surely drinking with my older sister. Come on, let's eat heartily. The future Hokage will be me. I'm older, so precedence is mine," Danzo declared with cheerful confidence. Minato smiled but said nothing, though inwardly he too looked forward to it. The next morning at Tsunade's residence, she stirred, slightly disturbed by an unfamiliar hardness beneath her head. Something was deeply amiss. As she opened her eyes, she froze, utterly stunned. She lay curled tightly against Kiya, cradled securely in his arms. Gazing upon his peaceful sleeping face, she chose not to disturb this fragile, perfect stillness. At her slightest movement, Kiya awoke instantly. To avoid awkwardness, he kept his eyes closed, instead quietly extending his chakra to sense her presence. Tsunade had slipped away from his embrace for a few seconds, then resettled herself, drifting back into slumber. Should he then simply resume sleeping? The two of them had been lying in silence for several hours until Chiya finally broke the awkwardness. "Good morning." Chiya nudged the side of Tsunade, who slowly opened her eyes as if just waking up. "I have to go back and check on things. Kakashi must be worried after not seeing me all night." Chiya quickly put on his pants. "Chiya, we should never drink again next time." Tsunade seemed to feel like she had done something wrong after drinking. Sometimes one cannot entirely blame the alcohol. In the end, it still boils down to a lack of self-control. "Tsunade, you said that. By the way, here's a scroll for you." Chiya pulled out a small scroll from his clothes and nimbly jumped out of the window. "Did he prepare a gift for me in advance?" Tsunade wondered as she unwrapped it, revealing a bedsheet. Should she wash it or not? At the Uchiha clan's Chiya home, the two little ones were preparing to go to school together. Although Chiya was Shoju's teacher, Shoju still had a year left before graduating from the ninja academy. Chiya was currently responsible only for teaching Shoju ninjutsu and observing his shortcomings in real combat. "What? Shoju, you found that stinky Chiya as your teacher?" Kushina felt like she was falling behind. Yes, Kushina, when Chie returns I will learn new ninjutsu. Shoujo actually had a dream of illusion. I also want to learn new ninjutsu so much. Kushina didn't want to be left behind. Now she had mastered the great fireball technique and a few sealing techniques. Although it wasn't much, it made her stand out among the children of her peers. Even Minato hadn't mastered a single ninjutsu. Chie meant to wait until Minato's body was stronger before teaching him ninjutsu, as the amount of chakra in the Uzumaki clan is something ordinary people simply do not possess. In the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo the Salamander was mobilizing the Jonin for a meeting. For a long time our Rain Ninja Village has been oppressed by the major ninja villages. We can hardly receive any missions, and not only that, the daimyo do not trust us, they even assign their missions to Konoha. They either want us to live nor want us to die. They just want us to act as a buffer zone, and all we can do is comply with their arrangements. When stationed at the border, they always look at us as if we were beggars. They come to sample our specialties for half price. Ninja after ninja voiced their opinions, especially with that last statement. After all, their future wives would likely be among those who were cheated. Quiet. I called you all here to resolve this matter. Hanzo waved his hand, causing the most vocal speakers to immediately fall silent. Lord Hanzo, what do you propose we do? The most vocal among them, Shinda asked. Only through a victorious war can we gain the respect of the major ninja villages and not be treated as soft persimmons. Hanzo spoke for quite a while, successfully brainwashing nearly all the ninjas present. Lord Hanzo is invincible. A red-haired man shouted first. Lord Hanzo is invincible. Invincible. The remaining ninjas joined in the chant. Hanzo glanced at the red-haired man, revealing a look of appreciation. Indeed, that red-haired man was from the Uzumaki clan. Through his relentless efforts, he finally managed to attend this gathering today. This matter seemed worthy of reporting to the higher-ups. Although the Uzumaki didn't know Kai's true identity, it could be guessed that Chie was a member of a major ninja village. The Rain Ninja Village preparing to attack the major ninja villages was indeed big news. Sir, first I wish you prosperity in the ninja way. Today I successfully infiltrated the core of the Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo held a mobilization meeting and he is preparing to declare war on the 5 major ninja villages. It seems that the previous training was for preparation before the war. Once that batch of people is trained sufficiently, the war will begin. I estimate that the Rain Ninja Village won't be able to provide much resources to support long-term training. At most from half a year to a year they may launch a war. Please pay close attention. At home, Nagato has had a fever for 3 days and everything else is as usual. If you feel that my report about my family's trivial matters is unnecessary, I can refrain from mentioning it. Sir, please do not forget me when the Rain Ninja Village is destroyed as your loyal subordinate Uzumaki Kitakuni. In the eyes of Uzumaki Kitakuni, Hanzo was practically courting death. Did he think that the Land of Waves was weaker than the small Rain Ninja Village? Without even declaring war, they were already being divided up by the major ninja villages. The people of Rain Ninja Village were simply hopeless. Chie looked at the information in front of him. It seemed that Hanzo had started the war a bit early, but even if it started now, he didn't care. It wouldn't endanger the Uchiha. As for Nagato, could it be that Madara had started to act? Chie wasn't in a hurry to retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan. There were certainly many white Setsu and black Setsu keeping an eye on that location. If possible, he wanted to find the now weakened Uchiha Madara. It was strange that Madara had not dared to show himself since his death at the hands of Hashirama. He had remained a recluse underground for so many years. If Chie could ambush the tubes connected to the magic elephant behind him, Uchiha Madara would definitely die soon after. He just needed to act while the iron was hot. It seemed he was currently hiding in the mountain graveyard. Should he go take a look? However, this was quite difficult for him to do alone. Just figuring out how to avoid white Setsu and black Setsu was a challenge in itself, let alone sneak up behind Uchiha Madara. It was tough. A single person's strength was limited. He needed a teammate and an opportunity. He could only wait for an opportunity, as this teammate needed to be able to sense white Setsu to infiltrate with Chie, and to retreat safely with him. Otherwise, if the scene was exposed, Chiya would have to eliminate them immediately. For the next period, Chiya was teaching Minato the basics and Shoju's ninjutsu. When he heard that Shoju wanted to learn illusions, Chiya pointed out that he lacked the talent for it, which Shoju obviously did not believe. A month passed and Shoju still couldn't comprehend those theoretical concepts. Shoju, your heart isn't dark enough. Chiya already knew that a child like Naruto could hardly have any malicious thoughts. In the Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents in front of him with a bit of worry. The Rain Village is actually declaring war on us. Have they been drenched senseless by the rain? And it seems the Sand Village is also plotting against Konoha. Numerous civilians have gone missing in the surrounding areas of Konoha. Sigh, so many vexing matters. For now he could only remain vigilant against both the Rain and Sand villages. The planned covert strike against the Rain village had to be postponed due to tensions with the Sand village demanding his full attention for defense. As for the disappearances near Konoha, who dares abduct people from the strongest shinobi nation, especially so close to Konoha itself? It is nothing short of open provocation. Investigate, thoroughly and without delay. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi dispatched several ANBU squads to uncover the truth behind the vanishings. Lord Danzo, are the materials prepared? Orochimaru had been summoned to route by Danzo. Naturally. Orochimaru, you must devote yourself entirely to this experiment. Even this minuscule tissue sample required countless intricate methods to procure. Indeed, what Danzo entrusted to Orochimaru was a fragment of flesh, taken from Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage revered as the god of shinobi. Truly vibrant. I never imagined that even decades after his passing his body would still pulse with such extraordinary vitality. Orochimaru gazed in awe at the specimen within the box. Hashirama Senju, a figure of terrifying power. For several days straight Orochimaru immersed himself in studying Hashirama's tissue. Suddenly footsteps echoed outside, light yet unmistakably approaching his laboratory. Who could it be? Orochimaru tensed. Orochimaru, I've come to collect my interest. A familiar voice rang out. Indeed, it was Uchiha Shichiya. Lord Shichiya, how long it's been? Orochimaru emerged, his face wreathed in smiles. You seem quite pleased. Shichiya glanced at him, puzzled. The expression betrayed either a breakthrough or a new obsession. Seeing you, Lord Shichiya, truly brings me joy. Orochimaru subtly subdued his grin. Very well, no more pleasantries. Lord Shichiya, I trust you're here to inspect my research progress. Shichiya hadn't seen Orochimaru in over a month, and deemed it essential to ascertain his recent activities. If there existed one figure more enigmatic than the masked man, it was surely the man standing before him. No one knew how many lives he truly possessed. Lord Shichiya, research into the soul is profoundly complex. Tangible results cannot emerge overnight. Orochimaru frowned. Those classified documents were not meant for sharing. Is that so? Then allow me to tour your laboratory. Shichiya regarded him with quiet mockery. So predictable, still unlearned. Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and drawing upon 3 chakra reserves, subduing Orochimaru grew ever easier. Lord Shichiya, no? Orochimaru hadn't anticipated the man's speed remaining so formidable. Did he never utter warnings before striking? After the brief but brutal exchange, Orochimaru slumped onto the floor. Lord Shichiya, I hope you won't be astonished upon seeing this. Remember, I do it all for science. With resignation, Orochimaru unlocked the laboratory door. He'd considered deceiving Shichiya, but dared not gamble again. Discovery might mean death next time. What? You've already begun human experimentation. Shichiya stared in disbelief at row upon row of cultivation vials containing severed human organs, and at the ordinary chakraless civilians held captive. Orochimaru's clandestine experiments were historically confined between the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Lord Shichiya, this pursuit serves only one purpose: the secret of the soul. Orochimaru spoke with rare candor. Some truths demanded sacrifice. Then this fragment of flesh, you seek the soul's secret through it as well. Chiya pointed to the pulsating tissue before him. Its overwhelming vitality and chakra density surpassed even Kushina Uzumaki's, whose chakra he had once sensed firsthand. This was a quantum leap, a fundamental transcendence in life-year far surpassing Kushina's bloodline. Could it truly be Hashirama Senju's cells? Chiya felt a flicker of relief. He'd been right to investigate. Orochimaru had advanced further than he'd imagined. Merely a preliminary trial. Orochimaru refused to reveal Danzo's involvement. Such staggering vitality and chakra hardly suggest a mere preliminary trial. Surely you intend to transplant it into someone? Chiya mocked. At that moment Orochimaru shut his eyes tightly, yet nothing happened. He didn't strike unexpectedly. Lord Chiya, your perception remains unmatched. This is merely a commissioned study. Orochimaru withheld only Danzo's name. Everything else spilled forth. Before a mercurial figure like Chiya's secrets where survival too few meant peril. If he revealed everything, Chiya might kill him on impulse. I see. Your current research holds little interest for me. Hand over your findings on the soul. Chiya already knew Orochimaru's future path, and success remained distant. One moment, I'll gather the files. Orochimaru retrieved them swiftly. Orochimaru, you've lost your mind. Chiya scanned the theoretical manuscripts devoid of practical validation, and concluded Orochimaru had grown overly cautious. Since events had already veered off course, he saw no harm in pushing Orochimaru further. What do you mean, Lord Chiya? Even defeated Orochimaru bristled at the insult to his life's work. Orochimaru, do you truly understand what separates ordinary humans from shinobi? Chiya fixed him with a gaze. He would offer a revelation. Chakra. Orochimaru tilted his head perplexed. Then tell me, did those soul experiments at Ryuchi Caves cited in your notes truly employ ordinary humans? That single sentence shattered his mental barriers, saving him at least half a year of futile detours. Lord Chiya, you are truly extraordinary. Orochimaru offered sincere praise. You remain too timid, too hesitant, lacking the resolve to sacrifice yourself for science. And you know far too little. Chiya's words unsettled him, yet the final remark startled him deeply. Lord Chiya, have you conducted your own research? Or do you possess knowledge beyond mine? Naturally. Orochimaru, the world is far more intricate than you imagine. Let me impart some truths, commit them carefully to memory with that rather dull intellect of yours. Lord Chiya, I beg you enlighten me. For the sake of power, even an insult seemed trivial. Have you heard of the impure world reincarnation? Chiya sat sipping tea calmly. The impure world reincarnation, the second Hokage's forbidden technique. Orochimaru asked, bewildered. Precisely. It resurrects the dead, restoring their full strength, and renders them immune to death itself. Tell me, do you suppose the second Hokage investigated the soul while developing this jutsu? Chiya's words struck Orochimaru like thunderclaps, illuminating a path he'd never considered. Yes, why hadn't he thought of it? This surpassed Ryuchi Cave's studies by orders of magnitude. Close your mouth, astonishment can wait. You possess extensive records from Ryuchi Cave, surely you visited it yourself. Chiya had long noted the foreign senjutsu chakra clinging to Orochimaru, though he'd chosen silence until now. Lord Chiya, nothing escapes your notice. You visited Ryuchi Cave yet remain vulnerable to my genjutsu. Evidently you failed to master senjutsu. Chiya reclined serenely in his chair while Orochimaru stood frozen, like a chastened schoolboy. Lord Chiya, I find myself genuinely awestruck. Extend your hand, I shall examine your chakra. Chiya commanded. Orochimaru extended his left hand. Chiya grasped the cold wrist. Indeed, you still retain traces of senjutsu chakra. To conceal his Mangekyo Sharingan, Chiya feigned a chakra-sensing ritual. Correct, The white snake sage infused me with some, but I failed to master it. Disappointment flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Good. Chie uttered 2 words. Good. Orochimaru was baffled. Understand, this senjutsu chakra differs fundamentally from human chakra. It is the energy of nature itself. Even the white snake sage merely absorbs natural energy. Your failure stems not from incapacity, but from employing an incompatible method. To surpass me, you must forge your own senjutsu chakra. Chie spoke casually, yet watched closely for any spark of ambition to defeat him. If found, he would extinguish it immediately. As for his own senjutsu mastery, not even by Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection had he achieved it. Decades yielded only the cursed seal. My own method of absorbing senjutsu chakra. Lord Chie, you are a genius. Orochimaru mused. If reapprenticeship were possible, he would choose Uchiha Shichiya without hesitation. Good. Very good. Chie spoke, and instantly cast another genjutsu. Lord Chie, what are you doing? No. Orochimaru couldn't fathom why he was being tormented anew. Orochimaru, you did not deny my earlier claim that you could defeat me. Orochimaru. After a round of friendly exchanges, Orochimaru felt disenchanted and somewhat reluctant to continue his experiments. I'm not sharing this information for free, Orochimaru. Kaikan, please state your conditions. Orochimaru was certain that Chie had knowledge he was unaware of. I need a spy embedded within Konoha, so that even if your experiments are discovered, you must report everything you know to me. Of course, I must know the results of the experiments. Chie clarified his thoughts. Well, at this moment Orochimaru, who had not been discovered by the village, was loyal to Konoha. Orochimaru, you have no choice. Your actions will eventually be exposed, and you will surely be expelled from the village. If you cooperate with me, you will learn more, and I will find what I need. It seems that way, Kaikan. Orochimaru knew he had no choice and couldn't even resist. He was too weak at the moment. Open your mind, I need to place a mark on you. Here it comes again. Orochimaru thought of something. It was another restriction. Are you actually placed it on my soul? Orochimaru became angry. This way, even if he died, he could never reveal it. Don't be angry, Orochimaru, this is for security purposes. This ninjutsu was somewhat taxing even for Chie, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His chakra was nearly depleted. With Orochimaru's current state, it was nearly impossible to break free unless it was the later version of himself who had split his soul into many pieces. However, by that time Chie was confident that with a single strike from his Susanoo, Orochimaru would have no choice but to kneel. Kaikan, I am truly curious about you. Curiosity can kill the cat, Orochimaru. After saying this, Chie had no intention of staying any longer. He vanished in an instant. Stumbling back home, Chie couldn't care less. He had consumed quite a bit today, and immediately fell asleep. On the other side, after the brainstorming session, Orochimaru confirmed his next plan. To acquire the reanimation jutsu, and use ninjas for experimentation. What? You need me to provide you with some ninjas? Danzo was somewhat enraged. How could Orochimaru think of targeting the villagers? It doesn't necessarily have to be ninjas from the village. There are many prisoners in Konoha prison awaiting execution. I need them for my experiments to see how to merge with that gentleman's cells. Hearing this, Danzo immediately thought of a solution. Alright, you go back for now, and in a few days prisoners will be brought to you. Also, the village has noticed that many civilians are missing. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo was very suspicious that it was his doing. Civilians seem to be of no use. As soon as Orochimaru said this ambiguous statement, he returned to the laboratory. He had to prepare for the next step. To acquire the reanimation jutsu. Relying on military merit was impossible. His points were insufficient. Asking the third Hokage directly would not work. Either Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely deny him. There was only one option left. As for defeating Chie, he believed it was impossible in the short term. Uchiha Shichiya had nearly attained the strength of a shadow. Moreover, Uchiha Shichiya had left a technique on Orochimaru. As long as he wished, even if Orochimaru did not die, he would still suffer greatly. Within the Uchiha clan, no one had said anything about the arrival of Rope Tree. He was a direct descendant of the Senju clan, and in their eyes he was an equal existence. Cough, cough, cough. Fugaki, you seem a bit haggard. The Uchiha clan leader looked at his son. Could it be that he was pushing Fugaku too hard for a grandchild? Father, please don't worry, I have just been training a bit too hard lately. The little whip training method was very effective. Uchiha Fugaku kept urging Tsukihua to increase the intensity. Sai, everything requires a balance of work and rest. I still have goji berries given by Elder 5, take some to drink. Father, there's really no need. On the other side at the Chiya household. Kaini, how long has he been sleeping? Rope Tree curiously asked. About 2 days, I suppose. Kaini must be exhausted. Little Minato during these 2 days would wipe Kai's face whenever he had the chance and open the windows for ventilation. By the way, let's have Tsunade come take a look, Rope Tree suggested. Alright, if it's Tsunade, perhaps Kaini will wake up soon. Before the two little ones could set off, Tsunade pushed the door open and entered. How long has he been asleep? Tsunade asked. Kaini has been sleeping for 2 days. Rope Tree replied. You two go to school first, I will check on him. After Tsunade said this, she let the two little ones go out. Come on, let's go to school first. After saying this, Rope Tree took the worried little Minato to the ninja school. His body seemed fine and it appeared to have nothing to do with him. His chakra was severely depleted. What had he been doing these past few days? Tsunade looked at Kai's face and couldn't help but give him a kiss. After all, he wouldn't wake up. At noon, Chiya slowly awakened. Seeing Tsunade asleep beside him. Who can tell me what is going on here? Kushina, it seems like it's noon already. Chi woke up Kushina. How did I fall asleep? Kushina was a bit dazed as she just woke up. He briefly explained that Chi had slept for 2 days, and it was thanks to her that he was able to replenish his chakra, otherwise he would have slept another day. I didn't expect to have slept for so long. Chi still had some misconceptions about his chakra capacity. Kakashi, how did you manage? You should thank me, it was fortunate that I came to see you today. Kushina seemed eager for praise. Kushina, I really appreciate it. Chi earnestly thanked her. You're too serious, you're making me a bit embarrassed. Kushina blushed under Chi's gaze. I'm so hungry, let's go eat some barbecue and I'll express my gratitude. Then we can't drink alcohol. Kushina thought of something and instructed Chi. Don't worry, I don't like drinking. Chi said he could accompany her but didn't like to drink. How about just a little? At the dinner table, Kushina was struggling against the temptation of alcohol. Didn't you say you wouldn't drink? Come on, eat some meat. Chi hadn't eaten for 2 days and was very hungry. Just 1 cup, I'll go call the owner. Kushina hesitated for a while but couldn't hold back any longer. Okay, but you have to stop after this, be a little self-aware. Chi instructed Kushina. 1 bottle, well, finish this bottle and then. Kushina happily wrapped her arms around Chi's neck, and Chi wondered if she was serious. Just this once, let's drink big once more. Kushina felt that after a few bottles it still wasn't enough. She wanted to drink to her heart's content. Then let's each go home. Chi had meat in his mouth while Kushina gestured for him to drink more. You're on the east side, which is not on my way. Chi was about to leave when Kushina pulled him back. I'm not going to your house, your family is too many. Kushina pointed towards Chi's house, her eyes indicating something. Alright then, no pretenses. Then shall we go to your house? Chi asked tentatively, not minding certain matters at all. Let's go, we can rest at my place. Kushina took Chi back to her home. That night both Chi and Kushina rested drenched in sweat. I have to go back first, Minato will surely worry if he sees me missing after lying down for 2 days. Chi put on his pants. Then take it slow on the way back, remember not to waste chakra again. Kushina was rarely gentle this time. Don't worry, this is the last time. After saying that, Chii felt something was off, and Kushina's expression also turned a bit sad upon hearing this. I meant chakra, don't overthink it. Chii explained in a bit of a panic. Haha, I know, hurry up and leave, it's late, and they will definitely worry. Kushina watched Chii leave, unable to calm herself down. How would she face Chii and Mikoto in the future? Never mind, as long as I'm happy. Kushina then lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Brother Chii, you're back. Minato, who was cooking with Shina, joyfully shouted. Yes, I was busy with some matters just now. Chii ruffled Minato's golden hair. Wow, there's such a strong smell of alcohol and sweat. Shina frowned and covered her nose. Does it smell that bad? Then I'll go wash up first. One must admit Shina had a very keen sense of smell. Hurry up, brother Chii, we prepared a feast for you. Really? I must eat a lot during dinner later. During this time, Chii had gradually passed many hometown recipes to Shina and Minato. Although their ninjutsu hadn't progressed much, their culinary skills had improved tremendously. If they could avoid war and open a restaurant together, perhaps they would find happiness. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chii stopped himself. This is the world of Naruto, where wars are everywhere. Without power, nothing will change. Shina had already changed the storyline, and one could look forward to her future potential. Minato, as the fourth Hokage, would need Chii's support to dominate the ninja world in the future. Inside the third Hokage's office. What, your investigation turned up nothing? The third Hokage Yuanfei Rishin bristled with anger. Every shinobi leaves traces, yet the Umbu had discovered nothing. Summon Chimu Shuomao. It was time to call upon a ninja with unparalleled reconnaissance skills. The Chimu clan, bound by contract to the Rinquan clan, was an excellent choice. Chimu Shuomao was among the finest of the Chimu clan. Shuomao, I have a mission for you. Please speak, third Hokage. There have been many disappearances around my. Investigate thoroughly, search for any clues, and report to me at once. Understood, Hokage-sama. Shuomao vanished in an instant. Yuanfei Rishin resumed his pipe, gently stroking his hat. The taste of power clung to him like an intoxicating perfume. Rishin, I need you. Before the third Hokage had taken another puff, Tuankang burst through the door. Knocking was unnecessary for Tuankang, he had already cast aside propriety. What is it, Tuankang? Next time remember to knock. Yuanfei Rishin feigned sternness. I require a number of death row prisoners from the prison. Many of Gen's operatives lack real combat experience. Tuankang seemed unconcerned by the earlier admonition to knock. Tuankang, even condemned men are lives, they have paid for their deeds. There is no need to. There is need. Tuankang interrupted. Rishin, next time I will knock. His tone carried an unexpected sincerity, and Yuanfei Rishin found himself willing to trust him this once. Only this once, Tuankang. Take my scroll and select the men. With that, Yuanfei Rishin set about writing on the scroll. The scroll authorized Tuankang to remove certain prisoners from Yui's jail. Rishin, you have done well on this matter. Tuankang praised whatever favored his aims. Tuankang, remember not to put me in a difficult position. Yuanfei Rishin added one last warning, uneasy. In the dim corridors of Yui's prison, Tuankang led a contingent of Gen operatives through narrow darkness. Lord Tuankang, you cannot take so many. I will have no way to answer to the Hokage. The warden panicked as Tuankang began to extract the condemned. Answer to whom? I hold the third Hokage's scroll. What further explanation do you need? Tuankang silenced the warden, who clung to the iron door. With no choice, the warden stepped aside. He had seen Gen operatives behind Tuankang performing hand signs. He knew resistance was futile. Good. You understand the stakes. I do not wish to hear any news reach the Hokage, comprehend? Tuankang warned the warden, who nodded like a frightened bird. As the anguished cries of the condemned echoed, Tuankang felt no remorse. In his calculus, they were already forfeit. The warden relented. Orochiwan, these are the prison's condemned. Be careful with your experiments, do not let them escape. Tuankang handed a portion of the prisoners to Deshiwan, the remainder he secretly detained elsewhere. These captives would serve as bargaining chips for Deshiwan's future dealings. If his experiments proceeded swiftly, Tuankang intended to have Gen dispose of those pests who endangered Mai. In Tuankang's eyes, their lives were wasted breath, their value had been mined dry. If they could finally be put to use for his ends, that would be their last shred of honor. Relax, Lord Tuankang. They will not attempt escape. Deshiwan placed several small serpents on each prisoner, an immediate deterrent should they flee. Back in his laboratory, Deshiwan injected one captive with cells from Qianshou Zhujian. Within moments, the man transformed grotesquely into a towering tree. It seems Qianshou Zhujian's cellular activity is far too potent. Even I cannot control it in such a short span. He resolved to focus the remaining subjects on studies of soul and immortal arts. Tormented cries filled the lab as Deshiwan immersed himself detached in the ocean of his experiments. Not long after, Chimu Shuomao reported to the third Hokage. By tracing the odors in the air, the Rinquan had identified the suspect Deshiwan. Shuomao, well done. I will fetch Deshiwan myself to speak with him. With that, Yuan Fei Rishin dismissed Chimu Shuomao. He chose to suppress the matter of Deshiwan abducting nearby villagers. Pursuing commoners paled next to the affairs of elite jonin. Deshiwan, what are you truly after? Yuan Fei Rishin stared toward the direction of Deshiwan's laboratory, pipe clenched between his teeth. 6 months passed. During that time, Minato had fully adapted to life in Kai's household, and Shoju settled in with surprising ease. Chi-Yi, however, was often absent. Over time, the younger pair grew used to his irregular returns. Mei-chin continued to train diligently, hoping to pass to Jonin rank the following year. As for Deshiwan's experiments, Chi-Yi had visited and offered suggestions. The scale only grew. Yuan Fei Rishin had spoken to Deshiwan as well, but to no avail. Deshiwan told Chi-Yi of those discussions, nothing more than inquiries and admonitions, futile attempts at restraint. Tuankang continued to supply Deshiwan with condemned prisoners, yet the doctor's appetite seemed bottomless. Without subjects, there were no results. Left with no choice, Tuankang set his sights on ordinary shinobi who performed solo missions around the village. All of this, he told himself, was for Mai. Once sealed and handed over, Deshiwan's roster swelled. At the border, the Yunin seemed restless, picking provocations with increasing boldness. Reinforce the borders, be prepared to strike the land of rain if necessary. Yuan Fei Rishin was vexed by the Yunin's maneuvers. If not for the Sand Village's watchful glare, he might have unleashed a show of Mui's supremacy to teach the rain a lesson. Beneath the surface turbulence, the village maintained an air of peace. Shi watched the sky and found himself ill at ease with this fragile repose. Because of tensions with the Yunin, the third Hokage formed 3 combat teams led by Gangsho, Deshiwan, and Zilai. Gangsho uncharacteristically proposed including medical shinobi among the teams. Several of the Hokage's advisors opposed the idea. Only 2 supported her, Uchiha Shichiya among them, though the proposal was still rejected. Still, Gangsho felt a warmth at being backed by someone. She thought there might have been another supporter, though she could not recall who. In anger, Gangsho resolved to abstain from surgeries for the time being. Chi agreed. Let Chuanchen handle the ward's duties for now. These do not look like Mui shinobi. Watching figures flit through the underbrush, Chi's curiosity was piqued. Chi had used his Mangekyō Sharingan today merely to admire the scenery, and yet it revealed an unexpected discovery. He shadowed them at once, trailing silently from a distance. Why had they come near Kusuna's residence? Were they not wary of Uzumaki Mito's sensory prowess? With a frown, Chi watched the house. They waited, and when no sign of Mito appeared, several shinobi slipped into the house and soon emerged leading someone away. Mission accomplished. Retreat. As they turned, Chi glimpsed their insignia, Yunin. Though they wore no forehead protectors, their garments were unmistakable. Had Kushina been taken at last? They were reckless. They could have escaped by chakra, yet chose to stroll home via a hidden path, lowering their guard. Chi tailed them silently, weighing his options: intervene now and rescue Kushina, or wait for Minato to discover the abduction. Minato had moved, he might sense the danger. If Minato arrived and Chiyi then knocked the Yunin aside, Chiyi might gain 2 measures of favor. A future subordinate to Chiyi, with Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God, he could dominate the shinobi world. If Chiyi aided him now, Minato would owe him. If Kushina were destined to become a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Chiyi dared entertain the monstrous thought of extracting that power to combine with other beasts into a 10 Tails. But he could not control such a thing without the Rinnegan. He decided to wait a little longer, perhaps Minato would come. Time slipped by in slow taut seconds. Kushina's hair was being plucked handful by handful. Even the Yunin remarked on it. "Do you think this girl has lost a lot of hair?" Caught in the act, Kushina snapped defiantly. "You had better not try anything or—" The Yunin closed in on her with cruel smiles. Enough of waiting. If Minato did not come, Chiyi would act. Seeing the Yunin encircle Kushina, he felt a tightness in his chest at the sight of her hair being pulled. "Release that girl." Chiyi descended like a shadow, landing not far from the Yunin. "How did you discover us?" They were startled by the single figure before them, yet believed they could manage the situation. The wretches were taken aback that Chiyi had come. Kushina, rescued from her torment, trembled with a rush of gratitude and relief. "Naturally, I saw them with my eyes." Chiyi gazed at the group of shinobi with faint amusement. "Damn it, I've scanned the area thoroughly and he's the only one here. Attack together." A sensory-hyped cloud ninja issued orders to his comrades. "Stinky Chiyi, run away quickly." In Kushina's eyes, Chiyi standing alone against a swarm of enemies seemed all but impossible. "Kushina, hide yourself and stay safe." After this brief instruction, Chiyi engaged the cloud ninja in battle. His chakra reserves now stood at 4 units, enough that even the Primera Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi would find him appear in combat. Against these foes he hadn't even exerted himself fully before they all collapsed. After all, they were adversaries even young Minato could have soloed. "Whoa, Stinky Chiyi, you're amazing." As the battle ended, Kushina dashed over and threw her arms around Chiyi. "Watch out." Chiyi shielded Kushina, spinning sharply to take a flying kunai on her behalf. He then finished off the enemy who still clung to life. "Stinky Chiyi, what's wrong with you?" "What?" Realizing what had happened, Kushina burst into tears upon seeing the wound bleeding across Chiye's back. Excellent, just as planned. She was already growing utterly dependent on him. Hehehe. The enemy left half alive had been deliberately spared by Chiyi, and even Kushina's timing in rushing forward had been meticulously calculated. "Kushina, cough, cough, cough. I'm injured, gravely so. Return to Konoha at once." In truth, it was merely a superficial wound. He himself possessed medical ninjutsu. "No, I won't leave you, Chiyi." Kushina stared defiantly at Uchiha Chiyi. "Go now, let this broken body hold the line against whatever enemies may come." At that moment, Chiyi blazed before Kushina's eyes like a radiant sun, selfless, warm, unwavering. "Brother Chiyi, I'll stand by your side." For the first time ever, Kushina addressed Uchiha Chiyi with formal respect. "Ha ha ha, perfect. Once someone opens their heart, their vulnerabilities lie bare before you. Kushina, when the very person you revere most strips you of your tailed beast, how will you feel then?" "Brother Chiyi, please stop laughing, I'm frightened." Kushina shivered slightly, watching Chiyi's grin stretch nearly to his ears. "Cough, cough. Kushina, I want you to remember me as I am now, joyful." "Damn, it seems I grew too carried away." "Thank you, Brother Chiyi, you've always been so kind to me." Kushina lowered her head, ashamed. From their very first meeting she treated him poorly, yet even then Brother Chiyi had praised her hair. Later, over meals, he accepted every dish she ordered without hesitation. And finally he taught her ninjutsu, letting her dazzle her classmates with newfound prowess. Now he'd saved her repeatedly. How could anyone be so unfailingly good? "It's nothing, this is simply what Brother Chiyi must do." Gently ruffling Kushina's hair, Chiyi closed his eyes in quiet repose. Her hair seemed noticeably thinner. Indeed, he should have acted sooner. Don't go, brother Chiyi. Kushina collapsed sobbing onto Chiye's chest while Chiyi silently ceased healing the wound. Before closing his eyes, he noted the Umbu were moments from arriving. If they found him already healed, the situation would grow awkward. Signs of combat, Captain. An Umbu operative surveyed the surroundings near Chiyi and Kushina. Caution, beware of hidden enemies. Yes, sir. At the command, Umbu operatives drew their weapons. Look over there. There Kushina knelt weeping over a man's chest. Was that Uchiha Chiyi? Daza, come with me. The rest secure the perimeter. Understood. The Umbu squad leader approached Kushina with one comrade in tow. Blinded by grief, Kushina looked up, and mistook the two Umbu for enemies. Clutching a kunai, she lunged forward ready to fight to the death. Curse you, all of you did this to brother Chiyi. Calm down, we are Konoha's Umbu. The squad leader restrained Kushina's assault, and revealed their identity. Kushina knew of the Umbu. Judging by their uniforms and masks, there could be no mistake. Please, save brother Chiyi quickly. She immediately recounted how Chiyi had rescued her, and how he'd been ambushed while shielding her. The wound is deep, but not fatal. His unconsciousness likely stems from blood loss. With just those few words, the Umbu assessed Chiye's condition and carried him back to Konoha, with Kushina following closely. Chiyi was rushed straight to Konoha Hospital. What? You say Kushina was abducted? Hiruzen Sarutobi erupted in fury upon hearing the Umbu report. Kushina was Konoha's designated next Jinchuriki. Her safety was non-negotiable. Uchiha Chiyi went alone to rescue Kushina, and now lies gravely wounded and unconscious. Having heard the full account, the third Hokage inwardly affirmed his judgment. Uchiha Chiyi was exactly as he'd foreseen, loyal to the village to his core. Yes. When we found him, he was already lying on the ground. According to Kushina, Chiyi single-handedly defeated all enemies, then sustained injury protecting her. Indeed, Uchiha Chiyi possessed the same self-sacrificing resolve as Itachi Uchiha. In Hiruzen's mind, the images of Chiyi and Itachi overlapped more and more distinctly. Ensure Chiyi receives the finest care at the hospital. The village will cover all medical expenses. Assign 2 Umbu operatives to guard him during his convalescence. Yes, Hokage-sama. Oh, and deliver the enemy corpses to the torture and interrogation force. Hiruzen added, as if recalling something vital. That the enemy had dared abduct Kushina while Uzumaki Mito was absent meant a deep covert spy lurked within Konoha. By all means necessary, unearth that traitor. He summoned Danzo. Hiruzen, what did you say? Kushina nearly fell into enemy hands. Danzo was astounded. This was Konoha, after all, the foremost shinobi village where such an abduction bordered on the impossible. Danzo, Kushina wasn't taken. Compose yourself. Hiruzen wore an expression of serene calm, utterly forgetting his own earlier outrage upon receiving the news. There's certainly a traitor inside the village. Danzo instantly concluded espionage was at play, otherwise the coincidence defied reason. Precisely. I summoned you to uncover how many spies infiltrate our ranks. Konoha must purge its pests. Hiruzen, you needn't tell me, I'll investigate thoroughly. Give me answers swiftly, the Rain Village grows restless. You mean they plan war? Danzo's route division remained underdeveloped, and he paid little heed to Rain Village intelligence. Correct, they've recently shown clear signs of aggression. They demand an apology from our village, brandishing flimsy evidence. Preposterous. Hiruzen tossed Danzo a scroll. How audacious! They've forgotten why a petty village like theirs survives between the 3 great shinobi nations. And that so-called semi-deity Hanzo of the Salamander. Utter nonsense. Danzo recoiled as if swallowing something foul. A blinkered, insignificant village, deserving of a harsh lesson. When shall we teach the Rain Village a lesson? Danzo asked Hiruzen. For now, pursue diplomacy. Their demand for an apology signals they wish to avoid open conflict, for the time being. I've also learned Suna harbors ill intent toward Konoha. Do you suspect Rain is acting under Suna's influence? Not quite. Rain shows no sign of seeking alliance with Suna, yet whether Suna seeks alliance with Rain remains uncertain. Hiruzen tapped his pipe, sharing his analysis with Danzo. Therefore, Danzo, you must root out every spy within the village and do so without delay. Understood, Hiruzen. Danzo nodded solemnly. His ambition for the Hokage title had yet to cloud his judgment. At Konoha Hospital, Chi feigned gradual awakening. Kushina, where am I? He knew perfectly well, but to preserve the illusion of prolonged unconsciousness, he played along. Brother Chi, you're at Konoha Hospital. Oh, and the doctor instructed me to remind you to rest well. Having stayed by Chiye's side without pause throughout his half-day coma, Kushina leapt with joy upon seeing him awake, then forced herself back into her chair mindful of the physician's orders. Is that so? We've returned to Konoha. I feared I'd never see any of you again. Chi wore an expression of profound relief. Yes, Brother Chi, I thought you. Realizing her words verged on ill omen, Kushina hastily changed course. Brother Chi, tell me what you'd like to eat or do these days. I'm at your service. She flexed her small arm, proudly demonstrating her strength. Go home and rest, Kushina. You've been through so much. Gazing at Kushina's noticeably thinning hair, Chi felt a pang of guilt. How long would it take to regrow? Had he acted sooner? No, I won't leave you, Brother Chi. I must care for you. Kushina stood firm. Chi, are you feeling better? At that moment, Tsunade pushed open the door. Upon hearing that Chi had been injured, Gang's-ho hurried over at once. Chi was still feigning sleep. After assessing the situation, Gang's-ho refrained from disturbing him. I don't feel any serious damage, Chi said, sitting up with some difficulty. I'm glad you are all right. Juxina was terribly worried. Seeing Chi was fine, Gang's-ho teased Juxina. I'm not. Juxina stammered, a little embarrassed, fiddling with her fingers. Juxina, go home and let Granny Shehu know you are safe. As for me, with Gang's-ho looking after me, I'll be fine. Chi, noticing Juxina's reluctance to leave, casually mentioned Xuanhua Shehu. Indeed, Juxina, if you don't return, Granny Shehu will be frantic. Hearing Gang's-ho echoed the sentiment, Juxina gave Chi a hurried admonition and departed, still anxious. Gansho, do you know anything about hair regrowth? Chi asked for no particular reason. Not really, I'm just asking, Gang's-ho replied. Chi, have you gone bald? At Xuanhua Shuhe's home, having learned of Juxina's incident, she returned in anger. What are those guards even for? The moment I step out, Juxina gets taken. By chance she saw Juxina returning. Juxina, let Granny Shehu examine you quickly and see if you are all right. With that, Xuanhua Shehu without further thought seized Juxina and began to inspect her. It's fine, Juxina, you are unharmed and bear no seal. Seeing Juxina safe, Xuanhua Shuhe's tension eased. Granny Shehu, Chi saved me today, Juxina chirped excitedly. What? You say the Chi who saved you is from the Yaziba clan? Xuanhua Shehu flew into a rage. What good intentions could members of the Yaziba possibly harbor? What's wrong, Granny Shehu? Juxina felt deeply aggrieved. Could Chi's rescue not alter Xuanhua Shuhe's view of the Yaziba at all? Juxina, remember what I told you, the Yaziba are wicked. I have observed their chakra countless times and it verges on obsession. This incident may very well be their doing. In any event, Xuanhua Shehu would not allow Juxina to grow close to anyone of the Yaziba. She would even let them take the blame if necessary. No, Chi, he. Juxina tried to explain, but Granny Shehu cut her off. Juxina, stop defending him. From now on you must not contact any member of the Yaziba. Xuanhua Shuhe's tone made Juxina feel as if her will were being imposed upon her. Granny Shehu, I won't. After saying that, Juxina ran out. Juxina. Seeing her go, Xuanhua Shehu did not stop her. Must one truly lose something before one can grow? Chi thought. I only wish for Juxina to be happier. Juxina, why are you back already? Chi watched Juxina return and teased her. Chiyega Granny Shehu forbids me from seeing you. Juxina recounted the events at home to him. So I stormed out in a huff, Juxina said, gulping the juice Gangho had bought for Chi. To be honest, Lady Shurha's accusation against me and the Yaziba angers me a little, Chi admitted. Chiyega Granny Shehu is only afraid. Juxina tried to soften Granny Shehu in Chiye's eyes, but he interrupted her. But remember, Lady Shehu may hold prejudice against our clan, yet she is your Granny Shehu. She is the only family you have in this village. When you return, do not be angry with her. A little reprimand followed by a sweet word. Only then would Juxina be persuaded. That old woman truly reads people well. Although Chi had never met Xuanhua Shehu, he could sense her hostility toward him. All right, Chiyega, I promise you, Juxina said. Juxina calmed and convinced herself that Granny Shehu only wished her well. She could avoid the Yaziba, but she could not bring herself to give up contact with Chi. In her eyes, Chi had become in a second sense true family. After a final round of consolation, the child bounded away. In the afternoon, Mei-chin visited Chi. Seeing his injuries were not severe, she was relieved. That evening, Chi dined in the company of the two youngsters. Shushu told him he was about to graduate from the Ninja Academy and that he wanted to join Chiye's squad. My squad? But Shinshu am still in your sister's squad. Chi was still young and had no desire to command a team. Then he'll join Big Sister's squad, Shinshu said reluctantly. Was he to return once more to his sister's care? That's fine. Shinshu, you'll learn much under Gang's Ho. Of course I will guide you as well. Shishu brightened at Chiye's reply. After sending the two youngsters home early, Chiyi lay down to rest. Toward the small hours, a voice slipped into his ear. Chiyekun, how are your wounds? Hearing that voice, Chiyi needed no guess as to its owner. It was certainly Dishiwan. Why had he bypassed the Umbu to come to him? They are grievous. Have you come to offer consolation? Chi feigned a pale, weakened demeanor. Ha, Chiyekun, spare me. What could those few shinobi do to you? Deshiwan had already visited the interrogation unit during Chiye's incident, and gleaned the rough strength of those shinobi. Of course, that was not his purpose for coming tonight. Deshiwan, what do you want? Seeing Deshiwan had seen through his act, Chiyi abandoned the pretense. Chiyekun, I have come to bid you farewell. You know my experiments have hit a bottleneck. I need the impure world reincarnation technique you mentioned. Tonight I intend to steal that scroll of ninjutsu. Deshiwan outlined his plan. The scene felt wrong. The Second Great War had not yet begun, and he was already set to become a renegade. Remember that the third Hokage was at the height of his vigilance. If Deshiwan attempted theft, their discovery would be inevitable. In such haste. Has your experiment been discovered? Uchiha Chiyi still felt Deshiwan was overly urgent. Indeed, the third Hokage has competent Umbu. Tuanzang has pinned the vanished civilian shinobi on me. Deshiwan smiled awkwardly. Chiyi looked at him resignedly. So Tuanzang would rather sacrifice an ally than let his own scheme fail. The collaboration between Deshiwan and Tuanzang had been hinted at months earlier. Deshiwan had cryptically revealed it to Chiyi as bargaining leverage. Chiyi paid it little mind. He had known for some time. Chiyekun, I have come tonight to ask you a question. Deshiwan finally disclosed his intent. A question. Will you pay the price? Chiyi was not about to give Deshiwan a free meal. Of course, Chiyekun. Answer the question and name the terms. Oh. Then I shall hear your question. Chiyekun, my study of the soul has reached an impasse. Perhaps immortality is the soul's true destiny. Every soul withers with time, that which men call death, but immortality would forestall that. The soul would remain bound to the body. Deshiwan rambled on about his research. So you wish to ask me about immortality? Chiyi guessed at his motive. Yes, Chiyekun, this question must be difficult even for you. Chiyi laughed aloud at the remark. Deshiwan, you have come to the right man. Chiyi hinted that he possessed many avenues. Chiyekun, you truly know. Deshiwan's eyes glittered in the darkness. But before I answer, tell me what reward you will give me. If you cannot agree, I will say no more. Chiya was confident that Orochimaru would definitely agree. Kaikun, what kind of conditions are we talking about? Orochimaru felt that Kai's conditions were surely not simple and could potentially cost him his life. Orochimaru, after some time I will be going to a certain place, and I need your assistance. I'm curious, what exactly is it about? You don't need to know that your only responsibility is to lure away the enemies on the periphery. Is it that simple? Orochimaru was quite confident in his ability to attract a few enemies. Of course, do you think there will be thousands of enemies surrounding you when you get there? Chiya looked at Orochimaru with a disdainful gaze as if to say he was unworthy. Alright, Kaikun, I agree to this. Orochimaru readily agreed. With Orochimaru's help, Chiya felt that they had already succeeded halfway. Once Orochimaru arrives there, he will realize that those creatures are far more troublesome than your snakes, and there are many more of them. So Kaikun, please tell me what you know about immortality. Orochimaru was eager to know about this matter. Orochimaru, first you tell me, do you know about the creatures of immortality? Chiya countered Orochimaru's question, and Orochimaru frowned in thought. I don't know, perhaps the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage doesn't count as immortal, he has a lifespan bought through the absorption of sage arts. Chiya clarified why the White Snake Sage had lived for so long. So do you know of any creatures of immortality, Kaikun? Orochimaru listened to Kai's insights about the White Snake Sage, eagerly anticipating what he would say about the creatures of immortality. Of course, Orochimaru, do you know about the tailed beasts? Tailed beasts? Are you implying? Exactly, they are the embodiments of immortality. They are powerful, possess intelligence, and have unique abilities. Even in death they will gradually resurrect. But Kaikun, why do the tailed beasts resurrect after death? Isn't their body already gone? Orochimaru's understanding of the tailed beasts was still limited to them being disasters. The death of a body is a concept for us humans. Tailed beasts represent a different form of life. They are aggregates of chakra. When they are defeated, their bodies turn into chakra and dissipate, but given enough time they will perfectly reincarnate. Orochimaru's mind opened up to a new world upon realizing this. If possible, he truly wished to meet Uchiha Shichiya sooner. Orochimaru's hatred towards Shichiya had long been defeated by his thirst for knowledge. By the way, I advise you not to set your sights on the Ninetales, otherwise you'll be discovered by Uzumaki Naruto before you even get close. I wouldn't want you to expose me. Kaikun remains as cautious as ever. Orochimaru indeed had entertained thoughts of stealing the Ninetales. You can leave now, I don't want the Umbu to discover that I have any connection with you. Chiya was pushing him out, but it seemed Orochimaru still wanted to ask. Kaikun, what do you think is the meaning of life? Orochimaru couldn't care less at this point. He didn't know how long it would be until they met again. Chiya opened up a new line of thought with his first question, and he was looking forward to Chiya resolving another issue that troubled him. That's your second question, but seeing as you likely won't be back in a short while, I'll tell you for free. Chiya took a sip of water. Indeed, Orochimaru was a curious one. My understanding of the meaning of life is that it is very interesting. Interesting. Kaikun, is that all? Orochimaru looked puzzled. What exactly was so interesting? The way you curiously pressed for answers just now is one form of interest. What I mean by interesting is like when I defeated you, you went to the Dragon Cave and came back to conduct experiments while I continued to defeat you. That is quite interesting to me. Chiya said with a smile, though it left Orochimaru feeling uncomfortable. It's getting late, Kaikun, see you next time. Orochimaru turned to leave. Orochimaru, perhaps when we meet next time I will provide you with an even better answer. You. Orochimaru's mind flashed with inspiration, and he paused momentarily. Kaikun, you are indeed a very interesting person to me. After glancing back at Uchiha Shichiya, Orochimaru vanished into the darkness. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Orochimaru cautiously infiltrated the area under the cover of night. He avoided damaging anything to prevent triggering alarms. Where is the Book of Seals? Orochimaru searched every corner of the Hokage's office. What is this book? Orochimaru unearthed a yellow notebook from a heavily sealed safe. Could it be that the Book of Seals is not a scroll but exists in the form of a small notebook? Orochimaru was very much looking forward to this well-protected little notebook. Even if it wasn't the Book of Seals, it was highly likely to contain some secret knowledge. He opened it with great anticipation. What a pile of rubbish! After glancing at the book a few times, Orochimaru threw it to the ground. It was simply a waste of his life's time. Moonlight slowly shone on the yellow notebook, revealing the words Konoha Village Women's Health Record Manual. A strange breeze blew in, turning the notebook to the first page. Uzumaki Naruto height. Where could it be? Orochimaru pondered a possibility. Could it be at the master's house? He left a shadow clone behind and instructed it to activate the alarm after 10 minutes. Indeed, Orochimaru planned to have Sarutobi Hiruzen head to the Hokage's office first. In the meantime, he secretly infiltrated Sarutobi's home. At the home of the third Hokage in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sleeping soundly. Hearing the snoring, Sarutobi Biwako couldn't help but sit up. It was unbearable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's snores were like thunder. Danzo. Hokage. Sure enough, I knew you had a problem. Normally Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances, but today he was calling out Danzo's name in his sleep. This life was unbearable. Sarutobi Biwako kicked the sleeping Sarutobi Hiruzen awake. What's wrong, Biwako? The just awoken Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit dazed. Someone was shouting another person's name in their sleep. Come on, what's going on between you and Danzo? Sarutobi Biwako with anger questioned him like an interrogator. Danzo. Biwako, are you saying I was sleep-talking? It's all because he came looking for me. I was thinking about how to refuse him. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke the truth. Danzo had been coming to the Hokage's office frequently lately due to the investigation of spies. Refusing. Is he the one who initiated it? Biwako, let me explain. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally shifted the blame onto Danzo. So you're saying it's because of the spies that he comes to you every day asking for manpower? Exactly, Biwako, you must believe me. You know I don't want Danzo to gain power. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Biwako felt relieved but still had some wariness towards Danzo. Hokage, a thief has entered the Hokage office and the most secure seals have already been breached. An Umbu was reporting from the window. What? That's an important cultural heritage of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded everything else and donned armor to set off. On the other side, Orochimaru, hiding by the wall, gradually revealed himself and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's bedroom. Orochimaru. What are you doing here so late? Sarutobi Biwako was somewhat surprised by Orochimaru's arrival. Master Hiruzen-sensei said the thief's target is the Book of Seals. He went to track down the thief and sent me to guard the Book of Seals closely. Orochimaru declared earnestly to Biwako. Is that so? Orochimaru, hurry to the study, there's an Umbu. No, wait, Orochimaru. Does a mere thief require the Hokage to personally pursue them? Sarutobi Biwako was puzzled and looked at Orochimaru. Master, it's like this. Just as Sarutobi Biwako was waiting to hear the reason, Orochimaru made his move. Shadow Snake Technique. Two pythons sprang out from Orochimaru's sleeves, wrapping around Sarutobi Biwako's body. Master, please stay calm for a while. Please do not move, these snakes only follow orders and do not possess much intelligence. After saying that, Orochimaru politely retreated. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered with the Monkey King in hand. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Put down that important village heritage. Upon entering, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Orochimaru holding the Konoha Village Women's Health Record Handbook. Oh. Hiruzen-sensei, you seem to care a lot about this notebook. After triggering the alarm, Orochimaru's shadow clone, having repelled several waves of Umbu, was about to dissipate. To buy more time for his main body, he picked up the heavily protected notebook. Orochimaru, why are you stealing the village's important handbook? If you put it down now, I can copy a few pages for you. This was already a great tolerance from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It should be noted that the personnel data of a village is always classified and of utmost importance. Hiruzen-sensei, you can say that, but don't come over. Orochimaru pretended to rip the book. Stop. You traitor, this is the hard work of several generations of the village. As Orochimaru was about to tear the handbook, Sarutobi Hiruzen became somewhat angry. Oh no, it seems the time is up, this book can't be torn apart. Orochimaru felt a bit regretful. It's actually a shadow clone. Could it be a strategy to draw the tiger away from its den? Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen stored the handbook and quickly returned to his home. Found it. Orochimaru's lips curled up slightly. The Book of Seals was indeed at the master's house. Having copied the impure world reincarnation technique, Orochimaru prepared to flee under cover of night. He had no time to peruse the rest of the Scroll of Seals. His shadow clone had already delivered its urgent report. Why did Orochimaru not simply steal the entire Scroll of Seals? The answer was clear: leaving it behind might yet allow the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi to show leniency, out of lingering respect for his former mentorship. Yet were he to seize the scroll outright, the entire village of Konoha would unite in condemnation. He would face an unrelenting wave of wrath from every shinobi within its walls. Orochimaru, where precisely are you sneaking off to? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, descended from above clad in ceremonial armor. Master Sarutobi, perhaps you ought to devote more attention to Lady Biwako. A cold serpentine smile curled across Orochimaru's lips. What have you done to Biwako? Hiruzen erupted in fury. You'll see for yourself. If you hurry, she may still be saved. Orochimaru spoke as though gently reminding the third Hokage. Fire, release fire, dragon flame bullet. Without another word, Hiruzen unleashed the jutsu. A torrent of flame surged toward Orochimaru from three directions. Master Sarutobi, won't you rush to your wife's aid? With a sinuous and human twist, defying mortal anatomy, Orochimaru evaded the technique entirely. Orochimaru, your body! Hiruzen stared startled at the unnatural contortion. One of my latest research breakthroughs, Master Sarutobi. Before Hiruzen could voice further inquiry, Orochimaru struck in turn. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of venomous serpents erupted from his sleeves, striking straight toward the third Hokage. Seeing the swarm of snakes hurtling forward, Hiruzen dared not hesitate. Fire, release great fire annihilation technique. A colossal inferno engulfed the serpents, reducing them instantly to ash. Seizing the opening, Orochimaru fled without delay. He knew Hiruzen had held back. Had the fire dragon flame bullet been cast with full intent, there would have been no escape. Orochimaru, why? You were always such a promising child. Hiruzen watched his former student vanish into the night, a deep sigh escaping his chest. Then without delay he hastened home. In the bedroom he found Biwako bound tightly by a massive python. With two swift strikes the serpent slumped lifelessly to the floor. Biwako, are you unharmed? I am fine. Orochimaru merely restrained me here. Biwako recounted the events that unfolded after Hiruzen's departure. The Scroll of Seals, it may have been stolen. Hiruzen rushed to inspect it. Though signs of disturbance remained, the scroll itself lay undisturbed upon its shelf. A long, quiet breath escaped him. By dawn, Konoha had issued an official warrant for Orochimaru's capture. All Konoha shinobi were authorized, without prior approval, to apprehend Orochimaru on sight. If necessary, they were permitted to return only his corpse. Orochimaru's alleged crimes were publicly declared. Secret human experimentation. Attempted theft of the Scroll of Seals. My best friend Guden, he was taken by Orochimaru. He even preys upon ninja hounds. Every rumor, true or unfounded, rippled through Konoha's streets as villagers whispered of Orochimaru's transgressions. Brother Kia, you never saw this side of Orochimaru. It was Nawaki who spoke, once eager to become Orochimaru's disciple, spared only by the latter's refusal. Otherwise he would now stand complicit in his master's betrayal. Indeed, appearances deceive, Kia replied, nodding in solemn agreement. Her injuries being purely external healed swiftly. Within a day she was nearly recovered. Deficient chi and blood could be replenished through nourishing foods. There must be more to this. I must confront my master and demand the truth. Just then Jiraiya happened upon the village bulletin, and stood stunned, disbelief etched across his face. How could Orochimaru betray us? He is my classmate and friend, the person I respect and aspire to surpass. Someone like him could never betray Konoha. With numerous questions in his heart, Jiraiya hurriedly bid farewell to Shinya and Shoja, making his way to the office of the third Hokage Sarutobi. Master, is it true about Orochimaru? Jiraiya believed that his teacher would provide him with an explanation. Sarutobi tossed a stack of documents to Jiraiya, who, usually impulsive, began to read them carefully. Teacher, perhaps there are hidden circumstances. I still can't believe Orochimaru would betray the village. Jiraiya wanted to defend Orochimaru. I fought Orochimaru personally last night, and the traces of the battle were recorded by the Umbu. Sarutobi pointed to the photos in the documents. Do you not even trust what your teacher says? Faced with Sarutobi's doubt, Jiraiya relinquished the last remnants of hope in his heart. Master, please allow me to pursue Orochimaru. I am confident I can bring him back to Konoha. Jiraiya wanted to confront Orochimaru directly and ask him why he did this. Orochimaru will be apprehended eventually, but right now there are more important matters for you to handle. The Rain Shinobi village seems to be on the move. Take a few elite teams to guard the borders. War is about to begin. The third Hokage Sarutobi had already secretly reinforced the borders, and now Jiraiya's mission was to prevent any surprise attacks from the elite Jonin of the Rain Shinobi village. Understood, Master. Jiraiya longed to capture Orochimaru himself, but with the risk of war looming over the village, he had to prioritize the village's safety. Good, Jiraiya, I'm glad you understand. The village is more important than Orochimaru. Sarutobi added, remember, we carry more than just our own lives. We bear the hopes of Konoha and the smiles of everyone behind us. Hearing this, Jiraiya's resolve ignited with the will of fire. Master, I will set off at once. In that moment, for the sake of the village, Jiraiya felt like the Hokage. Had this disciple, even after going to Myaboku Mountain, remains adorably foolish. Hell, take Jiraiya to guard the borders while most of the Sarutobi clan returns to Konoha for rest. This was a plan he had long considered. Even if the advisory council knew of his arrangements, they would not question him. On the contrary, they would secretly request him to withdraw their clan members as well. Sarutobi, satisfied, lit his pipe and gazed at the crystal ball. Jiraiya had already donned his ninja gear and was counting his team, looking ready to depart at any moment. In the Konoha medical department, a ninja was separating papaya flesh, extracting its essence. You say Orochimaru has defected? Tsunade's expression, puzzled for a moment, quickly returned to normal. In her eyes, Orochimaru perhaps did not compare to the potion she was currently concocting. Watching Tsunade so engrossed, one might mistakenly think she was researching something profoundly scientific. Only Shinya knew that after a night of heavy drinking, Tsunade had revealed her secret. Papaya, it was all about papaya. Seeing Tsunade so uninterested in Orochimaru, Shinya chose not to continue the conversation. Pinching Tsunade's cheek as she turned her head to say something, Shinya instantly vanished. I originally wanted to ask about his injuries. Watching Shinya dash away, Tsunade returned to her tasks. Today Shinya had another mission. A few days ago he noticed little Minato looking conflicted. Shinya inquired about the reason, discovering it was due to a parents' meeting at the ninja school. In previous years, little Minato had no family to attend. This year he was living with Shinya, wanting to mention the matter but fearing it would waste Shinya's time, making him appear very hesitant. How could I have such a foolish younger brother? Shinya ruffled little Minato's golden hair. No matter how many times it always felt prickly. It's a good thing you told me, otherwise if I missed the news and couldn't go, I would doubt whether you considered me a true family member. Shinya spoke sternly to little Minato for the first time. Originally wanting to take his time to instill his thoughts, it now seemed that little Minato had news yet did not inform him immediately. What does this signify? This does not mean little Minato is being considerate, rather it seems their relationship has regressed a bit. This erroneous spark must be corrected by me. Chiega, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Little Watergate lowered his head, appearing quite distressed. Sherman, this is not about right or wrong, you are a good person capable of considering others. Chiya comforted little Watergate. However, I am different from others, I am your only family now, and there should be no secrets between family. Chiega hopes this is the last time. After saying this, Chiya himself felt it might be a bit excessive. Chiega, I understand. From now on I will be the first to tell you if anything happens. Little Watergate lifted his head, his eyes filled with sunlight. Indeed, family was his soft spot. Chiya increasingly yearned for the day little Watergate would wear the Uchiha clan emblem. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, little Watergate led Chiya to his seat. Not far away was a solitary figure, seemingly Kushina. Why hasn't Uzumaki Watergate shown up? Didn't she tell Tsunade about this? With some questions, Chiya looked towards Kushina. Chiega actually came. Bo Feng Shuimen was truly scheming. Moreover, he did not know if Chiega had healed well. Kushina turned to see Chiya casting a reproachful glance at Bo Feng Shuimen. Noticing the hungry look from Kushina, little Watergate standing beside Chiya lowered his head. No, why should I lower my head? Chiega came to attend the parent-teacher meeting, I cannot appear too lacking. With this thought, little Watergate raised his head and fixed a fierce glare at Kushina. Compared to the current Kushina, little Watergate believed family was more important. Moreover, he noticed that Kushina had a bad temper and often acted selfishly. She seemed not to understand the feelings of others. Did she still want to become Hokage? I would be the first to oppose Bo Feng Shuimen. The youthful heart he once had long been replaced by the joy of having family again. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing the unfriendly gazes from the two, Chiya deliberately coughed a few times. Hearing the sound, Kushina hurried over to check. Someone brought Chiega, who just recovered from an injury, to the parent-teacher meeting without hesitation. Kushina said angrily, clearly Chiega was severely injured yesterday, how could he be fine today? It seemed Chiega was putting on a brave front for Bo Feng Shuimen. He was truly kind. It was so moving that it made one want to cry. Little Watergate wanted to explain but was interrupted. Kushina, I was looking forward to attending this parent-teacher meeting, Chiya said in a slightly weak voice. Shuimen can be said to be my only family, and being able to attend is one of the few things I can do to help him. After hearing this, little Watergate's understanding of Kai's importance deepened. Kushina pouted beside him. Recently, Watergate's grandmother had been unwell and couldn't attend this event, otherwise she would be the most dazzling one on site. Kushina, did it, Lady Watergate come? Little Watergate looked at Kushina with a puzzled expression. Well done, that was a direct hit. What does it have to do with you? Kushina angrily sat next to Chiya. When did little Watergate become so cunning? But this was fine. If he were not with Kushina, there would be another ally when he tried to seize the Nine Tails. Hey Sherman, who is this big brother to you? Like discovering treasure, Shanshan ran excitedly towards Shaman. Ignoring a certain blood-red pepper that was glaring at her, she chose to disregard it. This was a parent-teacher meeting. There were people behind her. Leah, this is my brother Uchiha Shichiya. Little Watergate seriously introduced Chiya to everyone who had gathered around. Watergate, you actually have an older brother. Wow, your brother is so handsome. Of course, he's from the Uchiha clan, so naturally he's handsome. Watergate, do you have Uchiha blood? I can prove it. Watergate used a pencil with the Uchiha clan emblem. The little friends began to chatter excitedly. Hearing about the pencil, Chi couldn't help but smile inwardly. That was the pencil he had gifted to little Watergate in the guise of an older brother. He had clearly told little Watergate not to keep it but to use it well. He had plenty of pencils. What are you all crowding around for? Brother Chi, you will feel uncomfortable. Kushina angrily urged everyone to disperse, and under her pressure many little friends who were just there for the fun left. However, Yamashiro Ria was indifferent to Kushina's aggressive demeanor. "Hello brother Chiyi, my name is Yamashiro Ria." She politely greeted Uchiha Chiyi. "Hello Yamashiro Ria. I've heard Watergate mention you. You're quite the prodigy from the Yamashiro clan. I hope you and Watergate get along well at school, and of course Kushina should also get along with everyone." Chiyi smiled back at Yamashiro Ria, watching Kushina's guarded expression as if she were preventing the other little friends from stealing her candy. It was somewhat amusing, but this was youth. "Yai's brother Chiyi." Upon hearing Chiyi mention her, Kushina hurriedly changed her expression in response. Yamashiro Ria noticed this and understood why this girl from the Ninja Academy had been targeting Namake's Watergate. It seemed the reason was here. "Brother Chiyi, don't worry, I will take good care of Kushina." Yamashiro Ria spoke with an air of a prominent family while Kushina grinned at her. "Then I really appreciate it." Chiyi looked at the seemingly sensible Yamashiro Ria, contrasting her with the blood-red chili pepper beside him who was secretly making small moves. "Kushina, you've lost too much. Everyone please be quiet, the parent-teacher meeting is about to begin." Carrie walked over with a notebook. A series of speeches made everyone drowsy. "Now we will begin the awards. First place in the grade, Namake's Watergate." Carrie called out little Watergate's name. Chiyi, who was almost dozing off, instantly perked up. "Parents whose names are called, please come up to speak." Carrie looked down at the audience, knowing that Watergate's brother was present today. "Hello everyone, I am Namake's Watergate's brother, and I am honored to stand here. He is my pride. Everyone must get along well with my brother." A rather verbose speech, but little Watergate listened attentively. This was little Watergate's first parent-teacher meeting, with a parent speaking on stage, which held a different significance for him compared to before. Originally, he had become an orphan at a young age, and he understood the warmth and coldness of life better than his peers, maturing early. Because of his experiences, little Watergate chose not to succumb to despair. He always hoped to become a presence like the sun, illuminating and warming others. But today he realized that he too yearned to be illuminated by the sun. "Watergate, you truly are a genius." As Chiyi stepped down from the podium, he marveled at Watergate's achievements. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoys giving speeches. The elders in the family hold clan meetings every month. This feeling of speaking is truly wonderful. Soon Kushina's results were announced, placing her in the middle tier of the Ninja Academy. Though not as outstanding as Watergate in every subject, she still performed remarkably well. If only Uzumaki Mito could be here at this time, she would definitely have something to say. "Kushina also works very hard." Chiyi gave a symbolic compliment to Kushina, who was sitting beside him. "Brother Chiyi, if I come in first next time and Grandma Mito still can't come, can you help me with the parent-teacher meeting?" Kushina tentatively asked, wondering if Brother Chiyi knew that Namake's Watergate was first in order to come to the parent-teacher meeting. "Of course, even if you're not first and need help, I will come." Chiyi readily agreed. This was truly a small matter for him. "What? She actually wants to take my family away." Little Watergate clenched his fist tightly in his sleeve. Apart from his grades, it was hard for him to compete with Kushina in other aspects. "Of course I want Miss Watergate. Either I am his brother, so I will be your parents at that time." Noticing the unusual change in little Watergate, Chiyi added, "Shinju will graduate from the Ninja Academy next week. Let's go buy him a gift together later." "Okay, Brother Chiyi." "Okay, Brother Chiyi." The two replied simultaneously, and there was a hint of tension in the air. "Sherman, tell me what you'd like. I'll cover it, Brother Chiya." As they entered the ninja tools shop, Chiya declared with effortless generosity. He still had more than enough coin, no need to worry about spending it all just yet. "What about me, Brother Chiya?" A small eager head popped up, vying for attention. "As for you, when your funds run low, just go home and ask Grandma Mito for more." Chiya gently pinched Kushina's cheeks between his palms, playfully refusing to spend on her. "Brother Chiya, splendid." Though Shuimen remained silent inwardly, he wholeheartedly approved of Chiya's decision. To spare Brother Chiya's purse, young Shuimen chose an inexpensive kunai to gift to Tsunade's younger brother Choji. "Sherman, this seems rather plain, doesn't it?" Chiya gestured reassuringly. Spending more was perfectly fine. This one will do, Brother Chiya. Choji's throws aren't very accurate anyway. Shuimin meant simply it only needs to serve its purpose. Alright, but if there's anything else you'd like, be sure to tell me, Chiya added gently. A modest investment today would yield immeasurable returns tomorrow. Humph. Kushina bristled at the perceived favoritism and turned away to choose her gift in sullen silence. She understood, though, Shuimin was the younger brother Chiya had already accepted. Yet she had met him first. That above all rankled. Seeing Kushina's pout, Chiya quietly murmured 2 words to the shopkeeper. What? Someone's paying for my choice. Surprised, Kushina turned toward Chiya, whose calm, knowing smile held quiet warmth. Brother Chiya is the best. Instantly buoyant, Kushina fluttered around Chiya like a chirping sparrow. Children truly are the easiest hearts to win. With just a gentle gesture, Chiya dissolved Kushina's grievance, as if it had never been. Sherman, I'm genuinely curious. What did you choose for your gift? Today marked Choji's graduation from the Ninja Academy, a rite of passage traditionally celebrated with gifts from family and friends. Having lived together for over half a year, Choji eagerly awaited Sherman's offering. Surely Shuimin had selected it with great care. Meeting Choji's expectant gaze, young Shuimin offered an awkward smile. Forgive me, Choji. I did it for Brother Chiya's wallet. Hey little brother, let your big sister go first. Tsunade presented Choji with an elegant necklace. Nearby, Chiya watched and silently wished Choji luck, hoping he wouldn't soon be blasted skyward. Whoa, sister, is this Grandfather Hashirama's necklace? Choji immediately fastened it around his own neck. Choji, this is my gift to you. Chiya produced a meticulously bound volume, his personal culinary compendium compiled over years. Good heavens, Brother Chiya, are you truly giving me something so precious? Choji was even more elated than when receiving Hashirama's necklace. Having stayed with Chiya for so long, he knew full well the legendary potency and peril of Chiya's recipes. Each dish within could ignite fierce rivalry among the world's finest chefs. Some might even build entire restaurants upon a single recipe. Now Chiya was entrusting him with this tome. Was it a sign of true recognition? Exactly, Choji. This is my most closely guarded secret. Treat it with reverence. Such a masterpiece is bestowed only upon those destined to receive it. Another copy already rests safely with Miko. Yes. Even if I never become Hokage, I'll live a life of joy and fulfillment. Clutching the book tightly to his chest, Choji momentarily contemplated sealing it onto his very body, lest any thief dare steal such a treasure. Tsunade frowned slightly at Choji's unbridled delight. Is it really that extraordinary? Big brother Choji, look at my gift. Kushina held out a crimson gift box. Wind Demon Shuriken. Komiai unwrapped Kushina's gift. Nothing bad, and he quite liked it. But the real highlight was yet to come, far surpassing the lavish presents from Tsunade and Kia. Komiai was even more eager to discover what Minato had given him. Go on, open it, Minato urged, managing a faint strained smile while Kushina stood beside him watching with amused anticipation. The box was small, its weight light. Could it be another necklace? Curious, Komiai swiftly tore open the wrapping. Just an ordinary kunai, commonplace, nothing special. His hopeful grin faltered into awkwardness. Minato instinctively stepped half a pace backward, already rehearsing his apology. Kia gently placed a steadying hand upon Minato's shoulder. True friendship transcends mere formality. It is the silent communion of hearts. Minato, you've poured genuine effort into this choice. This gift reflects your sincerity and diligence. There is no cause for shame. Rather, it is Komiai's honor to receive it. Though spoken from Minato's ears, Kia's words were truly meant to enlighten Komiai, to let him understand just how much Minato had labored over this seemingly simple gift. After all, it was merely an ordinary kunai. Don't worry, Minato. I'll use this gift with the utmost care. Komiai wore an expression of sudden earnest comprehension. Minato flushed faintly with embarrassment. This gift wasn't nearly as significant as Kia had made it sound. Yet recognizing that Kia had stepped in to save his face, Minato said nothing more. Kushina shot Kia a pointed glance, her silent demand for hush money. Kia understood instantly. Today we celebrate Komiai's graduation from the academy and his official induction as a genin. Let's go feast on grilled meat. Only food could seal Kushina's lips. Wow, Komiai is amazing. The boy burst into delighted cheers. Are we drinking too? Just now discharged from the hospital. How about fruit juice? I need to recuperate. Kia had no intention of giving the ANBU any excuse to file a discreet report on him. Komiai, you'll report to my team in a few days. Tsunade, who'd long known Komiai would join her squad, granted him a brief grace period before duty began. Got it, Onisama. Besides you and Komiai, who else is on your team? Komiai eagerly asked about his new teammates. One is Mikoto, another recently joined Kato. Dante. Kato Dante had only recently petitioned the Hokage for assignment to Tsunade's team, a name still unfamiliar to her. They are both your seniors. You'll behave yourself, and your role will be strictly logistical support. Understood. Standard squads rarely exceeded 4 members, but Komiai, grandson of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, enjoyed special dispensation to join Tsunade's elite team. Don't worry, Onisama, I'm more than ready. I'll report tomorrow if I can. Komiai brimmed with impatience. Cut to the village hidden in the rain. This time Hanzo had convened nearly every shinobi in the village. Clearly most rain shinobi could barely contain their fervor. The day of war against the 5 great shinobi nations had arrived. Though weaker than the 5 great nations, they drew hope from the man standing at their vanguard. Hanzo the Salamander. To his left stood Shinda, to his right stood a figure rarely seen among the ranks, a red-haired man with a diagonal fringe. Indeed, he was Hanzo's newly appointed confidant Uzumaki Hokakuni. Among so many seasoned shinobi, Hokakuni may not have stood out in skill, but his uncanny ability to read intentions and gauge moods was extraordinary. Today I shall draft a formal declaration, an ultimatum to the 5 great nations whose decade-long oppression ends now. Hanzo proclaimed from the dais. Truth be told, some shinobi below hesitated. Could they truly prevail against the 5 great nations? Could Lord Hanzo truly do it? Lord Hanzo is invincible. We've endured their tyranny long enough, let's crush them. I'll charge first, I'll fight them myself. A sudden wave of impassioned cries ignited the entire assembly. Watching the crowd surge with fervent energy, Hanzo cast a subtle appreciative glance toward Uzumaki Hokakuni. Indeed, the hot-headed agitators in the crowd had been carefully planted by Hokakuni himself. Ever since accepting that mysterious patron's mission, he begun to suspect he possessed a rare innate talent for precisely this kind of work. The 5 great ninja villages had differing attitudes towards the declaration of war. Who can tell me where the Rain Village is? The Mist Village looked confused, while the Cloud Village was equally baffled as the Third Reikage began searching the map. The Rock Village received the news but only arranged for some personnel to guard the borders. To them, the Rain Village was simply trying to strike a rock with an egg. The Sand Village seemed to be plotting something, as they had secretly made contact with the Rain Village. Only Konoha expressed that this matter could not be tolerated, as the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a decisive wave of his hand. Many teams from Konoha stepped onto the battlefield. Minato, I will set off with my brother Chie tomorrow. You hold on to this book for now. Remember to return it to me. Shinshu, usually playful, seriously instructed Minato. He thought about it, and concluded that it was safer for the secret book to be temporarily with Minato. After all, the battlefield still carried the risk of losing things. Don't worry, Shinshu, I will keep it safe. Minato carefully hid the secret book. Seeing Minato's serious demeanor, Shinshu felt he had not misjudged him. At the Uchiha clan leader's home, the current Uchiha clan leader was holding a meeting with several elders. Unlike before, this time, in addition to the observing Uchiha Fugaku, Chie was also present. Chie, you say the Rain Village is about to start a war. The elder who received the news immediately brought Chie to the clan leader's house. Yes, clan leader, just now the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally issued the order for us to head to the Rain Village battlefield. Shichiya knew that even if he didn't say it today, the village would find out in a few days. It seems the village is preparing to go to war with the Rain Village. The elder took a sip of tea and sighed. What should we do, clan leader? As usual, the sixth elder interrupted the first elder, looking at the Uchiha clan leader. The Uchiha clan leader remained calm. Also secretly instruct everyone to prepare supplies just in case. Konoha may very well need the strength of our clan. The clan leader, do you mean we might also participate in this war? The sixth elder was somewhat puzzled, thinking it was just the Rain Village not worthy of their attention. Yes, there are fewer and fewer people in the clan with the Sharingan, and our clan's eyes need the nourishment of war. If the war reaches a stalemate, I will request to mobilize from the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan leader finished laying out the next arrangements and looked towards Shichiya. Shichiya, you did well to relay such important information to the clan. What reward do you want? The clan leader needed to form a base of support for Fugaku, and Shichiya, who was currently in Tsunade's team in Konoha, was a very good choice. Clan leader, I do not seek rewards for contributing to the clan. Shichiya had things he wanted, but he understood that with his current qualifications he could not ask for much. Very well, not seeking rewards for the clan. Truly worthy of being from the Uchiha clan. Shichiya, I will remember your contribution. Fugaku, you should communicate more with Shichiya. He is an important bridge between the Uchiha and the village. The Uchiha clan leader nodded meaningfully at Uchiha Fugaku. Understood, father. Kai, can I look forward to your guidance in the future? Fugaku understood his father's intentions and urgently needed a team of his own. Especially someone like Shichiya, who had proven himself to be a jonin. There were not many like him in the clan that he could cultivate. Ahem, Fugaku, you should first manage the police department. If there is anything with Shichiya, I will inform the clan. The elder could no longer sit still. Clan leader, are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it? I just brought people over to report information, and now you want to poach my people. Unethical. Elder Patriarch, you're mistaken here. Fuyu and Shichiya are both young. Matters among the youths should be left to them. We elders ought not interfere. Elder Six turned toward Elder Patriarch, his expression one of quiet, unspoken warning. How vexing! Elder Six has clearly taken sides. Elder Patriarch seethed with indignation. For us elders, awaiting our final rest in peace would be the wisest course. Though judging by your demeanor, Elder Patriarch, you seem rather eager, perhaps even impatient. Elder Six gazed upon Elder Patriarch, who trembled with rising fury, and continued his barbed remarks. Step forward, let us settle this face-to-face. Enraged beyond restraint, Elder Patriarch felt his wrath surge to its peak, though he dared not raise a hand against the clan head today. One of them, himself or Elder Six, would fall. Clan head, Elder Patriarch intends to strike me down right here. Elder Six hastily appealed to the clan head for intervention. Fuyu, escort Elder Six back home at once. Relieved by the clan head's decree, Elder Six promptly withdrew, with Fuyu in tow. Elder Patriarch's temperament was fiercely uncompromising. In their prior confrontations, Elder Six had consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Now fortified by authority, Elder Six reveled in verbal dominance. Certainly no fool would accept a duel. He understood well, so long as he clung tightly to the strongest pillar of power, he could maintain unshakable supremacy over Elder Patriarch. He cast a satisfied glance at Uchiha Fuyu beside him. The boy remained as composed and steady as ever. How fares Chuehua? Fuyu, you must treat her with utmost care. Fuyu recalled each night. Chuehua, ever brandishing her whip, seemed somehow thinner now. Elder Patriarch, the sky grows dark. After sharing several cups of tea with Elder Patriarch, and Shichiya, the Uchiha clan head dismissed them both. Then I shall take my leave. I bid you farewell, Shichiya. Elder Patriarch rose slowly. Time had etched its mark upon his spine. Shichiya departed in silence, following closely behind. Upon returning home, Shichiya reflected upon the village's operational plan. The third Hokage had appointed Akimichi Chofu as battlefield commander with Tsunade, and Jiraiya serving as his senior advisors. Augmented by 24 elite squads drawn from Konoha's finest shinobi, this force constituted the main vanguard for the campaign against the Rain Village. At the time, Chofu had appeared distinctly reluctant, openly declaring his sole desire was to safeguard Konoha, not assume command of wartime operations. Hiruzen, why was I not appointed overall commander? That very evening Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office incensed. Danzo, this village needs you. You must remain vigilant, rooting out traitors hidden deep within our midst. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied that Danzo's investigation into espionage remained incomplete. Hiruzen, you envy me. You fear I'll seize glory from this war, so you've installed Chofu, the man who does nothing but eat. Danzo erupted in fury. The spy hunt was nearly concluded, and ironically the Umbu had even uncovered Orochimaru. Of course, this outcome owed much to Danzo's habit of shifting all responsibility onto Orochimaru. Keeping you in Konoha is a testament to the village's trust in you, and Root's funding will be substantially increased. Hiruzen, this matter is far from settled. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Hiruzen drew deeply on his pipe. Indeed, I fear precisely that you'll usurp my position. Back at Root's headquarters, Danzo's rage still smoldered. The path through Hiruzen was now irrevocably closed. With Chofu's appointment as Supreme Commander now firmly sealed, Danzo knew resistance was futile. Yet additional funds for Root meant his experiments could proceed, uninterrupted. Send word to Orochimaru our collaboration remains open. Understood, Lord Danzo. Moments later his subordinates departed Konoha without delay. At dawn the next day, Chii bade farewell to the anxious Mikoto, then joined Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others, including Nawaki. Big sister, shall we depart? Nawaki had packed and stood ready since the previous night. Yes, we set out now. Nawaki, guard yourself well. Tsunade spoke with uncharacteristic gravity, her tone stern, resolute. At Chofu's command, a vast host of shinobi marched forth in disciplined formation. The reserve squads would follow 2 days later. As Chiya's contingent advanced toward the Rain Village, Danzo's agents successfully located Orochimaru. What? Danzo wishes to resume our partnership. Orochimaru, still smarting from having recently borne the brunt of blame, regarded the proposal skeptically. Indeed, Lord Danzo requests you continue your research on that organization. Root will fully fund your work. One of the envoys, evidently their leader, replied calmly. Tisk tisk tisk, I'll resume the research, yes, but he exposed me prematurely. He owes me interest dearly. To complete this task, only one of you may return alive. With that, Orochimaru smiled, a slow serpentine curve of lips. He need not lift a finger, they would turn upon each other, until only one remained standing. And those corpses. He would put them to exquisite use. Extracting a price from Danzo suited him perfectly. Orochimaru urgently required vast funds to complete a critical experiment, synthesizing a compound capable of overriding even-tailed beast control. Having fled Konoha, he needed wealth, immediately. Danzo's offer arrived with impeccable timing. And hadn't he promised Chii he'd maintain contact after leaving? But there was no rush. Time flowed still. Orochimaru resumed his meticulous work among flasks and vials. The experiment progressed with flawless precision. Tsunade, you've arrived! Jiraiya bounded over, elated. Jiraiya, keep your distance. Tsunade's feelings toward him remained frozen in that familiar combative friendship, either warmer nor colder. Of course there would be no future beyond this. Jiraiya, have you forgotten certain people? Chii teased lightly while Genma Shirani observed Jiraiya with a gentle knowing smile. Ah, you're here too, Chii. And Nawaki. Jiraiya offered a perfunctory greeting to Chii, then frowned faintly, puzzled that one so young should join the front lines. Genma, however, he ignored entirely, unaware that the most dangerous adversary is often the one who appears utterly harmless. All Jonin, except those on border duty, are ordered to assemble immediately. A commanding voice echoed across the camp. Every Jonin hastened toward its source. The newly reunited group exchanged only hurried words. Tsunade swiftly settled Nawaki before hurrying off with the rest. Silence, please. I trust you are all already apprised of the mission's particulars. The Rain Village initiated hostilities. By the Hokage's decree, our charge is to infiltrate their territory, ensuring the flames of war never cross into the land of fire. Understood. Chofu outlined the objectives succinctly, and every shinobi affirmed their resolve. Very well, now we assign teams. Jiraiya will lead 10 elite squads as the vanguard. Tsunade will command 20 elite squads reinforced by 100 chunin, forming the main assault force bound directly for the Rain Village. I shall oversee tactical coordination and logistical supply. Are your orders clear? Clear. Chofu's directives were direct and decisive. The operation was scheduled for tomorrow night. New arrivals at the border still required rest and reconnaissance to gather intelligence on the Rain Village. Watching everyone leave, Chiyo Dao Chifeng fell into deep thought in the command room. Ever since witnessing the darkness within the village, he had long ceased to hold much expectation for Sarutobi Hizashi. If he did not agree, it was likely that even more ninjas from the 3 families of the Zhulu and Dai would participate in the battlefield. On the surface, it was Sarutobi Hizashi who allowed him to fully arrange the battle command, but upon checking the roster he discovered that many ninjas from the Sarutobi clan and the 3 clans of the advisory group were missing from the border. The young blood that had been substituted in was clearly somewhat naive. It seemed that this battle could not be won too easily. What are you giving me these for, Chie? Looking at the bomb-proof vest and gas mask in Kai's hands, Shitong felt he had no need for them. His responsibilities had long been arranged, responsible for transporting the wounded and moving supplies. He also wanted to go to the battlefield, but Tsunade rejected his request immediately. The lower ninjas who went could only be cannon fodder, especially him. Tsunade would still have to divide her attention to care for him. You can keep the gas mask for now, but you must wear this vest at all times. Looking at Kai's unyielding tone, Shitong shook the somewhat heavy vest. Sister. Shitong's pleading gaze turned towards Tsunade. You should just listen to your brother, Chie. Tsunade instinctively wanted to say those 2 words but managed to hold back. This is so troublesome. Shitong, this is the teacher's order. Chie exercised the authority of the teacher, and seeing Shitong's ungrateful expression, Chie felt a surge of anger. This was a bomb-proof vest he had purchased for a hefty price, one that he himself did not possess. That brat didn't cherish it at all. He superficially wanted things to proceed with the plot, but unexpectedly. He had indeed bought the best quality one. 10 million. His expenses on Tsunade were only about 100,000. All right. Shitong donned the somewhat heavy vest with a dejected expression. Nearby, Jiraiya approached and began to tease the gloomy Shitong. Haha, Shitong, you can rest assured. Just look at the quality. Even if several explosive tags detonated around you, your upper body would still be intact. Jiraiya pinched the fabric of the vest, laughing heartily, believing that Chie was being overly cautious. No, I don't think so. Chie is absolutely right. War carries risks. Of course, the one who objected was Kato Dan. Watching these 2 cling to each other like sticky tape, Tsunade glanced at Chie and then left. Chie, what kind of man do you think Tsunade likes? Jiraiya asked with some confusion, thinking that no one could match his charm. Yes, Chie, I am also a bit curious. In an unprecedented turn of events, Kato Dan and Jiraiya actually unified in their inquiry. Well, perhaps she likes someone domineering. Given Tsunade's temperament, she might yearn for a passionate romance. After all, one couldn't just say she liked dark-haired or handsome men. That would be too obvious. Upon hearing this, the 2 pondered thoughtfully. Tsunade, let me handle it. Seeing Tsunade casually helping Shitong with the transport of battle preparations, Jiraiya changed from his usual playful demeanor and walked over purposefully. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with confusion, then tossed the supplies to him before running off to discuss the route with Chie. Jiraiya struggled to catch it, seemingly heavier than he had imagined. Not far away, Kato-dan observed everything, seemingly finding it feasible. On the morning before their departure, Katadanya joined the mighty faction. Tsunade, I don't want your opinion, I want. Tsunade felt a headache coming on early in the morning. Were these two people out of their minds? If it weren't for the imminent journey to the Rain Ninja Village, she would have loved to smack these two idiots. Brother Chiya, I'm counting on you to take care of things. Shinshu suddenly made such a statement, leaving Chiya somewhat perplexed. Don't worry, trust your brother Chiya. You must also protect yourself and don't take off that disguise. Could it be irretrievable? Shengshi's words were undoubtedly a path to destruction. Shishu was merely worried about his sister, as he faced war for the first time. Little did he know Chiya had already thought of his epitaph. Inside the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo the Salamander was thoughtfully contemplating the scroll in his hands. Shall we, the Rain Ninja Village, hold off Konoha? After the plan succeeds, they will promise to elevate our status in the ninja world and give us 1/5 of Konoha's territory. Looking at this news, Hanzo felt somewhat tempted. Initially, he only wanted to make a name for the Rain Ninja Village. After all, only Konoha had actively accepted the declaration of war from the Rain Ninja Village this time. But if they were to hold off Konoha's main forces, it would require a war of attrition, letting Konoha continuously send people here. The village would also suffer greater losses. Tell the Sand Ninja Village to say that I will consider it. Hanzo didn't want to completely offend Konoha. If the plan failed, the Rain Ninja Village would likely bear Konoha's wrath. Hanzo simply wanted the Rain Ninja Village to gain some renown in the ninja war, demonstrating that they were not to be trifled with. He had originally planned to take action personally at the start of the ninja war. Now it seemed he could afford to delay a bit, and see if the Sand Ninja Village was anxious. Meanwhile, the Vortex North's bodyguard was anxious, though he didn't know what the scrolls said. The intelligence needed to be reported to his superiors. He had been closely monitored lately. Going to the black market was simply impossible. Master, I am incompetent. The Sand Ninja Village, receiving a reply, was somewhat angry. How could a mere small ninja village refuse such favorable conditions? Of course, they wouldn't actually give it away. It seemed necessary to test the strength of the Rain Ninja Village, especially Hanzo the Salamander. Chiyo, I trouble you to lead the troops to the Rain Ninja Village. The third Kazekage instructed Chiyo, who was seated. As for Aizo, you will lead the elite of the Sand Ninja Village to infiltrate secretly. The Sand Ninja Village will be on standby at the border of the Land of Rivers. As long as they crossed the Land of Rivers, the Sand Ninja forces would reach Konoha. Leave it to me, Kazekage. After receiving the response, the third Kazekage's plan was officially set in motion. Lord Jiraiya, you seem to be quite familiar with the terrain of the Rain Ninja Village. That night, a newly dispatched Konoha ninja curiously asked Jiraiya. Well, I received some intel before we set out. Jiraiya attempted to brush it off. He didn't want his embarrassing moments to be revealed. This intersection is scattered. If we encounter enemies, sound the alarm first. Yes. The ninjas split into 3 groups, with Jiraiya leading one group to the first road. Group 2 and Group 3 actually encountered enemies too. Jiraiya was also fighting on the first road and was surprised to find that the number of Rain Ninja was quite considerable, and the fighting was fierce, with even reinforcements arriving. In the unique environment of the Rain Ninja Village, Konoha's jutsu had no advantage. It seemed we had underestimated the Rain Ninja Village. Hold on, wait for Tsunade's team to arrive. Jiraiya shouted on the battlefield, trying to raise morale. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had set off, saw the signals from the 3 routes. Were there already enemies? Had the Rain Ninja Village prepared in advance? Katadanya, you are in charge of leading some personnel to the first road. Myuko, you lead some personnel to the second road. The rest will follow me to the third road. Soon the personnel were divided into 3 routes, each going to provide support. Danya, it's you. Seeing that the newcomer was not Tsunade, Jiraiya felt a bit disappointed. He still had some chakra left, and wanted to show off in front of Tsunade. Jiraiya, now is not the time to discuss this. Katadanya knew what Jiraiya meant. He didn't want to discuss it here. You should go recover some chakra and protect me. Huh? What? Protect what? As Jiraiya was puzzled, Danya slowly collapsed into his arms. Danya, are you alright? Jiraiya shook the unconscious Danya. I'm fine, but things are urgent. I need to go provide support. The ethereal Danya startled Jiraiya with a few words, quickly flew into the battlefield. He attacked the enemies like a ghost. He could injure them, but they couldn't harm him. Indeed, this was his unique jutsu, the ethereal technique. As long as his chakra wasn't depleted and his main body was fine, his ethereal form was practically invincible. If Orochimaru saw the current Danya, he would undoubtedly carry his corpse and flee overnight. Truly amazing. Jiraiya marveled at Danya's extraordinary abilities. Without a doubt, tonight this man was the hero of the battle. Looking at the man in his arms, Jiraiya finally became serious. He was worthy of being his opponent. Reinforcements from the other two routes had also arrived at the scene. Uchiha from the third route took the lead, driving back a wave of enemies with several fire techniques. After that, he didn't participate much in the fighting but devoted himself to treating the injured. Of course, he didn't go too far on those he could still save. For those who were clearly beyond saving, he could only silently cover their eyes with his hands and increase the extraction force. Summoning technique. Tsunade summoned a giant slug. A massive mucus beast appeared on the battlefield. Lady Tsunade, what do you need me for? Oh Lord Uchiha, you are here too. Although last time Uchiha had asked him to address him as master, it was in private. Now, with so many people around, the slug wouldn't foolishly expose this. Slug, help me treat the injured first. Tsunade didn't have time to chat. Her primary task was to heal these wounded. The slug immediately split its body and scattered, with one crawling to Kai's side. Lord Uchiha, can he still be saved? The slug nestled beside Uchiha quietly whispered to him. From the technique, it seemed Uchiha was saving someone, but in reality only the slug clinging to him could understand that through its special talent it sensed the chakra of the fallen ninja rapidly depleting. Uchiha made a shush gesture. It didn't matter if the little creature knew these things, it certainly wouldn't dare to reveal anything. Of course, he had to set up a few more illusions and seals for it when he had time. Coincidentally, Kushina had secretly taught Uchiha several new illusions, and experimenting with the slug was the best choice. Retreat. With orders ringing out on both sides, the first engagement between Yurin village and Mai ended as each force withdrew for the time being. Damn, I did not expect Yurin village to be so well prepared, some returning shinobi grumbled. On the field, the Yurin fighters possessed neither overwhelming chakra nor awe-inspiring jutsu. Instead, they leaned on despicable stratagems, explosive tags, poisonous vapors, and disguises intended to slip accursedly into the withdrawing Mai ranks. Fortunately, Mui's camp maintained strict checks. With the Niliang clan and the Chuanzhong clan on duty, such transformation techniques were exposed at a glance. Rest assured, Haiwan knows your sense far too well, Chuanzhong Hua reassured everyone. Indeed, the small black dog piped up in a human voice. My nose is keen. Zhua, I never thought your dog could talk, one of them said. Is this your clan's dog? Am not going to eat it, just curious. Haiwan, bite him. The tense atmosphere after the battle lightened, and Xiudao Tsufeng in the command tent issued the next operational orders. The wounded were to rest and recover. When supplies arrived in a few days, they would move again. In the meantime, Gangzhou would prepare antidotes, and Zilai would lead 10 elite squads back to the Yurin battlefield. Hold Yurin village at all costs until the supplies arrive. At the same time, fortify the camp's perimeter. Duan, tell me honestly, who will slay more enemies, you or I? Seeing Jiating Duan's spirit-shaping techniques, Zilai's competitive fire flared. Of course it will be me, Jiating Duan declared without a shred of concealment. Then we shall meet on the field tomorrow. Zilai laughed as he left Gangzhou's squad encampment. A warm sense of comradeship spread through the air. Xingshu, how are you feeling today? Uchiha patted Shengshu's shoulder. Exhausted, Shishu admitted. I've been busy non-stop with you back. I have even more to do. Xingshu, still wearing his flak vest, had barely rested before being set to work again. Xingshu fetched the medicines. Gangzhou called and Shishu ran off with the supplies. Chiya, come give me a hand! Gang's-ho shouted as if she had heard Chiya approaching. All right, I'm coming. Chiya did not hurry. He meant to feign a little, appear as one whose chakra was nearly exhausted. In truth, his chakra had not been depleted but had swollen. After that single battle, he had climbed to the equivalent of 4.5 ranks. That clash alone equaled months of his efforts in Mai. Over the following days, Zilai and Jiatingduan took point in combat while Chiya more often assisted Gang's-ho. They began to notice that Yurin's numbers were dwindling. Judging by casualties, it was impossible for half their force to have been lost so quickly. Could Yurin have some scheme? Zilai and Jiatingduan seized the Yurin shinobi and brought him back to camp, where the Niliang clan began interrogating him. So that's it, Sharon village has come to attack Yurin village as well. Hearing the news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was welcome news for Mui's forces. With a two-front assault, Yurin village might soon vanish from the map. On the battlefield between Sharon and Yurin, the two forces confronted one another. You puppet old woman! How dare you attack us without warning? Shanjie Banzang had somewhat underestimated Sharon's perfidy, but he had prepared. Old man with the breathing tube, this is what you get for offending Sharon. Someone sneered. Refusing Sharon village's cooperation was after all a key step in the third Kazakage's plan. Chiandai said nothing further. With a wave of her hand, the Sharon surged forward. Had come then. Banzang ordered his men to fall back. Summoning Jutsu Shanjieu. From thin air, a gigantic Shanjieu, its body mottled with lumps, materialized. It opened its maw and unleashed a plume of poisonous gas. Not good, fall back. Some Sharon who could not retreat in time collapsed, racked with agony and groaning. Amid the toxic cloud, the Shanjieu suddenly howled in pain and burrowed into the earth. Puppets! It became clear that many Sharon forces were secretly puppets controlled by Chiandai. Banzang instantaneously teleported to Yurin's side and issued a few terse orders. As the poisonous fog thinned, Yurin donned a gas mask and moved to finish off a target. Bang bang, 2 shots. The shinobi went down. Seeing the fallen puppet, Banzang's deduction proved correct. Many of the Sharon who had failed to retreat in time were in fact puppets controlled by Chiandai and other puppeteers. Puppet old woman, you are truly insidious, Banzang remarked, a backhanded compliment to Chiandai. Likewise, you saw through my stratagem, Chiandai replied, noting that the old man was cautious. As they spoke, a Shanjiu erupted from the Sharon lines and spat another cloud of venom. Before the Sharon could respond, the summoned beast dispelled its summoning and vanished from where it had stood. Retreat. Hold your breath and fall back, Chiandai barked. No one had expected a single Shanjiu to rout the Sharon. Lord Banzang is invincible, a red-haired man cried, and the others echoed the cry. Elsewhere, the Sharon who fled back to their base had suffered heavy losses. Though many had held their breath during the gas assault, their skin had still been corroded. Over time, the poison would seep inward. Humiliated by the defeat, the Sharon could not believe they had been bested by Yurin village. Chiandai, however, had gleaned a vital detail. The Shanjiu seemed able to exhale its poison only at intervals. Fetch me some venomous blood, I must run experiments, she ordered. She needed an antidote swiftly, or the Sharon might be annihilated. The following days passed in small skirmishes between Suna Ninja Village and Konoha. Supplies and personnel from Konoha gradually arrived at the camp. With the supplies replenished, Konoha Village prepared to launch another large-scale assault. During this busy period, Xingtian grew stronger, but he also witnessed the deaths of many comrades, including Moku, who was on the same team as Tsunade, and whose fate remained uncertain. Although he was a ninja, he fundamentally disliked war. If only there was something he could do for peace. Jiraiya and Kato Don grew increasingly close, nearly to the point of being able to embrace each other. Don, your spirit transformation technique is truly impressive, but I also possess secret ninjutsu. The conditions for releasing Sage Art are quite strict, and there aren't that many people on the battlefield waiting for me. Then Jiraiya, you better step up when the war ends. Tsunade will surely be astonished by my kill count. During this time Kato Don was the one who had taken the most lives in Konoha, especially after using the spirit transformation technique, becoming unstoppable. Whether Tsunade was astonished or not was secondary. Shichiya had certainly noticed Kato Don's active performance. He also thought about the means to counter the spirit transformation technique in the future, starting with the Mangekyō Sharingan, as even those who could transform would not be able to defend against it. For example, although the intangible Obito was immune to physical attacks, he still feared Itachi's genjutsu. Furthermore, eliminating Kato Don's physical body would mean that even if he completed his mission, he would die without being able to return to his body to replenish chakra. Of course, Kato Don's ninjutsu was still quite troublesome. If this technique were developed to its fullest, traveling to the Pure Land back and forth would likely not be an issue. Wait, there seems to be someone who can freely travel to the Pure Land. He exists in a form of spirit, and everything seems to bear his fingerprints. The birth of the two brothers, their differing physiques. The rift between the two brothers and the endless disputes that followed. It seems all were deliberately arranged by him, including the bestowal of power upon those two during the final battle. All causalities seem to revolve around him. What exactly does he desire? Indeed, he is the sage of the six paths, a figure existing in legend. He is also one of the few individuals that Shichiya cannot fully comprehend. It seems I need to acquire the spirit transformation technique. Never mind, I'll leave that to Orochimaru. As long as Shichiya can obtain the research results, he will have Orochimaru upgrade the spirit transformation technique. Who knows, it might truly grant immortality. Kato Don, you must not die now. Having come to this realization, Shichiya regarded Don as if he were a precious gem. Ha ha ha, I've finally succeeded in my research. After days of dedicated research, Chiyo finally achieved a significant result. An antidote for the mountain pepper fish's poison. After administering it to the Suna ninjas, their condition visibly improved. Prepare yourselves, we are about to launch another attack on the Rain Ninja village. This time Chiyo was brimming with confidence, believing Hanzo would surely relent. This time, even if they could not defeat Konoha, they had to pillage within the Land of Fire. There was no choice, the Land of Wind was too barren, and the daimyo preferred to retreat to the Land of Fire for leisure. With such back and forth, the expenses naturally increased, resulting in less money for their Suna ninja village. They would have to rely on their own strength. Humph. You old hag, you dare to come again. Upon receiving the news, the mountain pepper fish Danzo hurried to the battlefield near Suna ninja village. Gazing at the lively Suna ninjas, Hanzo had a foreboding feeling. Summoning technique. A gigantic mountain pepper fish appeared before everyone. This time the Suna ninjas did not exhibit their previous fear, instead they seemed eager to engage. Indeed, they appeared to have found a way to counter the mountain pepper fish's poison. Old hag, you didn't come here to wage war against us Rain Ninja village again, did you? Hanzo stood atop the mountain pepper fish, looking down and speaking somewhat softly. Hey, you old man with a breathing tube, you should have realized by now that I have already unraveled your summoning beast's poisonous mist. Moreover, I estimate that it can't keep spewing poison indefinitely, right? Chiyo confidently gazed at the mountain pepper fish Hanzo, and upon seeing the surprise in his eyes, she knew she was right about the mountain pepper fish. Humph, if you want to fight, then let's fight. If we are to face Konoha with all our might, we simply do not have enough personnel and resources. We might be able to sit down and talk about this. At this point, Chiyo spoke up, realizing her objective had been achieved. She intended to cease hostilities. It seemed that getting the Rain ninjas to cooperate simply required more funding, which they could afford for such a small ninja village. Subsequently, Hanzo and Chiyo each brought their guards for a secret negotiation. The Rain ninja village needed to hold off Konoha, while the Suna ninja village would provide 20 billion in funding to the Rain ninja village. Although the Rain Ninja village had made a somewhat exorbitant request, this 20 billion was nearly the entire income of the Suna Ninja village for a year. However, the Suna Ninja village was in a tight spot and had no choice but to comply. Lord Hanzo, do we have to fully stop Konoha? A Suna ninja could not hold back from asking Hanzo. Humph, you think we'll be the shield? Dream on. After seeing Chiyo leave, Hanzo expressed that they would only act if paid. Without payment, things would remain as usual. In the days to come, even if Konoha launched a large-scale assault, the Rain Ninja village would continue to fight, while retreating, harassing along the way. Damn it, what is Hanzo doing? Finally, Chiyo could no longer sit still. The Wind Shadow's side was also getting anxious. After questioning Hanzo, she reluctantly sent 20 billion to the Rain Ninja village. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. That day, Jiraiya led his team in pursuit of a solitary Rain Ninja. Water-style Water Barrier technique. Several Rain Ninjas in the woods executed a water defense technique neutralizing Jiraiya's attack. Not good, it's an ambush. Seeing the Rain Ninjas densely appear before him, Jiraiya felt a pang of panic. It was all his fault for being too focused on his competition with Kato Don. Chase them down. Why aren't you chasing? The Rain Ninja being pursued taunted Jiraiya. Everyone take formation, we fight to the end. After saying this, Jiraiya fired off a distress signal, but it seemed a bit far from the Konoha battlefield. By the time reinforcements arrived, they would likely be long dead. Don't be afraid, Konoha has no cowards. Jiraiya encouraged the few remaining members of his team. Yeah, we've killed so many Rain Ninjas, it's worth it. For Konoha, for the village. At this moment, Jiraiya had no good plans. Even if he wanted to use Sage Art, he had no time to gather chakra. Looking at the dense Rain Ninjas before him, it would be a miracle if they could hold out for a few minutes. Message from the east. At this moment, Kato Dan felt somewhat anxious. After spending time together, he had already recognized Jiraiya. Senyu, please protect my body well. After saying this, Kato Dan collapsed into his teammate's arms. He hoped he could still catch up. You ninja, even if I leave this world first, I will take as many of you with me as I can. After just a few exchanges, all of Jiraiya's companions had fallen to the ground. Stop struggling, it's your turn now. The first Rain Ninja that was pursued anxiously took out a kunai. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet. Water-style Waterfall Technique. The Rain Ninjas jointly unleashed these two ninjutsu, waiting for Jiraiya to be knocked down so they could rush in for the final blow. Summoning Technique Gamekin. At this point, Jiraiya could only sacrifice a summoning beast, hoping it could withstand the onslaught. Even though and quite foolish, but before Gamekin could finish, it was heavily injured and sent back to Myobokuzen. Seizing this precious opportunity, Jiraiya attempted to escape, but unfortunately the number of Rain Ninjas was overwhelming. Hell, let's see if you can block this second strike. The Rain Ninjas quickly formed hand seals to unleash their attack. Jiraiya felt a sense of despair. He could no longer use the summoning technique from Myobokuzen, and it would be difficult for him to defend against the next strike. Ninjutsu Needle Earth Storehouse. Jiraiya's hair instantly wrapped around his entire body and then shot out in all directions. He actually has such ninjutsu, damn it, we were careless. Due to their underestimation, many ninjas from the Rain village were hit by the needles. However, Jiraiya was in a worse situation. His hair had thinned out from blocking the water style and shooting out. To grow hair as lush as before would take at least several years. Moreover, his body had multiple fractures and his consciousness was gradually fading. Jiraiya staggered to his feet, determined to fight like a hero until his last breath. Tsunade, please don't miss me. This was the last thought in Jiraiya's hazy consciousness. In the moment Jiraiya fell, a ray of light descended from the heavens, gently embracing him. Jiraiya, am I too late? No, Dan, you arrived just in time. After saying this, Jiraiya fell into unconsciousness. Kato Dan, right. Your name is quite renowned in our Rain village. However, even if you have the ability to spirit transformation, you cannot deal with so many of us. Just leave him behind and we will let you go. The Rain village encountered a ninja that gave them the most headache. Defeating him would certainly come at a great cost. Then I leave. Kato Dan said abruptly. Are you really going to leave? The ninjas from the Rain village found it hard to believe. In an instant, Kato Dan in his spiritual form swiftly entered Jiraiya's body, unleashing a surprise fire release, allowing Jiraiya to escape during the moment of distraction. Quick chase after him. Damn it, the spirit transformation technique is truly despicable. The rain ninjas on the scene cursed they were just a small ninja village and had no way to truly understand the capabilities of the spirit transformation technique. They could only keep experimenting with lives. Dan, where am I? Jiraiya looked at the space before him, puzzled. Is this heaven? Did you and I both die? Jiraiya looked at Kato Dan before him and voiced his confusion. Don't worry, Jiraiya, either of us is dead. This is a consciousness space I created similar to a genjutsu. The you outside is currently being possessed by me, heading towards the camp. Right now you are just a soul. Is that so? No wonder all the wounds have disappeared. Jiraiya shook his hand. It felt light and had no sensation. Thank you, Dan. Jiraiya knew that without Kato Dan he would probably have met his end here. No need to thank me, we are partners working hard together. I still need your protection at my back. After saying this, Kato Dan and Jiraiya exchanged smiles. At this moment both men saw recognition in each other's eyes. However, Dan, I won't let Tsunade go to you. Jiraiya, then let's see who wins Tsunade's heart first. Of course it's me. No, it's me. It's me. Me. Laughter echoed into the outside world. Jiatingduan's banter with Zilai lasted only an instant. As the thread drew nearer, Jiatingduan broke off his conversation with Zilai and ran with all his might toward the Mai camp. The Yurin pursuing them still seemed unwilling to relent. At last Zilai, who had fled in disarray for a long while, returned to the camp. Seeing the patrol ninja approaching, Jiatingduan hastily withdrew from Zilai's body. His chakra was nearly exhausted. Jiatingduan had to return to his own body, for without the replenishment of chakra his soul would dissipate into the Pure Land. What happened? Sensing the location of his body, he discovered along the way the corpses of the familiar squad members who had been at his side. It seems they all died of poisoning. Watching his comrades collapse, Jiatingduan was overcome with anguish. At last he saw Xianyu. Xianyu's abdomen had been blown open, both legs severed, his face was mutilated, and his eyes could only part in a thin slit. When he saw Jiatingduan arrive, he managed a smile. The mouth that smiled had no teeth, and even the tongue was broken. Xianyu. Seeing Jiatingduan's agitation, Xianyu quickly shook his head to signal him to be silent. With his last breath he pointed in a direction, then slowly lowered his head. Until the end he saw that Jiatingduan's smile did not fade. He had fulfilled his duty to protect Jiatingduan. Stifling his grief and fury, Jiatingduan followed the direction Xianyu had indicated. His urgent priority was to find his body lest he too dissolve. Soon, guided by his sensing, Jiatingduan discovered his body in a concealed spot. It was exactly as he suspected. Seeing the traces of battle along the route, he realized his teammates had been fighting to cover a retreat, each action aimed at protecting something as they fell back. How could you be so foolish? If you had abandoned me, you could have retreated safely. At the thought, Jiatingduan wept like rain. He was consumed by remorse. Suppressing his pain, Jiatingduan took a detour back to the camp. He had no time to spare and at once pleaded with Xiudao Tsufeng to bring back his comrades' bodies. His request was refused. There were too few available ninja in the camp. Waiting for the Yurin to set a trap for Mui's forces would be too costly. Especially after today's heavy losses, Xiudao Tsufeng had already petitioned the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen for reinforcements. They could not risk deploying rashly. This group of Yurin seemed to be more than a simple raiding party. Their numbers appeared to have swelled again. Unlike Xiudao Tsufeng's caution, Jiatingduan left the command tent overwhelmed by sorrow and despondence. Duan, what's wrong? Chia noticed Jiatingduan's unsettled mood. It was an opportunity to draw closer. Chia, I'm fine. Jiatingduan forced his grief down, striving to hold back his tears. Under the gaze of Kai's Wanhuatong Xiaolunian, his attempt at concealment failed. Duan, we are comrades in the same squad. I cannot bear to see you sink into despair. Tell me what happened to you. Chia, I'm fine. I'm really alright. You can keep pretending. Jiatingduan, watch as I Chia strip away your mask. A man does not let tears fall lightly. He has simply not reached the place of sorrow. Kai's mellow voice echoed in Jiadingduan's ears, and in that instant he could no longer hold himself together. It's all my fault, Chiya. It's my arrogance that harmed Xianyu and the others. Kato Duan cried as he spoke, appearing like a child who had made a mistake, confessing his wrongs to his teacher. Upon hearing Kato Duan's words, Chiya understood. So that's what happened. Kato Duan had entrusted his body to his comrades to save Jiraiya. When he returned, his comrades had all perished in their attempts to protect him. Due to Chiu Dao Chufeng's caution, he was unable to help retrieve their bodies. Duan, don't be sad, they all did it for you. You cannot give up on yourself. Kai's words felt like a knife stabbing into Kato Duan's heart. They all did it for me. A wave of guilt and remorse washed over Kato Duan, causing him to lose the strength to stand. His figure swayed precariously. However, Chiya elongated his tone. As long as we take the scroll, we can quietly go, even if Chiu Dao Chufeng disagrees. This statement awakened Kato Duan from his stupor. He had never thought of disobeying orders. But us. Chiya, do you want to go with me? Kato Duan, overwhelmed with guilt, only wanted to ensure his teammates were buried properly, even if it meant sacrificing himself. But Chiya was still young, he shouldn't have to take that risk. Indeed, I was inspired by their powerful will of fire. This is what we ninjas should do. For the sake of protecting our comrades, we must do whatever it takes. Chiya spoke of righteousness, but inwardly he was calculating how to send Kato Duan to Orochimaru. Chiya believed that if Orochimaru successfully developed an upgraded version of this technique, his spiritual power might reach new heights, perhaps even revealing some powers of the Rinnegan. But first he needed to gain Kato Duan's favor and trust. Thank you so much, Chiya. Kato Duan deeply bowed in gratitude to Chiya. Seeing Kato Duan's head nearly touching the ground, Chiya smiled. In the stillness of the night, the two donned black combat uniforms took the scrolls for carrying bodies and set off. Chiya, if there's danger, you must escape at once. Don't worry about me. Got it, Duan, you've been repeating that for a long time. Listening to Kato Duan's words all the way, Chiya felt a bit impatient. He hadn't expected this matter to affect him so deeply. However, Chiya was quite looking forward to something happening that night. If he could continue to boost his favorability, that would be even better. As a result, the journey was very calm and they collected along the way without any disturbance. The more peaceful it was, the stronger Kato Duan's uneasy feelings became. Chiya, there's only one person left. I'll use the spirit transformation technique to check ahead. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, please don't wait for me. Take the scroll and retreat quickly. Kato Duan feared that the rain ninjas might be lying in ambush at the end, so he decided to investigate alone. Alright, just be careful. Chiya thought that things might not be so simple. It was good for Kato Duan to scout ahead. After saying this, Kato Duan performed the spirit transformation technique and flew towards the last person. This time Kato Duan did not ask Chiya to protect his body. Watching Kato Duan fly off, Chiya surveyed the surroundings, confirming that there was no danger. He hid Kato Duan's body in a nearby grove and set several sealing techniques. Having completed all this, Chiya followed Kato Duan from a distance. Xianyu's body is still here. I can go back to find Chiya to seal it. Kato Duan, having reached this point in his spirit form, saw Xianyu's body and was about to return to inform Chiya. At that moment, a transparent barrier blocked his way. It seems we've caught a big fish. Many rain ninjas emerged from the forest, excited to see that they had trapped Kato Daku. Quick, notify Lord Hanzo. If reinforcements arrive, it will be troublesome. One rain ninja hurriedly ran back. Kato Daku sighed. There was no panic on his face. Instead, he appeared relaxed, as if he had let something go. This time it's my turn to be the hero. Kato Daku didn't hesitate, cherishing every second of this opportunity, as he swiftly charged into the crowd of rain ninjas. The rain ninjas, already wary of Kato Daku, quickly dispersed. Quick use illusion techniques. Several rain ninjas rushed out of the forest, initiating their illusion techniques. Kato Daku dared not be careless and quickly avoided looking into their eyes. What followed was a one-sided battle. Besides the illusions, there were only 4 ninjas present responsible for sealing and maintaining the barrier, posing some threat to Kaito Daku. However, since they had to maintain the barrier, they wouldn't act recklessly. Now was Kaito Daku's time. He exerted all his strength to pursue every scattered rain ninja. In the distance, Chi also noticed the battle here. He had no intention of rushing in. Should I wait a bit longer? It seemed the previous delay almost cost Tsunade dearly. Forget it, I should go help him. Chi quickly made his way to the side of the barrier. Getting in seems a bit challenging. I didn't expect that the village of rain ninjas would have ninjas skilled in barriers. Chi tried several methods, but nothing worked. What should he do? Each barrier ninjutsu has a different way to break it, so Chi began to study the ninjutsu in front of him. Ordinary methods won't work, perhaps I could try using Susanoo. But he didn't want to expose his strength in front of everyone. Amaterasu. To be honest, he wasn't sure. This fire is impressive but lacks achievements. Then he looked down at the ground. Perhaps I could try digging. Chi quietly activated Susanoo in its impoverished mode under the cover of night. His body was enveloped in chakra with only the bones of his hands visible. Good time to dig. Susanoo's hands deftly began to work, and his body, protected by chakra, didn't get a speck of dirt on it. As expected, just as I thought. Chi found that the barrier's obstruction disappeared shortly after he began digging, and then he started to dig upwards. Then he quietly retracted Susanoo, and his figure appeared at the very edge of the barrier. Good Kaito Daku, I'm here to save you. Wait for me to receive your endless gratitude. Chi's first target was the few ninjas responsible for the barrier, and although there were other ninjas guarding, he easily dealt with them. What? The barrier has disappeared. The rain ninjas present were astonished and hurriedly looked around. Could it be Chi? Seeing the barrier vanish, Kaito Daku did not choose to flee immediately. He also looked around. Sure enough, a man with a slightly inferior appearance compared to others appeared before everyone. Chi, hurry and leave. Kaito Daku didn't know how Chi had managed to enter the barrier, but now he had little chakra left, yet the rain ninjas would have reinforcements coming. Kaito Daku decisively urged Chi to retreat. Upon hearing this, Chi was also ready to leave immediately. He could definitely handle these rain ninjas. But being able to defeat them and rescue Kaito Daku are two different concepts. He needed more trust and gratitude from Kaito Daku. At that moment, a man wearing a breathing mask and a group of subordinates arrived here. Oh. Looks like we've caught 2 big fish. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at Kaito Daku and Chi, who was wearing the Uchiha clan's battle attire. It turns out to be the Lord. Vortex North Country is also present. He truly didn't expect Chi to be from Konoha and a ninja of the Uchiha clan at that. No wonder his illusion techniques are so powerful. Now the situation in the whirlpool of the North Country was quite urgent. After all, Chi had been captured and he would undoubtedly meet his end. Moreover, if he did not take action, Chi would definitely kill him before he died. He needed to think of a way. Could he be Hanzo the Salamander? In the darkness of the night, Kaito looked towards the newcomer. He did not expect Hanzo to arrive so quickly. Was he not going to sleep? Chi also did not expect Hanzo to come, especially since the person closest to him was not his own spy from the whirlpool of the North Country. The North Country was doing quite well. The one originally known as Hanzo's right hand, the Salamander God, was surprisingly not closer than the whirlpool of the North Country. Perhaps the Rain Ninja Village could be an option. Another plan surfaced in Chi's mind. Now that he had strength, if he could take control of the Rain Ninja Village. What do I need the Rain Ninja Village for? What good is this broken place besides Xiaonan? Chi's gaze towards the North Country quickly turned to disappointment. It was useless. However, the whirlpool of the North Country was not thinking that way. Did the master intend to sacrifice him? He thought about how Chi might force him to self-destruct. This was very much in line with this master's character. Thinking of his wife and children, the whirlpool of the North Country revealed a look of determination to face death, and quietly moved a bit closer to Hanzo. Hanzo, your opponent is me. Let my partner go. Kato-do called out to Hanzo. "Haha, none of you will leave here." Hanzo ordered his subordinates to surround Chi-yi and Kato-do. "Chi-yi, I have implicated you." Kato-do looked as more and more ninjas gathered around him, leaving Chi-yi no choice but to be trapped with him. Don't say that. Those who do not cherish their companions are not worthy of being called ninjas." Chi-yi's words moved Kato-do immensely. "Chi-yi'll do my best to hold Hanzo back. You hurry and break through." Kato-do only wanted Chi-yi to escape. He could not afford to lose any more companions. "But it should be easier for you to leave than for me." Chi-yi pointed at the spiritual body of Kato-do, noting that this guy could leave without anyone stopping him. "No, I will not lose another companion." Kato-do's attitude was resolute. "Then I can only apologize to the slug." Chi-yi uttered a phrase that Kato-do found somewhat incomprehensible. If Jiraiya were here, he would have understood immediately. Summoning technique. A gigantic slug appeared before everyone. "Chi-yi, Master, what are your orders?" the newly summoned slug asked eagerly. "Split into all of them and hold them off." Chi-yi pointed at the group of rain ninjas below, and the slug looked at them with a reluctant expression. Under the pressure from Chi-yi, it could only split its enormous body into small slugs. Instantly, a mountain of small slugs overwhelmed the rain ninjas. Hanzo quickly tried to avoid the situation using the body flicker technique. At that moment, a seemingly helpless hand grabbed his thigh. "Lord Hanzo, save me!" Seeing the whirlpool of the North Country in a panic before the slugs even arrived, Hanzo felt a headache coming on. The whirlpool of the North Country had done well previously, but this battlefield was just too useless. With no other choice, he grabbed the whirlpool of the North Country and took cover. Seizing the opportunity, Chi-yi quickly fled with Kato-do to Kato-do's hideout. "Chi-yi, I didn't expect you to have Tsunade summoning beasts." Kato-do, regaining his body, expressed some shock. "Thanks to it, let's hurry up and leave." "What about that summoning beast?" Kato-do, grateful for the slug's help, hesitated to ask Chi-yi. "It has already matured as a summoning beast. If it can't win, it will definitely run back." "Chi-yi, then let's head back first." After hearing Chi-yi's explanation, Kato-do thought it made sense which summoning beast would be foolish enough to die on the battlefield. In the end, the body of the slug could only wait for an opportunity, or until the war was over, to be retrieved, hoping there were no beasts nearby. On the other side, on the battlefield of Yurin and the living slugs. The living slugs were being ruthlessly slaughtered by Yurin, as they were merely small split bodies lacking the strength to hold off Yurin. Especially when Hanzo summoned the pepperfish, it feasted joyfully. The living slugs felt a pang of despair, judging the time. It seemed that Chie and the others should have run far away. The living slugs hurriedly dismissed the summons. In the wet bone forest, a group of small living slugs lay limply on the ground. "Living slugs, hurry up and come over to help me clear the slime." Sensing the return of the living slugs, the slug sage gave a brief order, and then paid no more attention to them. In the eyes of the slug sage, the living slugs were merely the labor force it had created, existing solely to serve its needs. If necessary, it could absorb the living slugs to enhance its power, though it had put considerable effort into creating them, and currently it saw no need to do so. Moreover, the creation of the living slugs relied on the souls of those who failed to cultivate immortal techniques, which was why they could possess independent consciousness and survive for so long. Now there were hardly any cultivators of the wet bone forest techniques left. Has the Senju clan become complacent? The slug sage found itself missing Senju Hashirama. In Konoha, inside the Hokage's office. Looking at the documents in hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared quite angry. "Rinkaku, you may leave now." "Yes, Lord Hokage." After Rinkaku left, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed an almost imperceptible smile. With their backs against the wall, he believed this was the last struggle of Yurin. Akiyama Torike's did not disappoint him, managing to engage the small Yurin village like this. It was time to bring the war to an end. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly summoned some elite members of the Sarutobi clan and of course also called upon several elite families assisting Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed them to head to the front lines this time. He wanted the clan members to reap the fruits of victory. With so many elite families deployed, the Urin village would surely vanish from the map. Sarutobi Hiruzen had calculated well, sending Akiyama Torakes to lead the charge and exhaust the majority of Urin village, then allowing the well-rested Sarutobi clan to conclude the war. In doing so, the Sarutobi clan would emerge as the greatest contributors to ending the war. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The visitor was the Uchiha clan leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen had received information from the Umbu as soon as the Uchiha clan leader left his family. However, he was curious about what the Uchiha clan leader wanted. Third Hokage, please allow our Uchiha clan to go to Urin village. We also wish to contribute to the village. The Uchiha clan leader had also received news of the unfavorable situation in the war, but the message had come a few days late, and the Sarutobi clan had already set out. You mean your clan wants to join the battlefield in the Land of Rain? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh. What were the Uchiha clan thinking? They wanted a share of the pie now. Third Hokage, why are you laughing so loudly? The Uchiha clan leader felt as if he was being mocked. Yet the Uchiha clan also wanted to contribute to the village, albeit with a hint of selfishness. Apologies, I was reminded of something amusing. It was not directed at you. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly explained. However, for now the battlefield does not require the intervention of the Uchiha clan. I have already sent people over, and I believe the war in Urin village will soon be pacified. The Uchiha clan is an important part of the village, and the responsibility of the Konoha Police Department is immense. During this war you must ensure the stability of the daily lives of Konoha's residents. Do not underestimate the matters within the village, they are of utmost importance. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoothly dismissed the Uchiha clan leader with a set of rhetoric. Risen, I heard the Yuzhibo clan leader visited. Not long after, Tuanzang received the news and hurried over. He too wants the Yuzhibo to claim a share in the war. Yuanfei Risen spoke bluntly. Him alone. The Yuzhibo have always harbored hidden schemes, they must be plotting something. Risen, do not wait any longer. Tuanzang pressed Yuanfei Risen again, his dislike for the Yuzhibo plain to see. This matter, the Yuzhibo merely wished to obtain some benefit from the war. Tuanzang, you are worrying excessively. Yuanfei Risen frowned. At the peak of his power now, he was not alarmed by the Yuzhibo clan leader's open request. He was confident he could suppress the Yuzhibo on his own. Moreover, the Yuzhibo clan was an indispensable fighting force for Mu Yi, a senior ninja who wielded the Sharingan, and one who did not wear entirely different beasts. Risen, you are far too indulgent of the Yuzhibo, you will regret it. Tuanzang could not comprehend it. Would it not be far better to remove the Yuzhibo and seize their resources? Out Tuanzang before I issue any other orders. Risen's tone turned sharp. Did he not see through Tuanzang's petty ambitions? You only seek to amass power and squeeze me out. Delusional. Humph. Tuanzang left without a backward glance. Elsewhere, the Yuzhibo clan leader returned to his household. The more he thought, the more wrong it felt, the angrier he grew. No, could he not at least pretend? He simply mocks me. Suddenly the Yuzhibo clan leader collapsed to the ground. Father. Entering the courtyard and seeing his father fallen, Yuzhibo Fuyu immediately checked him. Thankfully there was still breath, otherwise there would be no succession rights and the clansmen would surely contest it. After an unknown lapse of time, the Yuzhibo clan leader lying on the bed opened his eyes with a coughing rasp. It is Fuyu, your father is fine, only old. The Yuzhibo clan leader sighed deeply. The era had changed, yet his thoughts seemed frozen in an older age. When this war ends, Fuyu, I will appoint you as the next clan leader. Having spoken, the clan leader seemed to have exhausted his last strength, and sank into a deep sleep. Seeing his father still breathing, Fuyu withdrew with a blank, unreadable expression. The chieftain is finally mine. Tonight have Cui Hua redouble her efforts, strive for an early awakening. And now it is time to persist, have a child. Zilai Yi, are you feeling better? At the Mu Yi Rain Ninja Battlefield Command, seeing Zilai Yi, who had only just begun to recover, Jia Tingduan asked with concern. In the days since recent events had intensified, Duan had come to understand the importance of comrades. Perhaps he should not cling to a single person. To protect comrades, to protect Muyi. Perhaps this was the very will of fire. In that moment Duan's insight widened. He had been elevated. Zilayi felt uneasy as he met Duan's burning gaze. He knew clearly that the look had surpassed ordinary friendship and risen to the level of love. Yet this was not Duan's romantic infatuation, it was his boundless love for all comrades. I'm fine. I've lost my hair and suffered a few fractures. Don't you worry about me. Zilayi protested loudly. Chi-yi, you're here. Help me get out of here. Seeing Chi-yi arrive, Zilayi abandoned the meeting without ceremony and made a hasty exit. Well, that's improper. You were specifically called by Chiu Dao Chufeng to attend. Chi teased Zilayi with a grin. He had also noticed Duan's grateful look directed at him. Compared to the bond between Duan and Zilayi, Chi found it tolerable. Look at me like this. No, we'll go back to Muyi to recuperate first. Zilayi struggled to get up and leave, only to be held down by Chi. Jokes aside, the title of Muyi's 3 Sannin had become awkward after one left. Fortunately, Jia Ting Duan remained. If you leave now, who will fill the 3 Sannin? Me. Chi bristled at the suggestion of such a shameful title. Relax, Gang Shou said you'll be restored to full strength in a few days. No, I want to return to Muyi. Zilayi bickered with Chi while Duan's eyes flickered with emotion. Is this what comradeship is? Bang! A crisp impact landed on Zilayi's head. Instantly a purpled angry palm print bloomed on his bald skull. Aya! Zilayi wailed, clutching his head. Gang Shou, you came. Jia Ting Duan looked toward Gang Shou with a trace of fear. She could be overly violent with friends. Ha ha ha, Gang Shou, how hard did you hit just now? Chi teased. Gang Shou turned her head aside. Gang Shou, Chi always provokes you. Why don't you retaliate? Zilayi cried, unfair. Bastard, mind your own business. Gang Shou, furious, moved as if to strike again. Everyone stop. Chiu Dao Chufeng strolled in at leisure. Ahem, please take your seats. He signaled for silence and for everyone to sit. I have gathered you to make certain arrangements. As you all know, the reinforcements the village dispatched will arrive soon. Please hold on a little longer. Chiu Dao Chufeng's words were a bomb. Duan has performed admirably. I have decided to entrust him with 7 elite squads. These past days Duan had mostly led the teams. Chiu Dao Chufeng's decision merely reflected the consensus. Zilayi is injured and cannot return to the battlefield for a while. Chi will temporarily take his place. Chi voiced no objection and nodded. The front line would be exhausting, but it was an excellent place to gather strength. Although these days he had helped the wounded build their strength, nothing compared to that first day on the battlefield. I disagree. Chi is my important aide. Gang Shou slammed the table and shouted. Others might revere or fear Chiu Dao Chufeng, but to her he was nobody of consequence. By birth she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. By status she was a princess of Huijigua. Frankly, even if captured in the war, she would not be left unprotected. If anything happened to her, the daimyo of Huijigua would be enraged. Whoever dared to seize Gang Shou would be slapping the daimyo in the face. Gang Shou was displeased with Chiu Dao Chufeng. He was far too moderate. Gang Shou, there is no other way. There are no standout ninja capable of leading teams right now. For the sake of the village and the wounded, please endure this for a while. Chiu Dao Chufeng's tone was less like an order and more like an earnest plea in equal conversation. Chi, what are your thoughts? Gang Shou did not press Chiu, instead she addressed Chi. Gang Shou, for the village I will accept the assignment. Any sacrifice will be worthwhile. Chi struck a righteous pose, his expression shining like Muyi's light. Was he normally so upright? Gang Shou felt it ill-fit his usual manner. The closer she grew to Chi, the more she suspected he harbored ulterior designs. Seeing Chi speak thus, she no longer opposed him. Gang Shou would have liked to accompany Chi to the battlefield, but with the rain ninja forces increased, and the wounded requiring her attention, she was overwhelmed. Chiyi, rest assured, I will guard you well on the battlefield. Jia Tingduan suddenly blurted out those words. Cutting ties. Absolutely unnecessary. Chiyi awkwardly declined Danzo's suggestion. Lately Danzo seemed strangely different. Had he been overwhelmed by trauma? Yes, that must be it. Chiyi could only conclude that Danzo had been psychologically shattered by his teammate's departure. If he were of the Uchiha clan, he'd have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan several times over. Brother Chiyi, I heard you're replacing Jiraiya. Nagato's younger cousin Nawaki clung to Chiyi the moment he returned from the meeting. That's right, I'll be filling in for a few days. Then take me with you, brother Chiyi, I'm strong. Nawaki flexed the muscles he'd recently built through rigorous training. You want me to send you onto the battlefield? If anything happened to you, Tsunade would tear me limb from limb. Unless utterly irrational, no one in their right mind would let someone so young enter combat. He'd even been permitted here solely due to his unique status, to broaden his horizons. Brother Chiyi, please. I swear I won't cause any trouble. Nawaki refused to give up. Days of menial labor had pushed him to the brink of despair. Only if you can convince your elder sister first. Chiyi pointed behind Nawaki. What? When did Onisama arrive? Nawaki paled and bolted, only to be instantly caught. Tsunade seized Nawaki's ear without hesitation, delivering a stern yet affectionate lecture. Defeated, Nawaki shuffled away, head bowed. Chiyi, we need to talk. Once Nawaki was dealt with, Tsunade turned her gaze toward Chiyi, who had been quietly observing the scene like a spectator at a festival. Talk? About what exactly? Didn't you just say I'd rip you apart? Am I truly that terrifying? Tsunade challenged him directly. No, I misspoke. Tsunade, you're incredibly gentle. Then why won't you look me in the eye? Why does your gaze keep darting away? Tsunade, it's getting late. I should patrol the perimeter. Seizing an excuse, Chiyi made to slip away. Humph. A coward. Tsunade saw through his evasion, but said nothing. Chiyi, you're out here too. Danzo spotted Chiyi during his patrol. Danzo, weren't you off duty today? Chiyi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. For the sake of my comrades, I refuse to rest. Danzo brimmed with feverish energy, as though fueled by adrenaline. Danzo, you're overreaching. Chiyi silently admired Danzo's unwavering devotion. Perfect, then cover my shift for me. He'd long intended to attend to something urgent, but time had eluded him. Chiyi, that's no problem, but where exactly are you going? Danzo frowned, curious about Chiyi's intentions. Can't comrades have secrets? Chiyi turned the question to Danzo. Of course they can. Danzo replied without hesitation. The word, comrade, resonated deeply with him. There you have it. I'll step out briefly, you hold the fort until I return. Understood. Danzo affirmed firmly. Chiyi vanished from camp in moments, vanishing into silence, veiling his trail as he headed toward Nagato's home. This time, even if White Setsu intervened, Nagato remained too young, too unmastered to fully command that power. Now was the perfect moment to absorb the Rinnegan. Nagato, don't blame me. Huh. Rushing headlong to the address, Chiyi froze before Nagato's empty house, and fell into deep contemplation. They've moved. Indeed, they'd relocated to Mangekyo just days earlier, driven by Hanzo's pressure. Disappointment washed over Chiyi, cold and heavy. On his way back, his steps slowed. Grief dulled his urgency. This was a rare karmic opportunity, lost just like that. Was he not meant to be the brightest among them? Just then, two underdressed children entered his field of vision. Could it be Xiao Nan and that other boy? And his name is apparently Nagato. On his way back, Kia unexpectedly stumbled upon a delightful surprise. And what are you two brats up to? In a flash of graceful shunshin, Kia appeared before Xiao Nan and Nagato. And are you a ninja, sir? And Nagato exclaimed in awe. Answer my question, brat. and Kia feigned sternness. And, Sir Ninja, it's like this. We were driven out of the nearby village because of the war. And Nagato sensed this ninja was not easy to approach. Beside him, Xiaonan remained silent but watched Kia warily. Aren't you afraid wild beasts will devour you both wandering alone in the forest? And Kia spoke with skeptical disbelief. And, Sir Ninja, we have nowhere else to go. And Xiaonan murmured softly in explanation. And hearing this, Kia chuckled inwardly. You may have none, but I certainly do. And, is that truly the case? Don't try to deceive me, you two brats. And Kia pointed a finger at Xiaonan's forehead. Nagato watched frozen, too intimidated to move. And the oppressive aura Kia exuded was overwhelming, far stronger than any ninja he'd ever encountered. The two could only nod frantically like chicks pecking at rice. And, ha ha ha. Very well, there's a place where I'll need your help. Follow me, brats. And Kia ceased hurrying and strolled leisurely instead. And under pressure, the two children had no choice but to trail behind. Though Kia walked at an unhurried pace, to the two untrained in chakra his speed demanded desperate running just to keep up. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. And suddenly their stomachs growled in unison. Nagato scratched his head with a broad sheepish grin while Xiaonan blushed deeply embarrassed. So, you haven't even begun working for me yet, already demand food? And Kia retrieved supplies from a ceiling scroll and handed them to the two children. Eat slowly, don't choke. And watching them devour the food ravenously, Kia couldn't help but interject. They looked as though they hadn't eaten in days. Once you're done, get moving. We must reach our destination before nightfall. And, yes, Sir Ninja. And Nagato replied cheerfully. Indeed, Nagato and Xiaonan had gone without food for several days. They'd ventured into the forest hoping to hunt small game, but after exhausting efforts caught nothing. That was when Kia appeared. At first Nagato suspected him of ill intent, yet two defenseless children hardly warranted such elaborate questioning from a seasoned ninja. Yet he asked only simple questions, and now offered to take them along. Though wary of the ninja's motives, Nagato reasoned one hand would suffice to defeat us. Why bother deceiving us? Or sharing provisions? Perhaps he truly is kind. Don't mistake Nagato's innocence for naivety. He possessed keen perception. And, where's Kia? Why hasn't he returned yet? And Tsunade frowned puzzled. He'd said he'd merely patrol, but nearly a full day had passed. Could Kia have? And Danzo's words tightened Tsunade's chest, until Orochimaru lunged toward Danzo's face. And, Danzo, your symmetry's off. Stay still. And another precise adjustment. Seeing Danzo's cheeks now perfectly balanced, Tsunade's anger softened, yet concern lingered. Just then Kia returned, leading the two children with Genma standing guard behind them, visibly tense. Kia, are these two truly as you described? And homeless orphans? Found in the woods? You intend to enlist them as assistants? Genma voiced suspicion. He refused to let two strangers near his comrades lest they manipulate Kia's trust. Relax, Genma. I've explained it several times. Go about your duties, continue patrolling if nothing else. And, once reinforcements arrive, we'll fight side by side against the Rain Village. Side by side. And hearing those words reignited Genma's resolve. He shot Nagato and Xiaonan one sharp warning glance, and departed. Kia, you brought back children! And Tsunade stared astonished. Danzo too gazed at the two smaller than himself kids, utterly baffled by Kia's intentions. Danzo's been lonely, and exhausted, handling everything alone. And while I was scouting I found them. Let them serve as Danzo's attendants. And Kia then prompted Xiaonan and Nagato to introduce themselves. And Nagato beamed. This felt like a dream: food, shelter, security, perhaps secured forever. Xiaonan, more reserved, stole a nervous glance at Kia while speaking, as if fearing her words might displease him. Danzo, take them and show them around. And Kia dismissed Danzo and the children. Raising children suited only someone still half-child himself. Danzo fit perfectly. Kia himself had no patience for childcare. his true objective: to break Nagato's wings, leaving him utterly isolated thereafter. Kia, are you certain these two pose no risk? After Danzo led the children away, Tsunade turned to Kia, unable to suppress her doubt. And, Tsunade, trust my intuition. Besides, what threat could two chakraless children possibly pose? And Kia gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, signaling she was overthinking. And well, alright. So, where did you go today? Patrolling, though I decided to survey the outer perimeter, so I asked Genma to cover for me briefly. And truly. And next time be more careful. Several people came asking for you and I sent them all away, and Tsunade, you're wonderful. And Kia conjured a delicate flower and presented it to her. Tsunade blinked in stunned disbelief. He gave me a flower. And go on, inhale its fragrance. I picked it especially for you. In truth, Kia had plucked dozens of blossoms idly during his walk, stashing them in his sleeve to later scent his tent with quiet elegance. He sought refinement in daily life. Not unlike sipping champagne in a butcher's shop, one doesn't drink the wine but the soul dancing within its grace. It's incredibly fragrant. And Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. She was actually blushing. Katsuya, are you really that plain and unremarkable? Chi believed he hadn't even made a move yet. Does it smell good? Actually, I didn't just pick one for you. Chi took out all the flowers from his sleeve, forming a bouquet. This is for you. Are you happy? Katsuya was hit with a double whammy for her, who was in a hazy emotional state with Chi. This was an elevation of feelings. Sometimes what brings joy has nothing to do with money. What matters is the sentiment, letting her know that you care for her. Of course, the Katsuya family isn't short on funds either. I am very happy. Katsuya couldn't suppress the smile that blossomed on her face. As long as you are happy. After saying this, Chi walked away, leaving Katsuya still grinning like a fool. Chi understood that sometimes it was like flying a kite. You have to wait for the wind to come, and then pull at the right moment. Balance is key and the rewards will be greater. Katsuya, where did you pick these flowers? They look a bit wilted. Jiraiya strolled over with his cane. He hadn't seen Chi and only noticed Katsuya holding a bunch of wilted flowers, prompting him to ask without thinking. What did you say? Katsuya's beautiful mood soured a bit. Although they were indeed a bit wilted, it wasn't Jiraiya's place to comment. With a heavy strike, Jiraiya's gaze fell on the deep pit beside him, and cold sweat trickled down his back. If it weren't for Chiodao Chifeng suddenly appearing and pulling him away, he might have truly faced dire consequences. Katsuya, calm down. For the village, Jiraiya is still needed in the war and Rain Shinobi Village. Chiodao Chifeng felt helpless. Katsuya seemed a bit out of control, but he didn't dare provoke her, nor could the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans. He was the scapegoat pushed forward by the third Hokage. The third clearly wanted him to stabilize the situation on the battlefield, to hold out if he could. After so many years of camaraderie, he understood the third's intentions well. Reinforcements were on their way, and among them was Sarutobi Asuma's eldest son, Sarutobi Shino. A special jounin in his teens, clearly here to gain achievements. As long as nothing major happens, just endure a few days of patience, we'll see it through. Katsuya shot a glare at Jiraiya and picked up the flowers she had just put down. Jiraiya, you should try to say less to Katsuya. Chiodao Chifeng advised Jiraiya. It was clear that Jiraiya couldn't handle Katsuya. Don't worry, Lord Chifeng, I have a plan. As long as you have a plan, that's good. Good plan, my foot. Chiodao Chifeng, at your age you still don't know what Jiraiya is thinking. Every day no one gives me a moment of peace. Jiraiya, what happened? Hearing the noise, Kato Doken hurried over. It's nothing. By the way, Doken, let's not compete anymore, I can't match you. After saying this, Jiraiya hobbled away with his cane. Kato Doken looked puzzled. Was Jiraiya giving up? Could it be that he had been struck down? No. As a companion, I must correct him. That evening, Jiraiya felt hurt, convinced that Kato Doken seemed overly invested in him. Jiraiya, listen to me. I won't listen, you go away. Just listen to me for a moment. If you won't go, I will. Watching Jiraiya leave, Kato Doken couldn't understand. He clearly just wanted to give Jiraiya some advice. There was no need for Jiraiya to avoid him. "Chi, I've come to find you." Jiraiya dashed into Chi's tent. Chi's tent was one he had brought himself, a luxurious tent specially prepared for the Uchiha clan's ninjas. The prominent clan emblem outside the tent was easily recognizable. "Wow, Chi, your tent seems to be so much better than mine," Jiraiya exclaimed as he entered. "Jiraiya, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Chi was just about to quietly observe how the two little ones he brought were doing, but this guy barged in. Doesn't he have any sense of boundaries at night? It's like this, Chi, I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and wanted to chat with you." Jiraiya scratched his head, struggling to come up with a good excuse. If it was to avoid Kato Doken, it would be better for Jiraiya to find a piece of tofu to bang his head against. It would be too embarrassing to admit. "Jiraiya, you may not be resting, but I need to sleep. Just wave me off, I want to sleep now. I have wine and meat," Jiraiya said as he rummaged through his pockets. Stop, quickly get out of here." Chi didn't want to waste any more words. Could anything pulled from Jiraiya's armpit be tasty? Jiraiya left crestfallen, finding a small tree hollow nearby without anyone around, and spent a night in fear. Only after Jiraiya had left did Chi quietly go to observe the two little ones. After sensing the marks he had made earlier, Chi quickly found Yahiko. He was sleeping soundly, but why was there no blanket? "Sure, you are really unreliable, brother. Chi is very disappointed in you." "And where is Konan?" "Shara, have you grown too big for your boots?" The next day Konan emerged from Inuzuka Juzo's tent, putting Chi's doubts to rest. Of course, while Inuzuka Juzo really liked this gentle and intelligent little girl, he had also arranged for Kuro to guard outside the tent. "Yahiko, Konan, you two come here." Chi called to the two who were busy moving things. "Lord Chi, what can I do for you?" Yahiko asked respectfully. Shora had mentioned a bit about Chi yesterday. He and Konan had naturally learned Chi's name. "Yahiko, Konan, you are dressed too poorly. Here are some of my spare clothes for you to change into later." Chi tossed out some luxurious clothes which Yahiko hurriedly caught. Konan lowered her head to glance at the clothes in Yahiko's hands. Were they brand new? Chi had no habit of giving away old clothes. These were a few pieces from the many spare outfits he had brought. Who among the wealthy washes their own clothes? Moreover, during the war, if they got dirty, they would just be thrown away. Yahiko also knew that the clothes in his hands were brand new, but why was Lord Chi, who was so nice, pretending to be serious? Yahiko couldn't understand. After Yahiko and Konan left, Chi called for Sharu again. Looking at his seemingly careless personality, Chi began to doubt whether he could help him take good care of those two little ones. "What's up, brother Chi? Has it finally come to my turn to go to the battlefield?" Shara pulled out the kunai gifted by Minato, looking somewhat serious. "I noticed that the two kids I entrusted to you yesterday don't seem to be in good spirits. Have you been neglecting them?" Chi casually found an excuse to ask Shora. About that." Shora looked disappointed after hearing this, stuffing the kunai back into his tool pouch. "After Konan finished her work yesterday, she was taken by Inuzuka Juzo. She said there were too few girls in the camp and she wanted to protect her." "Is that so? What about Yahiko?" "Yahiko is resting in a small tent." Shara thought he was doing well enough. Was there some oversight? "Did you provide them with living supplies?" Their supplies." Shara genuinely hadn't thought it necessary to go that far. "Shara, actually brother Chi sees great potential in them. They have that unyielding spirit and character. He wants to take them on as disciples. They might become your junior brothers and sisters in the future, so pay more attention to them." "Okay, brother Chi." So that's how it is. Shora suddenly realized no wonder brother Chi brought back two orphans. Another day passed and the main force of the Konoha reinforcements arrived sooner than Chiodao Chifeng had anticipated. A contingent of several hundred shinobi marched into the camp in full force. Akimichi Chufu did not address the unit's commander. Instead, his gaze fell upon Hiruzen Sarutobi's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinzuke. Uncle Chufa, the journey was smooth. When do we strike Mangekyo? Shinzuke asked eagerly while the clans standing behind him echoed the same impatience. You've just arrived. First familiarize yourselves with intelligence and terrain. Chufa replied, well aware of the ambition simmering among the Sarutobi Shimura and other allied clans. Yet, since they had come, their safety was non-negotiable. Failure would leave him with no answer to give those who entrusted them to him. After brief instructions, Chufa departed. Why is there a Uchiha tent here? A voice rose from the newly arrived group. He's part of Tsunade's squad, Uchiha Shichiya. A fellow shinobi who'd arrived with Shichiya explained. So he's clung to Lady Tsunade's coattails. How fortunate. While other Uchiha still chase petty thieves around Konoha. Ha. Don't speak so harshly, Cheetah. Uchiha hearts are delicate things. But I simply couldn't help myself. Ha. The reinforcements burst into laughter. Shinzuke watched silently, offering no rebuke. Per his father Hiruzen Sarutobi's assessment, Uchiha Shichiya was precisely the kind of shinobi who would sacrifice himself for the village, so trivial barbs hardly warranted concern. Such a man would surely swallow his pride and endure in silence. Selfless, yet fragile, this was Shinzuke's first impression of Shichiya. Who dares speak ill of brother Shichiya? Nawaki stepped forward, voice sharp. Who's this brat? Is this battlefield fit for children? Do you think you're Prince Shinzuke himself? One Sarutobi shinobi jeered, prompting another wave of raucous laughter. Shinzuke! He's here! Nawaki's eyes swept across the reinforcements, and swiftly locked onto Shinzuke in the crowd. Silence, all of you! This is Nawaki, grandson of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Seeing Nawaki had spotted him, Shinzuke abandoned pretense. He'd intended to seize the moment, to subtly diminish the Senju clan's prestige. A pity, though, Cheetah shouldn't have named him. Forgive my insolence, Lord Nawaki. Cheetah instantly apologized while the others who joined the mockery hastily fell silent. Word of this back in Konoha would cost them dearly. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi could not shield them. At minimum, formal reprimands awaited. Who spoke against brother Shichiya? Nawaki ignored the Sarutobi shinobi. His gaze swept over the entire contingent of hundreds. All eyes turned inevitably to Cheetah. You again. Come, you'll apologize to him right now. Recognizing the very one who'd mocked him moments before, Nawaki thought bitterly, what a loose-tongued fool. Shichiya was his master. Demanding an apology from all would ignite collective outrage, unwise, impractical. But singling out one man, that he knew would be effortless. This? Lord Nawaki, is it truly necessary? Cheetah refused. How could a Sarutobi jonin bow to an Uchiha? Such humiliation would forever tarnish his standing within his own clan. Nawaki, let me handle him. I'll speak with him later. Can't we let this go? Shinzuke interjected. No, Shinzuke. He insulted my master. And my sister. Nawaki's voice hardened with anger. Was even a simple apology beyond reach? When had the Sarutobi grown so arrogant? Cheetah, you will go. No. But, Lord Shinzuke, this is. Cheetah hesitated, torn, desperate to avoid disgrace. Nawaki, get over here and help me carry these supplies. Tsunade's booming voice drowned out every word on sight. Big sis, I'm busy. Get over here, unless you want your backside thoroughly spanked. Fine. Resigned, Nawaki relented, but before leaving he fixed Cheetah with a final unyielding command to apologize. Cheetah nodded vigorously, though in truth such an act remained as distant as a dream. An order to apologize is an apology delivered. What could Uchiha Shichiya possibly say? After all, Lord Shinzuke is the Hokage's own son. Cheetah imagined matters settled, yet from afar a pair of eyes had watched him intently from the very beginning. I'll remember this. Insult me, slander my clan, and you've already carved your own path to death. Even that boy who feigns wisdom while quietly watching tigers fight, Hiruzen Sarutobi's son. Since the reinforcements' arrival, Chiya had observed them closely, and found unexpectedly a bitter fruit ripening on his own vine. Do they truly believe I'm so easily trampled? The coming war will offer them no ease, especially you, Cheetah. I shall personally escort you home. Tsunade's summons for Nawaki had been Chiya's doing, a minor request effortlessly granted by his formidable elder sister. Chiya chose not to reveal his true strength, not yet. Doing so would only multiply his enemies. And should Cheetah defy Nawaki outright, the blow would strike not only the Uchiha but also the Senju name. Nawaki stood up for him. Chiya would not let the boy bear undue hardship. Remarkable, this little rascal still possessed loyalty when it mattered most. Not a single meal wasted then. Huh! Big sis, you dragged me all the way here for this. Nawaki glared at the overflowing sacks of refuse, annoyance flaring. You object? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Her little brother's defiance felt unusually sharp. I was handling something important. His cheeks puffed with indignation. What important matter? Who dared cross you? Puzzled Tsunade wondered, who given Nawaki's lineage would dare challenge him. Well, big sis. Nawaki recounted the recent incident. So that's how it is. Tsunade slammed her palm down, shattering the table. Nawaki's sweat beaded instantly. Terrifying, any man who married her truly walked the road to self-annihilation. After venting, Tsunade surged toward the door, then halted abruptly. Chiya had sent her for a reason. Perhaps she ought to trust him, to believe he'd handle it in his own way. With this thought in mind, Tsunade came to a halt. Sister, why have you stopped walking? Rinji looked puzzled. This was unlike his elder sister. Do you truly wish for your elder sister to rush headlong into a fight? Tsunade retorted with a flare of irritation. She had half raised her hand to swat him, but recalling Rinji's recent conduct, she relented. No, I mean, sister, you're not angry anymore. Rinji stared in astonishment, realizing for the first time that his elder sister had exercised restraint. Then go find yourself some work to do. Today I refuse to watch you idle. Tsunade barked at Rinji, who immediately scampered off, tail between his legs. Jiraiya watched with genuine admiration as Kiya brought back the two children. They were diligent, resilient, and possessed admirable temperaments, one lively and outgoing, the other gentle and thoughtful. Indeed, they are exceptional. But Jiraiya, don't tell me you've already set your sights on them. Could it truly be fate? Was Jiraiya once again seeking disciples? At this moment, Nagato did not yet exist. Kiya believed it was precisely Jiraiya's teachings, and the ideals he instilled, that led to Yahiko's tragic end. The paths awaiting the remaining two children would likewise be fraught with hardship. Better to abandon that notion altogether, and let my own stern guidance correct Yahiko's misguided convictions. Kiya's cold, unyielding demeanor toward Yahiko and Konan stemmed from a single resolve to prevent further tragedy. Unless absolutely necessary to obtain something vital, he refused to let this world suffer anew. Yahiko and Konan were worth saving, children born into darkness yet clinging fiercely to light, though perhaps still too naive. He knew full well he was no paragon of virtue, yet neither did he wish to become a villain. In this world he would simply remain true to himself, and save Yahiko and Konan in his own way. When all was said and done, who would stand in judgment of him? Hearing Kiya's words, Jiraiya scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. Kiya, you've guessed correctly. I was considering training them. Perhaps they truly embody the spirit of my shinobi path. No, it's settled. They're already mine. I see. So that's how it is. Jiraiya's face fell in disappointment. He had no habit of poaching disciples from others. To avoid complications, Kiya, having concluded their conversation, immediately sought out Yahiko and Konan, who were diligently at work. Lord Kiya, may we ask what you require? Konan asked timidly. Cease your tasks for now, both of you. I have something important to discuss. Understood. Obedient and prompt, Yahiko and Konan halted their labor at once, awaiting Kiya's words. Here is the matter. My foolish disciple Rinji requires 2 companions to train alongside him, to grow together. I am assigning you both to this duty. He left no room for refusal. Uncertain of how he was perceived by the 2, Kia spoke with such quiet authority that resistance felt impossible. Brother Kia, I'm not foolish. Rinji, overhearing the remark from nearby, bristled with indignation. What, does Lord Kia mean to take us on as his disciples too? Yahiko's mind raced, disbelief flickering across his features. Conan remained silent. Yahiko had become her voice. This arrangement exists solely to accelerate Rinji's progress. From now on you will strive harder, far harder. And I'm hardly ancient, call me Brother Kia. With those 2 simple sentences, Kia tacitly affirmed Yahiko's assumption he had accepted both Yahiko and Conan as his disciples. Might it one day be possible to form a 3-member team, Rinji, Yahiko, and Conan? Or more ambitiously, could they even found a covert organization? Something akin to the Akatsuki. For now Kia merely contemplated the idea. The time was far from ripe. Brother Kia! Brother! Kia! Yahiko called out loudly, his voice ringing with newfound pride, for he now had a master, a protector. Conan hesitated, uncertain. Though Kia had instructed her to use the familiar title, his stern presence still made her hesitant to speak it aloud. Very well. Here is a scroll, the foundational method of chakra cultivation. Study it carefully. Should anything prove unclear, consult Rinji. By the time I next assess you, I expect tangible progress. Handing the scroll to Yahiko, Kia turned and departed. Noticing the conclusion of the exchange, Rinji approached Yahiko and Conan. Ha! From this day forward you're my junior brothers and sisters. Go ahead and invoke my name when abroad. No one will dare lay a hand on you. Well, you are fortunate. This chakra refinement technique is exceptionally advanced, second only to our Senju clan's own. Rinji marveled at Kia's generosity. Though in truth the scroll had been procured at great expense from the black market, originally acquired to compare Uchiha chakra refinement techniques against elite alternatives. The experiment had confirmed the Uchiha method's superiority, so today this scroll was simply gifted to the 2 young ones. Truly, it seems Brother Kia holds us in especially high regard. Though he is rather strict. Rinji began enthusiastically, then trailed off, his enthusiasm dimmed by the memory of Kia's unrelenting demeanor. Brother Kia is genuinely kind, Rinji admitted honestly. In Konoha I eat his food, drink his tea, and never once have I seen him angered by it. Still, over these past few days Kia had seemed unusually harsh toward Yahiko and Conan, yet beneath that severity Rinji sensed deep abiding concern. So, what then was Kia truly contemplating? Keep striving, you'll earn Kuriyasama's recognition in due time. Rinji offered gentle reassurance to Nagato and Conan, though his certainty lingered only as a quiet hope. Yes, we must strive. Nagato's resolve surged instantly, while Conan remained shadowed by doubt. Would Kuriyasama truly acknowledge them? Along the border of the land of rivers, hidden from the relentless warfare that plagued Mangekyo, the stationed Konoha shinobi enjoyed an unusual calm. What is that? A Konoha censorine detected several monkey-like figures hurtling toward them at blinding speed. Attention, situation unfolding. At once every border guard shinobi snapped into full combat readiness. Several jonin surged forward to investigate. Puppets, beware! Leaping into view were several intricately controlled puppets. From their mouths erupted torrents of poison needles and concealed weapons. Fall back, now! The leading Konoha jonin recoiled sharply. Earth release, earth flow wall. Shinji, a seasoned Konoha jonin, summoned a massive earthen barrier intercepting the unrelenting barrage. Retreat! Lure them into open terrain for elimination. Faced with unknown numbers and uncertain strength, Shinji swiftly ordered withdrawal. Regrouping first would minimize casualties. Yet upon returning they stared in horror. Their comrades lay motionless on the ground. Hear that? You arrived too late. Hiruzen chuckled softly as the returning Konoha jonin stood stunned before him. Now it was their turn. Signal for reinforcements, Mangekyo is invading Konoha. This was no skirmish. At the vanguard, Shinji recognized Hiruzen instantly. The appearance of such a figure heralded war itself. In that desperate race against annihilation, Shinji managed to launch the distress signal, though he and his comrades fell where they stood. Yet they did not know whether the signal soared or faltered mattered little now. Every border patrol unit had been struck, without exception. Few survived. This was no raid, it was a meticulously orchestrated invasion. Issue orders, secure the battlefield swiftly. It is time to reap our harvest. Understood, Lord Hokage. The victorious Suna shinobi swelled with renewed confidence. Konoha was weaker than imagined. What? The report shattered the silence of the third Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared, disbelief etched across his face. Had Mangekyo truly betrayed Konoha? Who dared defy them so brazenly? Fight, yes, strike back with overwhelming force. Rinkaku, deliver my order, summon Hatake Sakumo. Received, Lord Hokage. Rinkaku seemed to have materialized from beneath the desk itself, a feat that defied logic, yet Hiruzen had sensed his presence without hesitation. Lord Hokage, you summoned me. Hatake Sakumo arrived without delay. Indeed. Konoha stands at a precipice, and we need your strength. My lord, command me. I, Hatake Sakumo, will lay down my life for this village. Well said. I've just received intelligence Suna forces are pillaging villages near the Land of River's border. Our border garrisons have likely been overwhelmed. You are to deploy immediately, to halt Suna's advance. Engage them beyond the village walls. Do not let battle reach Konoha's gates. Understood, Lord Hokage. Go, reinforcements follow close behind. Sakumo departed without pause. Time was bleeding away. He had to reach the Land of River's border without delay. Hiruzen admired Sakumo's prudence and unwavering composure, precisely why he entrusted him with this mission. Hiruzen. Mangekyo has breached our borders. Danzo arrived, always one step behind the truth. Already dispatched. Hatake Sakumo is en route. What? Risen, why didn't you choose me? Tuanzang slammed his hand on the table and roared. Calm down, Tuanzang. Now is not the hour for you to act. Yuanfei Risen puffed at his pipe with languid deliberation. How am I to be calm? That battle merit will be lost again. The room fell silent, his pipe remained unlit, and Tuanzang looked suddenly awkward. Damn, I have spoken my true thoughts. Tuanzang had grown too excited and failed to restrain himself. You may leave. Yuanfei Risen pointed toward the door. Of course, Tuanzang coveted the battle credit merely to supplant me. In any case, it ought to be my turn soon. Weakly, Tuanzang tossed out that sentence before departing. Sharon village seemed to be receiving many reinforcements. Could the men led by Chimusuomao win by themselves? After Tuanzang left, Yuanfei Risen sank into thought. Now the elites of the Yuanfei and Zamura clans were all at Yunin village. What remained were merely ordinary Chunin fodder. There was no need to send those fellows as reinforcements. The Umbu must watch and protect the village. Support would have to come from the great families. The Juludai clans could still spare men. Rishiang might provide a few as well. Except the Yaziba. Yuanfei Risen had scarcely finished mocking the Yaziba patriarch before he certainly would not grovel to them. Little did he know that in short order Deshima and Yunin village would disgrace him. Back at headquarters, Tuanzang, stung from his rebuke in the Hokage's office, returned. He looked at the motley of incompetence under his command with growing disquiet. He needed elites, at least not merely commoners. Even lesser clan shinobi would do. Even if those civilians had jonin rank, their combat prowess was still lamentably weak. There was also Deshima. Though he had lost some hands before he had resumed cooperation, nobody knew how far his research had progressed. Risen, when I attain that legendary power you shall be astonished. Deshima, engrossed in frantic experiments, sneezed and muttered to himself, who is thinking of me? Chia. Impossible. He never regarded me as a normal person. The early days were too torturous. I was but a tool beneath his hand. In hindsight, leaving Konoha was the right choice. Otherwise Chiya would visit often for inspections, although his ideas had once cleared the fog in my mind. When displeased he would torment me with genjutsu. Deshima had suffered for it as well. Bowhead Deshima resumed his experiments, forcing himself not to dwell on those Konoha days. He was developing a special genjutsu elixir. If it succeeded, even the tailed beasts would be unable to break free. Funds were short once more. Where was Tuanzang's money? Deshima's expenses were enormous. Tuanzang drew funds from the village, from clans, and from the illicit tasks he ordered, and much of it flowed to Deshima. Even so, Deshima remained restless. On the Konoha Yunin battlefield, Zeolai had recovered after a few days' rest, and Shodao Tsufeng had devised a fresh battle plan. The initial personnel disposition remained unchanged. Gangs Ho and Zeolai each led a small squad, but this time they were assigned to the flanks. The main force consisted of new reinforcements recommended by the clans led by Yuanfei Shinji. By virtue of superior numbers, they were to overwhelm Yunin village. With the reorganization, Chiya naturally continued to assist Gang Ho. "Look at that Yaziba, forever lingering behind women," someone whispered. "This is the most spineless Yaziba I have ever seen." Laughter rippled softly. A handful of men from the Yuanfei and Zamura quarters murmured about Chiya. Chiya certainly heard everything, yet he was plotting. If these reinforcements were utterly annihilated, would Yuanfei Risen choke on his pride? Leaving behind a shadow clone, Chiya slipped silently from the Konoha encampment. "Good, Bagwe, you are punctual." Under a moonless sky, Chiya met Xuanhua Bagwe in a small copse. During this time, Banzang had tasked Xuanhua Bagwe with cultivating his abilities. As his right hand, how could Bagwe shrink from the fray? Thus he was sent daily to harry Konoha's forces on the battlefield. If he could not prevail, he could at least flee. He was accompanied by several nin to protect him, and plainly to watch him. Banzang clearly prized him. The moment Chiya saw Xuanhua Bagwe, he fixed the meeting with Genjutsu. "My lord, I did not expect you to be from Konoha." Bagwe spoke with eager surprise. After all, Xuanhua Shuihu was also in Konoha. "Spare me such trifles. I have summoned you to request your cooperation in a matter." "My lord, could it be that we shall finally crush Yunin village? Shall I stealthily poison Banzang's food? Or abduct his family? Do not overimagine. I require you, when Konoha gathers to attack Yunin village, to draw the forces of the Yuanfei and Zamura clans to Banzang's position. You must be familiar with the clan emblems of Yuanfei and Zamura. My lord, by doing this you would. Do not ask needless questions. Follow my orders, and even if your wife and children have been relocated, I have means to find them." Though he could not fathom the Lord's purpose, Xuanhua Bagwe complied. The Lord's knowledge that his family had been moved left him no choice. Sure enough, he still clung to them in his heart. The scene returned to the Yaziba clan upon news that the patriarch had fallen ill. The clan's senior figures came to pay their respects. "Patriarch, rest assured, even if you falter, I remain," the sixth elder declared, bearing metaphorical fangs as he regarded the ailing Yaziba patriarch. He had not originally hoped to supplant the patriarch, but now the old man's life seemed precarious. "Nonsense! I have not even spoken yet, and you presume to take my place." The great elder naturally objected. He coveted authority as well. "Do not forget. Fuyu!" The patriarch gasped, forcing himself upright to speak in broken fragments. The situation was grimmer than he had expected. Struck by illness and the twin blows of Yuanfei Risen's machinations, he feared he could not hold out many days. Yet he must prop up for Fuyu one last time. "Patriarch, you should lie down and rest at once," the sixth elder urged, eager and attentive. He could not tell whether this rally was recovery or a final flare. For a time those who came to visit the patriarch grew cautious and measured. The Yaziba Third Corps, the patriarch's in-laws, did not come to his bedside. Instead they went to Fuyua and Kuihua's house. "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Fuyu's face betrayed little, but in his heart he looked down upon the smiling visitor. "Fuyua Tsihua told me about the clan chief's condition a few days ago. He seems gravely unwell." Sanchuan's smile vanished, his expression turning cold and detached. "Father-in-law, what exactly do you mean by this?" Fuyua's tone carried an edge of suspicion. He could not fathom Sanchuan's intent. Regarding the next clan chief, there is much contention within the clan. Elder 6 covets the position, so does Elder 1. The other elders remain silent, but their ambitions are no less clear. And what of you, Fuyue? Though you are the chief's son, your influence remains shallow, and with the chief's sudden collapse you require a powerful patron to back you unequivocally. Sanchuan laid out the political landscape before Fuyue and waited for his response. Do you mean to throw your full support behind me? Yet even your backing alone would carry little weight. What if Elder 6's faction pledged its full allegiance to you? Impossible. Elder 6's faction will never heed you, and certainly won't abandon him for my sake. Then what if Elder 6 simply vanished? Sanchuan's expression darkened with cunning. Since becoming Fuyue's father-in-law, his hunger for power had grown insatiable. Sanchuan, you must understand the grave consequences of striking down a clansman. Fuyue rebuked him sternly. Yet Sanchuan did not flinch. He pressed on, voice steady and deliberate. Once Elder 6 vanishes, his followers will lose their anchor, disoriented, leaderless. At that moment, leveraging our bond, they will swiftly rally behind you. In return, all you need do is elevate me to Elder 6's seat once the matter is settled. You have no other choice, young Master Fuyue. Sanchuan's ambition swelled beyond restraint. Elder 6 was merely the first step. His true aim was to reduce Fuyue to a puppet, strings taut in his grip. But how precisely do you intend to make him disappear? Your own abilities fall far short of such a feat. I shall neither intervene nor even be present at the scene. Fuyue, cornered and without better recourse, found Sanchuan's proposal undeniably compelling, yet he still doubted whether Sanchuan could truly eliminate Elder 6. Alone I cannot, but what if Tsuhua joins me? She has already awakened the Triple Tomo Sharingan. What? His own wife, already bearing the Triple Tomo Sharingan, and he remained utterly unaware, naive as a child. She withheld this from me, yet revealed it to her father. My position may already be compromised. For a fleeting instant, murderous intent blazed in Fuyue's gaze as he looked upon Sanchuan, then vanished, suppressed with practiced control. Very well, father-in-law. I entrust this matter entirely to you. I await your success. I am glad you see reason. Remember, honor the promise you've made. Rest assured, father-in-law, the seat of Elder 6 shall be yours. Watching Sanchuan's stout figure recede into the distance, Fuyue fell into deep contemplation, until his eyes lifted, meeting Tsuhua, who had just returned from shopping. What is it, Fuyue? Are we beginning already? Tsuhua shivered slightly under his unwavering, penetrating stare. No. Let us rest for now. Oh, I'll go prepare dinner then. Tsuhua was baffled. Had he relapsed into one of his strange moods again? In truth, his composed demeanor lent him a quiet, commanding presence. Tsuhua, your misplaced attitude shall be corrected by me. Fuyue chose not to inquire how Tsuhua and her father intended to erase Elder 6. That was their affair, not his. So long as they succeeded, he would remain deliberately uninvolved. On the battlefield of Mangekyo, the Konoha shinobi, fully rested and regrouped, stood assembled, ready to march toward their decisive confrontation with the Rain Village. Whether Mangekyo wished for battle or not was no longer a matter of choice. The terrain had long been surveyed. All that remained was to advance along the predetermined route. Kia, do you believe we shall emerge victorious this time? Why so uncertain, Dan? We have waged war against Mangekyo for so long, and still know nothing of Sanzo Hanzo's techniques. Koharu Dan wore a look of quiet concern. Rest easy, we number too many for him to overwhelm. Kia smiled with quiet confidence, and Dan's doubts dissolved like mist at dawn. Ordinary cage-level shinobi held no fear of him, but foot soldiers. Those were Hanzo's favorite prey. Let us depart swiftly. Lord Shikaku insists on waiting until nightfall, relying on darkness to veil our advance. Indeed, the days of rest have dulled our limbs. Across the camp, impatience simmered. Move out. At Shikaku Akimichi's command, the shinobi surged forward in 3 coordinated waves. He himself remained behind, anchoring the rear and safeguarding supply lines. Jiraiya's unit advanced cautiously, still wary from their earlier ambush. Tsunade's squad moved with equal deliberation at regular intervals. Dan would deploy his spirit separation technique, soaring ahead to scout for enemies and hidden traps. In stark contrast, the newly arrived Konoha reinforcements pressed forward at remarkable speed. There appeared to be several ranged shinobi ahead, observed a Sensonin in Sarutobi Shinojo's formation, spotting figures concealed among the trees. They remain unaware of tonight's assault. Let us eliminate them silently, before they sound the alarm. Shinojo's decision was deliberate to ignite morale. After so long in readiness, even he bristled with pent-up energy. A host of shinobi surged forward, silent, swift, relentless, toward those few figures in the woods. Are you certain? Hundreds of them. 4 days Uzumaki Hokokuni had conducted reconnaissance with a Sensonin in tow, ever since the Konoha elder declared a full-scale offensive. Their task: ascertain enemy numbers and prepare accordingly. Lord Hokokuni, this is no mistake. We must withdraw immediately. Quickly, let us regroup with Lord Hanzo. But would that not lead the enemy straight to Lord Hanzo? One of his subordinates hesitated. Do you doubt Lord Hanzo's strength, or do you imagine we could outrun hundreds? Hokokuni spared no further thought. Run they must. These hundreds were surely Konoha's Senju and Sarutobi clans. He refused to verify it. It was unthinkable. Young Master Shinojo, those ranged shinobi have fled. Shall we inform the other 2 divisions? Cheetah, would you have our glory shared? Press on, without delay. Hundreds of shinobi, acting without informing Tsunade or Jiraiya, raced ahead, confident in overwhelming superiority. Against such numbers, Mangekyo stood no chance. Within Mangekyo's temporary encampment inside a large tent, Hanzo reclined upon a low couch, dressed in soft pink sleepwear, eyes closed in tranquil repose. Uzumaki Hokokuni's entourage burst in unchallenged, his rank granting passage. No one paused to marvel at Hanzo's attire. Lord Hanzo, the main force of Konoha advances upon us. What? How could they locate our camp? This site was deeply concealed. Hanzo had been certain it remained undetected. His first suspicion fell upon treachery. The shinobi who followed Hokokuni fell silent. Fear clamped their tongues. On the way, Hokokuni had already made his expectations clear. Lord Hanzo, there is no time for questions. We must withdraw at once. The perceptive ninja under the command of the Vortex Kingdom advised, sensing that the Leaf Ninjas were rapidly approaching. Humph, what is there to fear? Let me confront them. Hanzo decided to take action as well, wanting to gauge the strength of the Leaf Ninjas. If they proved too weak, he would also claim a share of their spoils. With a bold and imposing demeanor, Hanzo donned his battle armor and armed himself with the chain sickle. He stood outside the camp, waiting patiently for the arrival of the Leaf personnel. This time he was determined to ensure they would not return. What? So many have come. Seeing over 100 people emerge from the woods, Hanzo immediately thought of the body flicker technique. Though he had prepared a fire release technique, exploding flame array, he knew he couldn't use it all up. Time to retreat. Fire release fire. Water release water. Earth release earth. Wind release true. Hundreds of ninjutsu were crashing toward him, and Hanzo decisively chose to use water body flicker. As for the people of the Vortex Kingdom, they had already fled before Hanzo initiated his technique. Except for a few fast ninjas, the rest of the camp perished, and the Rain Ninja camp was utterly destroyed. Pursue. Sarutobi Shino, who had just taken down the Rain Ninja camp, clearly had no intention of letting the fleeing ones escape. Upon hearing the command, the others were full of energy. The Rain Ninja village was simply defenseless. Hanzo, who was retreating, would not let this silent loss happen. He summoned his summoning beast, the salamander. Backing further into the Rain Ninja village, Hanzo did not wish to bring the flames of war into his own village, for that was the source of his future power. In a location suitable for gas diffusion, he had previously let the salamander burrow underground, waiting for his command to spring forth and unleash toxic mist. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya's teams sensed a commotion in the distance, which was clearly the sign of many ninjas unleashing jutsu. Jiraiya-senpai, do we need to go lend support? No rush, this could be an enemy trap, and since Shino hasn't signaled us, it likely isn't anything serious. A ninja named Dee asked Jiraiya, who had become more seasoned and composed on the battlefield after previous experiences. Lady Tsunade, there's quite a bit of movement in the distance, what do you think? Continue on the normal route, since Shino hasn't signaled, we need not concern ourselves with it. Tsunade decisively made the decision, understanding the purpose of this mission. They were merely responsible for coordination. She couldn't be bothered to vie for achievements. Considering the face of the third Hokage, she let Shino play his games. Hanzo, ready with the salamander, began his baiting plan. Intentionally exposing his whereabouts, he lured Sarutobi, Shino, and his group to the salamander's ambush point. Mask-wearing old man, why aren't you running? Shino stood above on a tree, mocking Hanzo, who seemed to be struggling on the ground due to fatigue. Hello, Brad, I didn't expect you to lead so many people. Who are you from the Leaf? Hanzo pretended to be at a disadvantage, adopting a heroic demeanor as he sought to extract more intelligence about the Leaf. That's not something for a dying man like you to consider. Looking at your gear, you might be quite a catch. Shino noticed Hanzo's fully equipped armor. Rest assured, we will take good care of your corpse, Chinda added as the other ninjas laughed at Hanzo. Banzang waited for the exact instant they let their guard fall and immediately signaled the Shanjiu. A thunderous rumble of earth breaking erupted. The ground beneath Banzang trembled as a colossal Shanjiu burst forth from the soil. Standing upon its head was Banzang himself. Could it be you? My ninja guessed. Allowing no time for words, Banzang urged the Shanjiu to unleash its poisonous mist at full force. Banzang and Yuanfei Zinzis's group were perilously close, surrounded on all sides. The Shanjiu's exhalation of toxin was unleashed at point-blank range. Every mine ninja without exception was poisoned. Retreat, fall back. Zinziza shouted. The gas had descended so suddenly they were caught utterly unprepared. Young Master Zinziza, I will cover you, run. Qianda stepped before him. As a member of the Yuanfei clan, he knew what duty demanded. Then hold them off, I will withdraw first. Zinziza spoke without hesitation. As the son of Yuanfei risen, he had been raised to shoulder greater responsibilities. Not far behind Zinziza, Banzang wielded his Kuzurigama with savage precision, reaping my lives one by one. Damn you, I will not spare you. Ha ha ha, we'll be waiting for you in hell. A member of the Jitsuan clan spat, and with his last breath fired a signal. Banzang arrived too late to stop him. With over 100 my casualties, Banzang was growing weary. Pathetically weak, he muttered, the final verdict he delivered to the dying Jitsuan ninja. The Jitsuan man writhed in agony as he neared death, as if poisoned to the core. Signal! Someone cried. Look, the signal from Zinzizu. Both Zilai's and Gang's house squads detected the transmission from Zinzizu's team. Move, gather and see what has happened to Zinzizu, came the command. The two forces sped toward the source. That stumbling figure ahead looks like Zinzizu, someone remarked as Zilai's unit joined with Gang's house on the road. As they drew near, a staggering figure lurched toward them. Be on guard, Gang's-ho warned, unwilling to take any chances. Upon closer inspection, Zilai and Gang's-ho relaxed. It truly was Yuanfei Zinzizu. He appeared poisoned. But where was his squad? Summoning his last strength, Zinzizu answered their questions. We were ambushed by the Shanjiu and Banzang. He was despicable, laid a trap ahead of time. Only I barely escaped. Having spoken, Yuanfei Zinzizu collapsed. Embarrassingly, no one reached to help him. Chiye, you were closest. Why did you not lend a hand? Jiating Duan looked at the impassive Chiye with puzzlement. I thought you would help, and I was afraid of being poisoned myself. What if it transmits through the skin? True. Jiatingduan glanced at Zinziza's body and felt a disturbing impulse rise within him, the thought of cremating the boy for the sake of the others. Gangzhou sighed in helplessness and crouched to examine Zinzizu. He is not dead and this poison does not transmit through the skin. Two of you carry Zinziza back to camp. Ganghao's tone was stern. Were he not the teacher's son, Zinziza's mistakes would disqualify him from returning. Zilai understood the implication, but remained silent. Accelerate, press forward and render support, he ordered. Though delayed by Yuan Fei's and Zinziza's report, they had obtained vital intelligence. When they arrived, the ground was strewn with my ninja corpses. The Shanjiao and Banzang had long since disappeared. Rescue! Aid! Gangzhou commanded. Chia then instructed the others to fan out, pretending to search for survivors. Found one. Chia feigned a crouch and checked a man's breath. Save! Save me! The wounded man under him whispered so faint it barely registered. Not dead yet. Chia cast an illusion and pulled the man into a created mirage. You are Yuziba Chia. The man gasped in recognition. Damn you, Yuziba, I am of the Yuanfei clan, save me! Qianda shouted. Zinzizu had recently spoken to him about Chia, so the name carried weight. Hey, rest assured I will save you soon, Chia replied with a smile, ignoring Qianda's hostile tone. The smile unsettled Qianda. But first, before treatment, you must submit to a private examination of mine. What are you going to do, Yuziba Chia? I hope you can endure it. No, please. Shinda was quickly consumed by terror. Emerging from the illusion, Yuziba Chia had no intention of letting Qianda go. As the proverb says, cut the grass, and its roots remain to rise again in spring. Qianda's contempt for himself and for Yuziba would be thoroughly corrected by Chia. Chia placed his palm on Shinda's face. This time he did more than siphon chakra through his eyes. He sealed Shinda's nostrils as well. Under that combined physical and psychological pressure, Qianda's body convulsed violently, and then went still. Chia, do you have any living left there? Hearing the commotion, Jiatingduan hurried over. Duan, I'm a little late. He's been poisoned too deeply. There's nothing to be done. Chia wore an expression of grief, seeming almost remorseful. Do not blame yourself, Chia. You have already done well. After offering comfort, Jiatingduan resumed searching for survivors. Chia pretended to gather himself and swept the battlefield. Of course, without exception, all were dead. Rather than continue with illusions, he drained the last traces of chakra from the fallen. A rush of pleasure washed over him. Kai's power swiftly rose to 6 Ka. Watching Jiatingduan, Chia found himself at a loss. Chia moved quickly, yet Duan moved faster. That alone was insufficient, for Duan would occasionally glance up and smile at Chia. The smile seemed to say, see, I saved more than you. No, was he ill? On this battlefield, Kai's greatest rival had become Jiatingduan. Duan was entirely unaware. He believed he was merely competing with Chia. Seeing Kai's helpless expression, Duan quietly concluded he had won. Prioritize carrying the few living back to camp. I will handle the remaining corpses. Zilai looked at the nearly hopeless scene and ordered the retreat. But Zilai, shouldn't we try once more? Jiatingduan was not ready to give up. These had been his comrades. Duan, calm yourself. Once again meeting Jiraiya's searing gaze, Jiraiya still could not accept it. We've already wasted too much time, and lost so many comrades. None of us can predict whether the Rain Village will launch a counteroffensive. For everyone's safety moving forward, we must withdraw, for now. Then, what about our fallen comrades' bodies? Though persuaded by Jiraiya, Dan was overcome by sorrow. This time he refused to leave his village friends unattended in foreign soil. I still have ways to handle this. Everyone gather the bodies quickly. Jiraiya's command reached only those nearby, and swiftly the corpses were piled together. Summoning technique, Rockabode Toad. Instantly a colossal toad stomach enveloped both Jiraiya and the stacked bodies. Moments later, Jiraiya dispelled the technique, and the bodies vanished. Let's go, back to camp. The group departed at once. With no Rain Village shinobi corpses left behind, the implications were unmistakable. Hanzo of the Rain Village was truly a terrifying figure. Tsunade and Jiraiya had no choice but to proceed with extreme caution for everyone's sake. After retreating swiftly to camp, Jiraiya summoned the rock-abode toad and efficiently directed the removal of the bodies. Akato Yuhi personally assessed the situation on-site, then urgently penned a detailed report to the village. Meanwhile, Tsunade collected viral samples, preparing to synthesize an antidote. Nagato, come help carry the bodies. Jiraiya called out to Nagato. Their bond, strengthened by Tsunade's presence, was genuinely warm. Seeing so many fellow villagers' lifeless forms, Nagato rushed to assist without hesitation. A faint sound, faint yet unmistakable. By cruel coincidence, Nagato triggered one of Hanzo's concealed explosive tags. Nagato, get away! Jiraiya roared upon hearing the telltale click. Nagato instantly grasped the gravity, yet escape was impossible. He curled his body tightly into a protective ball. I hope Chiya's blast-resistant vest is genuine. Boom! The entire Leaf Village camp echoed with the deafening blast. Everyone rushed toward the source, alarmed. Nagato! Tsunade ignored all else, dashing straight into the thick, acrid smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Sis, I'm fine, but you're stepping on me. Ah, sorry, Nagato. Tsunade hastily lifted her foot. It's the other one. Nagato nearly wept, yet gratitude welled within him. Chiya's vest had held true. He sustained only minor injuries. Just as long as you're safe. Nagato, from now on, listen less to Jiraiya. Understood. After a thorough examination confirmed Nagato's condition, Tsunade turned her ire toward Jiraiya. That's hardly my fault, Tsunade. It was purely accidental. Jiraiya scrambled to salvage his reputation. Too late. If Nagato had been harmed, explanations would have been pointless. Tsunade clenched her fists. Silent yet unequivocal, had Nagato fallen, she would have struck Jiraiya down without hesitation. Jiraiya. Never mind, I'll take my leave now. He fled the scene like a man escaping certain doom. Tsunade's temper was volatile and prudence dictated distance. Jiraiya had planned to project an air of commanding authority today, plans now thoroughly derailed. Sis, I'm temporarily immobile. Could you ask Chiya something for me? What is it? Though exasperated by her mischievous younger brother, Tsunade indulged him readily. Yet why would he seek Chiya's counsel, not hers? Could you ask Chiya if he has another blast-resistant vest? This one had been utterly destroyed, yet its protective efficacy had been extraordinary. That vest looked expensive, and Chiya doesn't strike me as particularly well off. Tsunade weighed Chiya's known financial circumstances, and drew her conclusion. You haven't even asked him yet. Fine, take mine then. Tsunade gestured to her own vest, only to receive a withering skeptical glare from Nagato. What good is yours? Ah, sis, I'm injured. Don't lay a hand on me. Stop hitting me, I meant the vest. Chiya had intended to visit Nagato, but upon lifting the tent flap he found Tsunade mid-assault. Apologies unspoken, he withdrew without glancing at Nagato, leaving the scene entirely. After reviewing the chakra cultivation progress of Ihiko and Konan, Chiya returned to his own tent. Tonight he had a plan. According to several surviving shinobi, they had successfully raided the Rain Village's encampment. A promising development. The Rain Village's defenses were undoubtedly weakened. Chiya resolved to infiltrate under cover of night, and seize an opportunity to siphon chakra from the Rinnegan. Long's Rinnegan contained chakra of myriad natures, especially that faint elusive trace imbued with Indra's essence, something Chiya coveted deeply. Acquiring it might grant him the crucial catalyst to awaken his own Rinnegan. At the thought of Indra, one name surfaced unbidden: Uchiha Madara. Sasuke had yet to be born, so where dwelt Indra's soul? Still within Madara's vessel. And surely Azura would not permit Indra to wander unchecked. These questions demanded answers, and so under starlit obscurity Chia left a shadow clone behind, donned a self-forged superhuman mask, evaded Dan's patrol, and slipped toward the Rain Village. Confident in his six-tailed chakra reserves, Chia estimated a round trip would consume barely a day. His clone would endure until his return. After hours of silent travel, he arrived at the Rain Village just before dawn. Scanning the perimeter with his Sharingan, he noted the village's lax defenses. Spotting a gap during a guard shift change, he infiltrated unseen. Next came tracking the residual chakra signature he'd left upon Uzumaki Hokuto. Southeast, there it was. Chia sped silently toward that direction. Soon he stood before a modest two-story house. Slipping inside with ghost-like precision, he disturbed no soul. Humph! Hokuto and his wife slept soundly. Chia held no voyeuristic inclinations. He moved on to other rooms. At last, in a ground-floor chamber, he located Nagato. Now he would determine whether Nagato had yet awakened the Rinnegan. Applying a deeper Sharingan Genjutsu, Chia gently lifted Nagato's eyelids. His disappointment was palpable. The eyes remained ordinary, unaltered. Had the transplantation occurred only after his parents' murder? Perhaps so. His timing, it seemed, had been ill-chosen. Suddenly several white setsu erupted from the floor. Though Chia had anticipated such an ambush, their sudden emergence still startled him. White setsu, already without the Rinnegan. No, something was amiss. Perhaps the eyes had been transplanted after all. At that thought, Chia burned with the urge to extract Nagato's ocular power immediately. Yet several unwelcome intruders still cluttered the scene. He would deal with them first. Illusion Sharingan. Chia wasted no time and immediately unleashed the illusion technique, and as expected, the white setsus fell under its sway. Even with 100,000 men, does Kagaya think she can use them to block the Otsutsuki clan? Is she out of her mind? Chia scoffed at Kagaya in his heart, while his hands did not stop swiftly reaping the lives of these white setsus with his ninja blade. Looking at Nagato, who was sleeping soundly in bed, Kai's gaze turned fervent. Indeed, Nagato had acquired the Rinnegan. The sensation of this power is truly exhilarating. Kai's chakra surged rapidly, not only fueled by Nagato's chakra but also by the chakra inherent to the Rinnegan itself. Especially the Yin attribute chakra of Madara. Chia felt as if his Sharingan had undergone a breakthrough. Black Setsu appeared behind Chia, reaching out to grab his kidneys. With no choice, Chia could only evade. Seeing that the newcomer did not gouge out Nagato's eyes, Black Setsu finally relaxed. "Who are you?" Black Setsu asked first. "Me. Have you forgotten the one who guided me to gain power? How should I address you now, Black Setsu?" "You are." Black Setsu was taken aback. He had only manipulated one person to gain power. "Indeed, I am Indra. After a long time we meet again." "Impossible. You died long ago." Black Setsu couldn't believe what this person was saying, but these secrets should have been known only to him and Indra. Moreover, how could he know that I am now called Black Setsu? "Who exactly are you?" "I am Indra. Thanks to you, my complete body Susanoo can manifest." "You truly are still alive?" Although he couldn't comprehend, Black Setsu had to believe that the person in front of him was Indra. "What brings you here?" Black Setsu inquired again. "Do you remember what you told me back then? I gain power and you have what you desire. Now that I have been resurrected, I am quite curious about your affairs." "What do you mean? What do you want?" "Of course, to complete what you and I left unfinished. I am now entering a period of weakness. I need those eyes." Chia pointed to Nagato's eyes. Due to absorbing the Rinnegan's ocular power, his chakra was somewhat chaotic, and Black Setsu's arrival made it hard for Chia to handle. "Have you already uncovered the secret of those eyes?" Black Setsu increasingly sensed that the person before him was mysterious and inscrutable, as if he knew everything about him. 3 days later, in the forest east of the Rain Ninja Village, I await your response." After speaking, Chia vanished in an instant. Black Setsu looked down at Nagato's face, seemingly deep in thought. Just now, in that situation, Kai's chaotic chakra made it impossible to utilize the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His fabricated words seemed to have convinced Black Zetsu. As for meeting in the woods 3 days later, how only a fool would go. Cautiously avoiding the patrols of the Rain Ninja village, Chiya finally returned to the Konoha camp before noon. It was time to sort things out properly. On the way back to the Konoha camp, Chiya dared not linger. If he were to be pursued, it would be quite troublesome. Now back at the Konoha camp, he eagerly began to organize his chakra. He released the restrictions on the Rinnegan's power, allowing chakra to surge within him, and Kai's strength rapidly increased. He had actually broken through to a total chakra capacity of 10 cards, and the changes did not stop there. A trace of Indra's chakra emerged within his body, although subtle, Chiya still sensed it. Additionally, the enhancement of the Yin attribute power of the Mangekyō Sharingan seemed to have breached a barrier, granting Chiya a new ocular technique, Tsukuyomi. A technique that can pull people into an illusory space. Unlike ordinary illusions, within this space all time, space, and matter are under the control of the caster. Kai's illusion technique had received a tremendous upgrade, exactly what he desired. He had previously wondered why, having obtained Amaterasu, he had not yet acquired Tsukuyomi. Fortunately, it had finally arrived. Without taking a moment's rest, Chiya summoned a small clone of a living slug with minimal chakra. Master Chiya, do you have any orders? How did we end up in the ocean? A mistake, let's try again. As the scene shifted, Chiya and the slug arrived at the wet-bone forest. Staring at the gigantic slug sage before him, the living slug couldn't distinguish whether it was an illusion or reality. It thought that the slug sage had discovered its dealings with Chiya. Slug sage, it was this detestable human who forced me to do this. You must believe me, I absolutely had no intention of replacing you. The response from the slug sage was a mouthful of salt water. The slug's body quickly dehydrated. It couldn't understand why the slug sage did not attack Uchiha Shichiya, and why the sage could spit salt water. Could it be? The slug turned to look at Chiya, who was smirking at it. Master, I was just joking earlier. The slug was eager to please and attempted to crawl up Kai's thigh. Chiya kicked the slug away. This snot slug seemed to have some serious traitor tendencies. Should he keep it or not? Chiya feared that if he eliminated it, its consciousness would return to its original body. What a hassle. It seems best to keep it around for a while, but Chiya did not intend to use it any further. After tormenting and scaring the slug for a while, Chiya finally warned it to behave, and then sent it back to the wet-bone forest. The slug returned looking exhausted, wondering if he had called it over just to test its loyalty. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became. The slug wanted to take revenge on Chiya, but was too afraid. Silently cursing that Chiya would be sprayed to death by its acidic spit, the slug felt much better. Slug, there's too much mucus. Haven't you eaten recently? The slug sage looked at the slime all over the ground, clearly displeased. Coming right away, slug sage. The small slugs quickly formed a group and took tools to clean up the slime of the slug sage. Chiya was unlikable, but the slug sage was even more so. The latter had enslaved it since its inception. So when Chiya initially proposed the conditions, the slug had agreed eagerly. Little did it know that Chiya was also such a person. Did he have to mock it occasionally? The slug felt that there was no hope for its life anymore. Infuriated, it threw down the sweeping tools, thinking to hell with the slime. I'll take a 5-minute break. Noticing the slug's unusual behavior, the slug sage was somewhat puzzled. What happened? Did it suddenly develop a little temper? Have I been putting too much pressure on it lately? On the other side, in stark contrast to the puzzled slug sage, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood. Just moments ago he received good news from Kakashi Hatake, who had slain 2 elite Jonin from the Sand Ninja village, and the number of Jonin and Chunin he had taken down was countless, as if he were chopping vegetables. The attack of the Sand Ninja village had been halted. This achievement made Sarutobi Hiruzen very happy, but Kakashi Hatake's strength also made him feel a hint of threat. Might Guy seemed to be on the cusp of attaining Jonin commander rank, a feat far beyond the reach of even elite Jonin. At that thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind turned to one man Danzo. Hokagesima, urgent intelligence from Takahisa. And bring it in. And Hiruzen hoped it would be good news. His momentary relief was fragile and he dreaded further misfortune. Impossible. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, third Hokage, slammed both palms hard onto his desk. And the newly dispatched Konoha reinforcements had been nearly annihilated, and Shinojo lay poisoned, his life hanging by a thread. What had Takahisa been doing? Shinojo himself now teetered on the brink of death. And without hesitation Hiruzen swiftly mobilized every available force in the village, excluding the ANBU, and dispatched them toward the land of rain. This time the rain village would be eradicated, utterly. And failure would not only diminish Hiruzen's standing within the Sarutobi clan but also invite sharp criticism from his fellow Hokage advisors. Half a day later Danzo Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane arrived together at the Hokage's office. And, "You've all heard the news." And Hiruzen fixed them with a grave, unyielding gaze. "Hiruzen, those were our clan's finest warriors." And Koharu Yuditane spoke first, her voice taut with fury. "And the Sarutobi bore the greatest burden. Shinojo now lies unconscious, his fate unknown. We cannot swallow this humiliation silently. I have already ordered a third wave of reinforcements to the battlefield in the land of rain. And I understand your anguish, but defeating the rain village remains our most urgent priority." Hiruzen made no mention of his own misjudgment. According to the latest intelligence, Shinojo might well be implicated. And yet, Hiruzen, must our clan's elite perish in vain? Danzo questioned Hiruzen directly. Today he had come with purpose. And all fallen clan members will receive triple compensation from Konoha, and their children shall enter the Konoha Ninja Academy tuition free. Then the funds must be dispersed immediately, or I cannot hold our clan's anger in check. And Hamura and Koharu exchanged stunned glances. Had Danzo truly defected first? Had he not always been the loudest voice of dissent? How could he so readily surrender to greed? And where then was his fire will? Danzo's compromise was no surprise. He needed the money. His very purpose here was to claim it if he could embezzle even part of that compensation. Then Orochimaru's research would accelerate dramatically. And Danzo departed first smug and satisfied, while Hamura and Koharu were left staring wordlessly at Hiruzen. With the main forces withdrawn, they had little leverage. After all, they had been complicit. And after hours sipping tea, they finally retreated, cursing Danzo under their breath. No funds secured. Hiruzen claimed the village treasury was depleted and payment would wait until war's end. It was plain coercion, targeting the two weakest among them. There was nothing left to do but endure. And inside Tsuna village, a 5-year-old boy turned to an elderly woman with a quiet question and, "Grandmother, will my parents be coming home soon?" "Soon, my dear, just wait a little longer, Sasori." After comforting him, Chiyo's heart ached. The truth had long since arrived. Sasori's parents had been slain, by the same hand, a man named Tsukumo Hatake. "Tsukumo Hatake, I swear I shall take your life with my own hands." And Chiyo vowed inwardly, her resolve searing like molten steel. In the eastern forest of the rain village, Black Zetsu quietly erased all traces of his prior machinations. Obito Uchiha remained utterly unaware. He arrived at the appointed grove as promised, and waited nearly a full day. And not a soul appeared. And I have been deceived. Black Zetsu seethed, so enraged he nearly accepted Indra's terms. He had been outwitted. And enough. Initiate Plan B. In the days following their defeat, Konoha did not lash out in blind fury, but instead regrouped, replenished, and prepared anew. And, "Honey, I'm home." "Welcome back, dear. I have a surprise for you." And, "A surprise? Is Nagato at home?" "Too late, he's long asleep." And, "Then let me see what this surprise is." And Nagato's father settled cheerfully onto the sofa, eager for his wife's delight. A sharp shink, a kunai pierced his throat clean through. And he clutched his neck in agony, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? His own wife, holding a weapon against him. And before his bewildered gaze she began to shift, her features melting and reforming. She transformed into a pale-skinned man with vivid green hair. And, "You are..." And Nagato's father choked out, pointing weakly at White Setsu, dying with one final desperate question burning in his eyes. And where then had his wife vanished? But he would never speak again. His body crumpled lifeless onto the cold floor. Mission accomplished. The husband and wife had both been eliminated. And White Setsu had executed the assassination flawlessly. Now the next act would begin. Silently disposing of both corpses, the White Setsu assumed their identities. And deep in slumber, Nagato stirred awake, startled by the sound of violent struggle. What was happening? Nagato crept quietly from his room and peered into the living area. Ni's mother lay dead before him, while his father fought desperately to survive. "Nagato, run!" Ni's father's final cry was cut short. Nonce the father fell. Two masked shinobi turned their merciless gaze upon Nagato. Overwhelmed by unbearable grief, Nagato could no longer suppress the power surging behind his eyes. And the Rinnegan awakened. And though Kaguya had drawn only a fraction of its vast potential earlier, the overwhelming ocular energy still resided within him. Unleashing unstoppable force, several shinobi collapsed instantly, struck down without resistance. And Nagato, drained of all strength, collapsed to the floor. "Excellent! This performance was flawless!" And Black Setsu appeared, praising the White Setsu, feigning death on the ground. "And now, it is time to guide him onto the correct path." Within some nameless cavern, Black Setsu reported the operation's success to Obito Uchiha. And so, he awakened the Rinnegan through emotional trauma. Impressive. Obito stroked the demonic statue of the outer path, deeply satisfied with Nagato's awakening. And, "Lord Obito, what are your next orders?" And, "Black Setsu, erase every trace. It is time Nagato learned the world's true suffering." "Understood, Lord Obito." And the next morning Nagato awoke to find his home reduced to ashes, his parents' bodies turned to dust. Though too young to comprehend why his world had shattered, he knew one thing: he must survive. And he fled the Rain Village, its soil stained with his parents' blood, its walls reduced to ruin. He would never trust it again. From that moment Nagato's wandering began. Many years had passed. Uchiha Kaguya had long since attained godlike power. Gazing across the star-strewn void, even returning home no longer felt impossible. Yet the distance remained immense. Even the divine tree's power permitted only a single crossing. And beside him stood Tsunade, pregnant with their third child, Mikoto carrying their second, Kushina Uzumaki holding their firstborn, and a constellation of devoted admirers, Shizen, Kurinai, Yehi. And more children would surely follow. And should he truly return? And the past was irrevocably gone. Perhaps cherishing those beside him was the wiser path. After deep reflection, Uchiha Kaguya chose to remain, for he could not bear to leave his family and friends. He believed their bond would endure even across worlds. Thus Uchiha Kaguya stayed, to live, love, and protect this world with all his strength while basking in the warmth of home. As years flowed onward, Kaguya's children matured, each inheriting their father's extraordinary power and wisdom, rising as the new generation's guardians. And Kaguya watched in quiet devotion, bearing silent witness to their growth. And, "Brother Kaguya, something feels wrong." On the moon far beyond the Naruto world, Kushina sensed the subtle shift in Kaguya's expression. "They're coming." And Kaguya frowned, his gaze piercing deep into the star-flecked expanse. On a desolate planet, Momoshiki, Otsutsuki, and Kinshiki prepared for spatial translocation. "So this is the realm of that clan's disgrace. And a lowly creature lingers here." And Momoshiki descended upon Kaguya with arrogant disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Lord Momoshiki." And Kinshiki's plea ended mid-sentence, his head cleanly severed, sliced by an invisible force, leaving a perfectly smooth, flawless wound. "Kinshiki." And Momoshiki recoiled in shock. What terrifying technique had this inferior being used to erase Kinshiki? And, "Cursed wretch! I shall end your life today." And Momoshiki unleashed Bansho Tenin, a colossal gravitational pull surging toward Kaguya. He formed hand seals, and hurled a titanic sphere of chakra straight at Uchiha Kagaya. A thunderous boom, the impact carved a vast crater where Kagaya had stood. Even villagers in Konoha light years away stared skyward in stunned silence. "We pray he survives." Villagers clasped their hands in fervent prayer, more and more gathering in the central square where a towering stone monument stood bearing the figure of a legendary protector. His brows were sharp as swords, his eyes bottomless abysses poised to consume all before them. Nias, the statue depicted Uchiha Kagaya. The crowd bowed repeatedly before the monument beseeching his safety. And, "Ha! Cursed wretch!" and Momoshiki mocked, gazing down at the fathomless crater. "Oh, is that so?" And Kagaya materialized calmly beside Momoshiki. And, "You damned wretch!" Enraged Momoshiki lunged with his chakra rod, only for it to pass harmlessly through Kagaya's still coalescing form. "Farewell, Momoshiki!" And drawing on knowledge from his past life, Kagaya toyed with Momoshiki, then delivered a flawless omnipotent spatial slash. "That was your father's recent battle, now off to bed." And Hanabi gently tapped the two children's heads, urging them to sleep. But we want to hear more." And the children tugged at Hanabi's sleeve. And, "Go ask your mother, Hinata." With two firm taps to their foreheads, Hanabi sent them sobbing off to bed. And high above Konoha, in the silent void of outer space, Kagaya stood alone, gazing upon the serene beauty of the cosmos. "Rest assured, I will protect you all." And Uchiha Kagaya pressed a hand to his chest as though offering a final solemn vow. And thus the tale concludes.